We do have a bit of an honoring to be done around on the murdered and missing Indigenous peoples over the lunch hour, and so there'll be a bit of a program during our lunch. At 1:15, we will reconvene, and we will hear the announcement of the election results, followed by an opportunity for the successful candidates, including the acclaimed candidates, to have some remarks. And then you'll see the honoring for the outgoing board members there in the afternoon as well. We have the languages, and we have emergency management issues this afternoon. I would note that at 3 o'clock, Minister Harjit Sajjan has asked to be moved to tomorrow, so we'll put him on at 1:30 tomorrow, but we will carry through with the emergency management discussion and the resolution attached. And then we conclude our day today with Harmony Johnson, First Nations Leadership Council Advisor, talking about the anti-racism legislation. So a very busy day for us. He's right on first. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please, let's wrap up our conversations and make our way back to our chairs as we begin our program. As noted, today it is the update on the Nature Conservation Agreement. You'll see here I'm joined by BC Minister Nathan Cullen, Ministry of Water, Lands and Resource Stewardship. To his right is Laurie Wells, the Deputy Minister for that department. And online is Julia de Bruzen, the Parliamentary Secretary for Environment and Climate Change Canada. First, we'll hear from Minister Cullen and then from Julie.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to be here. Good morning, Julie. I see you online. I'm bringing greetings on behalf of the province, and today specifically speaking to the Nature Agreement. I'd like to acknowledge that we're on the traditional territory of the Musqueam people and thank them again for allowing us to do this business here. And thank you very much, the FN, for the opportunity to speak to you for a few moments. I listened to your calendar and schedule, and it's an incredibly busy and important work that you're up to today. Nice to see my friend, Regional Chief Terry Chiji as well. And I would like to acknowledge the incredible work that has been done by the staff, both here and within the province, to get us to the point that we are today to talk about what I think could be a historic agreement, the nature agreement. Just as I was coming up to talk, Laurie Halls, my deputy minister who's here today, said, you can't say how much money we're getting from Ottawa yet. We're going to Ottawa next week, meet with a delegation of us. The Premier is taking a number of us to go and meet with the federal government and to pull as much good money out of the federal government as humanly possible. But I think I can say that the scale and scope of the agreement that we are considering together is comfortably within the hundreds of millions of dollars to bring forward programs, Indigenous-led conservation, Indigenous-led guardian programs, and protection on the land led by the rights and title holders of this province. We understand that a draft agreement has been circulated, and a primer document giving some synopsis of what this agreement contains. So you have that for your reference. The agreement affirms Canada and BC's shared commitments to truth and reconciliation, implementation of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which is a commitment we take very seriously and must be seen as well as heard in all of the decisions that we make collectively together. Allow me to put some emphasis on Indigenous-led conservation. The days of Ottawa or Victoria deciding what needs to be conserved by pulling out a map and drawing a green blob on are over. The days that we work together to understand shared values and interests and proper respect for the rights and title holders and what conservation means from an Indigenous perspective are now with us. And that requires, I think, on behalf of the Crown, the provincial Crown, a much more profound sense of humility, a lot more listening than talking, and a better comprehension of what Indigenous-led conservation means for the rights and title holders of this land. This agreement will provide the necessary framework to begin addressing the dual crises that we face of biodiversity loss and the climate change crisis that is all too present in our communities each and every day. I live in Wet'suwet'en territory in northwestern BC, in Smithers. Just yesterday, or this morning, our last alert was lifted for the village of Wet'suwet'en. After many weeks, many nights of stress and fear of a fire that you could see right from the Wet'suwet'en Nation. And that sense of relief that comes when these changes happen, when we're able to say that our work and our efforts to push back the fires have been sufficient. Even as we sit under smoke, even as we sit under that oppression, the debate of whether climate change is real, I hope, is over for most people that we talk to. That the harsh reality of what is upon us and what that means for each of us every day, and for our families, for our elders, for our children, to be able to breathe the air and drink the water, is a reality that I think this nature agreement is going to give us a sense of hope. And in these days and these times, I think the people that we represent desperately look for signs of hope and opportunity for something more positive so that we can leave the place better than we found it. And that is not a promise that we've been able to make too often, and not nearly often enough. We as a province have a goal of protecting 30% of the land and water by 2030. 30 by 30. It's an easy thing to say. It's a much harder thing to do. But my belief is that with agreements like this in place, and with the leadership provided by rights and title holders in this province, that is an achievable target. And an important target. Now that specific target we appreciate is not necessarily shared by each and individual nation. Every nation comes with different contexts. I see our friends from the Kaska and the Tlingit are here today. We have good relations with the Tahltan in the Northwest, and every nation comes forward, of course, with their own rights, own title and ambitions and looking for the future. There are four principles that I'll outline that are important in this agreement as it has been constructed. Habitat and ecosystem conservation and protection. Habitat enhancement and restoration. Species at risk protection and recovery. I see our friends who, from Spasm Nation and the work that we're doing together, and a foundational knowledge and information sharing. Restoration is something I would like to just spend a minute on. We recognize as a province that the extractive resource industries of our province and in too many places in this part of the world have left behind great damage. And that we need to do not just conservation, but restoration to allow Mother Nature to heal itself, to come back, and provide the funds and the resources required to do that. The objectives that have been developed with the recognition that actions that have an impact on rights and title and interests of First Nations, and that we, the Crown governments, won't be pursuing these objectives without the consent of those nations on whose territories the actions will take place. There's great urgency around the ratification. I don't know if you get that sense from us. When we have commitments from the federal government, certainly for resources, I like to make good on those commitments by, essentially, I mean, getting the money that's promised to us so that we can do the good work together. We've been to all the members of the First Nations Leadership Council to seek that mandate, which was achieved in the spring, and now we bring back to hopefully come together in a conclusion so that we can celebrate and lift up the work of those guardians, lift up the work of our knowledge keepers, lift up the work of the conservation efforts that are, I believe, the people that we represent collectively hope to see in the world. Separate from the nature agreement, I want to take a moment to talk about the Made in BC Conservation Financing Mechanism, and I'll speak only briefly to this. This is a significant fund that we have stood up that allows outside participants to contribute to conservation efforts in BC. Philanthropist groups and others, sometimes with significant resources, sometimes have an interest in conservation in BC. My message to them is the same message that I gave to you today. Conservation will be Indigenous-led. This is not a time when folks of means can come in and tell us what to do and how to do it simply because they have those means. We have set up a conservation financing mechanism as a place where people, other governments, other orders of government can place monies in that we can direct it towards that Indigenous-led conservation. And the $150 million that we were putting into that program is a seed money. And this money, by the way, these funds are meant to be forever. That the structure of the funding that we're putting in place is meant to be renewed continually over time, because conservation isn't something that you do in 1 year and then forget about it the next year. A guardian program where we're able to bring our elders and our young people together to be on the land and protect the land is not a program you want to start and then stop a few years later. This has to be renewable money. This has to be renewable resources for nations so you can stand programs and know that they will sustain over time and over generations, because conservation, when done right, should be forever. I don't want to take up too much more of your precious time other than to say again, as I started, feelings of gratitude. Because of the leadership of this group and the other partner agencies, this helped make this agreement better. This took a bilateral agreement between Canada and BC and made it, as it always should have been, a trilateral agreement between the rights and title holders, BC Crown, and the federal Crown. That is proper. That is the way that we should do things. When we're talking about something as critical as the land and waters, we're talking about the rights and title of people in this province. Thank you very much for your time today, and I look forward to any questions you may have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. As noted on the agenda also is Julie DeBruzen for the Parliamentary Secretary for Environment and Climate Change Canada, who is here online, and so I'll turn to you.
Thank you very much, Harold, and it's an honor to join the First Nations chiefs and leaders and everyone here today. It was good to see Minister Cullen as well, even if briefly there. I'm speaking to you from the traditional and unceded territories of the Anishinaabe people here in Ottawa, and I would like to thank Regional Chief Terry Teegee and the entire staff and political leadership of the BCAFN for inviting me here today. This isn't the first time I've spoken with you. I spoke with you on March 10th, so just earlier this spring. And when I was there speaking with you in March, I was here to apologize. And And it was because there hadn't been proper consultation leading up to the draft agreement that was presented in December of 2022. I believe in apologies. They're very, very important, but more important is taking the next steps to get things right and onto the right path afterwards. And I believe that today, when we talk with you about the tripartite framework agreement on nature conservation, I believe that that is, with the work that we have seen from leaders from BC First Nations, a chance for us to absolutely get onto that right path again. Since December, the Government of Canada, the Government of British Columbia, and BC First Nations Leadership Council have been working together to co-develop this draft agreement that I believe has been circulated. And this agreement aims to implement an integrated and collaborative approach to ecosystem health and biodiversity enhancement within BC. It's going to help halt and reverse the decline of species at risk and increase resilience for ecosystems to climate change, which, as you know, when we're talking about things like the wildfires that we're seeing, is so very truly important. It's going to advance natural climate solutions, such as, for example, the planting of trees, and strengthen Indigenous leadership in conservation. The agreement affirms Canada and BC's shared commitment of the implementation of the United Nations Declarations of the Right of Indigenous Peoples through Canada's UN Declaration Act Action Plan. And it's also intended as a framework to align the conservation priorities of Canada, BC, and First Nations to unlock immediate and future action that will help us to realize our shared nature objectives. This agreement will be done through consultation and cooperation with First Nations title and rights holders, and whatever governance framework the parties agree to will ensure that the title and rights of nations are respected. And that's so important because, again, this was the part that had been missing when we started out on this path. And there are built into this agreement parts about sharing knowledge and about Indigenous leadership that really does truly create a framework for the full participation of First Nations to improve the outcome for nature and the communities that depend on it. The Global Biodiversity Framework, which was adopted in December at COP15 in Montreal, sets the world on a path to the recovery of nature by 2050. And just like BC, as a country, we must protect at least 30% of Canada's lands and waters by 2030. We have to stop the species from growing endangered or extinct, and we need to ensure that Indigenous voices are heard and respected. The Government of Canada sees this nature agreement and others like it as foundational to these goals. So if the nations through this assembly and the ones to follow agree that we can walk this collaborative path together, then I believe we will seize this generational opportunity to advance reconciliation and confront climate change and biodiversity loss head on. This is a framework agreement, and you've heard a little bit about funding. This is a framework agreement through which we can talk about flowing of funding. Federal government has already been there to support BC, for example, with the Old Growth Fund, 2 billion trees, and many other instances. And we know that they will be happy to match with us as we go forward on these paths forward on funding for these frameworks. So I want to thank you for your time and the opportunity to be here today. Minister Cullen and I look forward to answering your questions, me online and I guess him in person. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Parliamentary Secretary. So on our agenda, we do have, let me just get these numbers here. A resolution related to the Nature Conservation Agreement. Before we get to that, we'll open the floor for a few questions. I do want to reserve some time for that resolution, and I also, if I could steal some time for the next discussion where we have 7 or 8 resolutions, I'll try to do that as diplomatically as I can. Chief Lewis at microphone 22.
Thank you, Byron Lewis, Chief of the Okanagan Band. And it's good to hear what what's moving towards a nature conservation agreement. But one of the things I'd really like to bring to the attention of the minister with yourself, and also in recognizing the fact that we had about 36 years of SOCRED and Liberal rule prior to this. And although they were the party that was responsible for a lot of the damage that's happened to our Aboriginal rights right in this province, you are still the government that's responsible for that. And with that being said, you know, when you look at this, we need to start moving towards what was described in Sparrow and other decisions of the justification of infringements. Because when you start looking at the list of species that are now being listed under this in this province, you have leaped right over top of consultation and accommodation, and now you're directly in that process of justification of infringement. And, you know, you look at such cases as Sparrow. Sparrow it was very clear that government, in meaning under Section 92, could infringe upon an Aboriginal right, but that infringement must be justified. But in this case, how many times can you actually justify the fact when you're looking at southern mountain caribou that was actually is extirpated in about three different locations, and a number of them are actually on their way to extinction? And when you look at that, that is an extinguishment of an Aboriginal right. Whenever you talk about extinction of a species equals the extinguishment of the right. And that requires, and one of the things that Sparrow was very clear, that said while provinces may infringe upon the Aboriginal right, they do not have the constitutional authority to extinguish an Aboriginal right. Now start thinking of that in a moment of all our Aboriginal rights that are associated with these animals. Then look at the 13 of the 14 Chinook stocks that are requiring listing in there. And keep in mind that any one of us can substantiate what would be over $100 million claim of what we could actually say that we use annually for sustenance. And go up to Fraser at least, and you're talking well over $1 billion in losses for Aboriginal peoples. Now, these are some of the factors that we need to start going towards, because there's going to be a requirement on behalf of your government under Section 92 to justify your infringement of our Aboriginal right. Look at the Ainsworth logging in Siska Creek. That gives you a general idea of what happened up and down the Fraser, to where previous governments had allowed harvesting and uncontrolled harvesting of these watersheds that provided flows into the Fraser River. And keep in mind, salmon need water that's under 18 Celsius to survive. And then you log off all these pristine watersheds that basically allow for cooler flows that could be 14, 16 Celsius. You'd find these salmon having these plumes coming out of these mountain waters that would hold, then it would move to the next plume, then it could make their way up the Fraser. Now look at it now. All those streams are logged off. And our salmon do not have the ability to, or the energy to make it up to the higher reaches. Now, this is not only to you, but I'm asking our regional chief to actually move justification to the forefront of some of our losses of our Aboriginal right in this province. And I'm going to cut this off now, but there's a number that you need to come to us and talk to us in the Okanagan about, because when you look at cumulative effects, look at blueberry and come down to our region, our traditional territory, we've been impacted probably from anywhere from 80 to 85% of our traditional lands are now impacted, where we're not able to practice any of ours. So you look at that, we've been subsidizing your failure to ensure that we have access to our food for social and ceremonial use. And I say that because when I put my plate down every night, I don't have my traditional foods on there. So that means I'm subsidizing your actions, your government, and who was it that took the benefits from there and actually didn't give anything back to our peoples? That is what we need to start talking about.
Thank you. We'll take a second question. In addition to this conversation about sort of strengthening the proof or the rationale for justification and I'll call it compensation for lack of a better word at this point. Let's go to Chief Hobart on microphone 22 as well.
Morning, Minister. Thank you, BCAFN, for allowing us the opportunity to have a discussion and for inviting the Minister and his staff to be here. So there's an expression: we don't preserve this land as First Nations. The land preserves us. If you ever hear about us, we go out on the land to get refurbished, to get reborn in some ways, right? To get calmed down and to relax. I'm going to need a whole bunch of smudging after this meeting, especially because of what you've just said. I just wanted it to be, maybe there's too many hands. Maybe the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing, because right now you're talking about something that's as sacred as what Chief Byron was saying about the spotted owl. The province has put up 6 cages to protect the spotted owl in my territory. At the same time, I don't know if you're even aware of this, the BC Timber Sales, and I'm going to quote here, has said logging companies are allowed to build roads through old growth areas even identified for deferral if there's no alternate route is available and it's not economically feasible. Now, does that fall in line with what you just said about Indigenous consultation? I don't believe so. BCDS also guides industry that a green light is to log in deferral areas when First Nations, this is in public domain. You can read this. And I don't know if you're surprised about this. I'm hoping that you are, and that you're going to go back to your own mothership and say, what did you guys just set me up for here? It says in there, logging in deferred areas where First Nations haven't answered or said they need more time to consult. Can you imagine? That's what it says in this order to the companies from BC Timber Sales, an agency of your government, is basically saying during the worst forest fire season that we've ever seen, some of the worst environmental disasters, our First Nations are busy. We're out on the land dealing with the lack of fish, and we're trying to make it. And you're saying, and your government is saying to the forestry companies, as long as there's nobody there to answer, the green light is on. That's what it's saying. That's in its own. I'll send you the copy of this. Now, Minister Galbo from the federal government put down an emergency order to stop all logging until we discussed what was left in BC because of the spotted owl. We actually had to have SPUSM called Canada in because the ball was majorly dropped by the province. BC said to Canada, after Canada put together an emergency order to stop logging in BC because they're not protecting their own species at risk. They're not even protecting their own forests. You know what BC said to Galbo? Please put a pause on this. We're going to go back and we're going to find a respectful way to communicate with the First Nations. And they did put a pause on it. Now I'm hoping that when you go back there, they say to Galbo, we failed. You need to push that ministerial order right now because BC isn't listening. Cooksham.
Thank you. Minister Cullen?
Thank you. And thank you to both chiefs. I'll start, Chief Hobart, thank you for and I look forward to that particular order you talked about from BCTS just to see exactly what it implicates and particularly implicates in your territory. Because we have done the set-asides that you know of, I want to say 280,000 hectares. I may have that number. I think that's correct. In terms of the spotted owl recovery, and I've appreciated the frankness and the partnership that we have just with respect to the owl breeding center and being able to potentially, as we did last year, release some owls, which unsuccessful, but was successful for a moment, and more owls to go, and that they have sufficient old growth territory to be able to restore the population that was so harmed by practices. In terms of, you asked me to follow up specifically on this order, and I commit to you that I will. In terms of the work with Ottawa and Minister Guilbeault and with Julie as well, I commit to you that is one of our conversations that we will have in Ottawa next week, and more importantly, the conversation that we need to have with you back and your nation as to what happens next. I have great hopes and ambitions. We were frankly frustrated with some of the construction activity that was taking place near the breeding center, as you know, from the pipeline that affected the birth rate this year in terms of more owls. But to the larger question of the one hand not talking to the other, as you talk about, the nature agreement and the conservation and financing mechanism as two tools to work with your nation to be able to properly set aside and do it in the right way is something that I remain hopeful for in terms of the restoration of SPUSM's rights and also the restoration of owls, which goes to our first question. Thank you, Chief, for the question with respect to both cumulative effects, which our ministry led the conversation with Blueberry River. Laurie Halls was key in negotiating the final agreement with them and the other Treaty 8 nations. The province had, as you know, had been found negligent in addressing cumulative impacts in terms of issuing cut permits, as well as gas, oil and gas permits. And rather than, excuse me, rather than challenge the case and appeal and appeal and appeal, the province chose to negotiate with the nations and the rights and title holders. And I think we came to well, I feel convinced we came to a much better outcome than having continued to use the courts and fight that finding. We found that that finding was in fact correct. And I'll end here. You say that we have inherited decisions of governments past. I fully agree. I understand that when we stand and say we are representing the Crown, we're representing the province, that means all of it. Decisions that were not made by us, we inherit. And that's what leadership is. You don't get to just pick and choose the decisions that were made in the past and say, well, that wasn't us. That cumulative effect, that historical impact on your rights is something that we have to deal with each and every day. It circles back for me as to the restoration aspect of what we're talking about. How do we bring the salmon back? How do we restore the watersheds back so that the richness and the sustainability of that land, which sustains us, is possible again? Questions, and I'm happy to work with AFN and others just with respect to restitution, might be a correct word, maybe compensation, the chair used. Happy to have those conversations directly with you over cases that may be brought forward or not through the courts, but directly government to government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have two sets of chiefs and proxies. So we'll go first to microphone 11, Chief Spahan, and then microphone 20, Proxy Wilson. And then following that, we'll go to microphone 16, Chief Watts, and online to Proxy Tyrone McNeil. Following that Q&A, we'll put the draft resolution 4 on the floor and focus the conversation on the tripartite framework agreement on the nature conservation. Chief Spahan?
Right. Asla Jawa election 1 and Jawa and Squash Lee Spahan Cook be of Insuletku in the Cup Nation. Hello and good morning, Lee Spahan, Chiefs Co-Water Band. Good to see you, Minister Cullen. God respect for you when you stood up for coal water against the pipeline. But I'd like a commitment from you and Canada to sit down with the Nicola Chiefs and come to the Nicola Valley and sit down with the leadership. You know, we've been having problems in our area with due to the atmospheric river flooding back in 2021. We're starting to see landslides now. Lack of enforcement within our lands and waters in regards to water, especially this year with drought happening. And, you know, the lack of enforcement and restrictions and regulations on water for mining. And, you know, I'm glad you talked about the Guardians program because we do have a couple of Guardians that are out on the land checking out why we're seeing a bunch of water trucks draining our ponds and that water resource is supposed to be there for the wildlife, but with the lack of regulations in place by both BC and Canada needs to change. During this past long weekend, we had 4x4s driving through the rivers in Coldwater. And we called provincial reps on it to go issue fines, but nothing ever happened. The lack of enforcement. So, you know, I talked with DFO and I want to sit down with both the feds and the province saying, you know, if you guys aren't going to do nothing about it, then we will. And we want to send our Guardians away so that way they can do the same program that the COs do and start issuing fines. Because the tourists that come into our area are just wrecking our rivers, and there's a total lack of enforcement by both the provincial and federal government. So we'd like to sit down and try to work together collaboratively with both governments and say this is what we want to see. And, you know, we are making a list as the Nicola Chiefs to meet with the ministers later on, but this is one that we need to sit down with. And also inviting the representative of Canada who's on this call as well too, so that way we can have some meaningful discussions. Cooksham, thank you.
And microphone 20, please.
Judy Wilson, proxy holder for Chief Maureen Chapman. I have about 3 or 4 points, but I just want to thank the hosts we have today, the unceded territory of the Musqueam, and they're always very gracious hosts. But one of the points, the main point, I guess, is upholding the inherent title rights and treaty rights must be the foundation of the conservation initiative that you're talking about, because we're the caretakers of the land. And also that Indigenous knowledge is paramount for caretaking. The land is essential due to the climate crisis from resource extractivism that the chiefs are talking about today, because we're feeling the impacts, and the province cannot continue to be contradictory in that. And I think that's the problem we're having. They want to be climate leaders, but at the same time, you're allowing all of this, the pipelines and the mining and all of that stuff, to continue the emissions and continuing the degradation due to the climate crisis to continue. So the right holders must be the decision makers. They're the one that owns the title and the rights in the land. When we talk about the Crown annexed our lands. So the land is still our territorial lands, and that's the biggest issue I see here. And when you're talking about the conservation financing tables, so you're accepting money, you have seed money and you're accepting money on behalf of this conservation work, our people need to be, the right holders need to be at that table. So we can't be talking about anything without us. And the basis of conservation, I think, should be land back as well to our right holders, because they're within those territories where the lands are. They're somebody's nation's land, so it should be land back. While you're doing this work, I think it'd be a perfect opportunity for the province to engage in those discussions with our right holders. So I just see those points, and there's some points heralded in the resolution I see that will have to be changed to that. And while we all recognize conservation is very important, it is the unceded territorial lands of our people, the right holders, that you're talking about. That's the land we're talking about. So they have to be the decision makers. It can't be just led. They must be the foundation of it. So I just wanted to point that out in what I read. And I was involved initially on the nature table discussions from the feds and the BC Fed agreement a year ago now, I think it was. So we were the first ones that got kind of beat up on that agreement before it rolled across Canada. But it is a good opportunity for our people, as long as those 4 particulars are in order, then it would be a mechanism, a good mechanism for us. It's not just about the conservation, it's about land back, it's about the direct say, not just being led, but the decision making is the right holders. Because there's many areas the chiefs talked about today that they want to protect, they want to manage it, but they have to be the key decision makers on them. The Crown can't just be using that with their assumed jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Judy, thank you for, I want to say thank you for beating up on the agreement because it was originally offered, as Julie mentioned earlier in her comments, it wasn't built right. And to move forward on the concept of conservation or restoration and absent the rights and title holders, or only bring rights and title holders in at the very end of the conversation, it was wrong. And those apologies by myself have been made, by the federal government have been made. And I think like I said earlier, I think we're in a much better place because of that work. And the FNLC staff in particular beetled away, and Hugh and the others really, I think, made this better. And in terms of your comment on the conservation financing, this will be co-developed. The very DNA of how this fund will be structured will be co-developed with rights and title holders. So that from the beginning, the mechanism, the tool will work in terms of restoring and protecting lands that we believe collectively need to be restored and protected, as was talked about earlier. And upholding those rights and including Indigenous knowledge keepers is in the foundations, as I see in this agreement, and it's been read in the terms. In terms of Nicola, nice to see you again, Chief, and thank you for your hosting of us some time ago. What I took from that conversation and what you said here today is the invitation to bring multiple ministers and ministries to the conversation with your leadership. And I heard the invitation as well to our federal partners, because the challenges that we face are not just the purview of my ministry, which has water, lands, and resource stewardship. It is also forestry and mining and environment. And maybe one comment I'll add is that this terrible summer that we've had, where we have seen 10 times the amount of wood forests burned up as we consume in our forestry sector in 1 year, 10 times that amount was burned across the province this year. It's just to put it in scale. My concern, and I think this is a valid concern, is that we've been living through these fires and evacuation orders and alerts and the loss of property and damage and all of those things, but the emergency is not over. Many of our communities are still under alert, and what comes next in terms of the rains that come with having so many forests having burned, we know there is a much higher chance of landslide. There's a much higher chance of erosion and degradation of land. And so we have to be anticipating that and working on that together. And I very much appreciate and welcome the invitation to come and work with Nicola Bans on that, because the ability of the watersheds to hold back the rains properly, to hold back the soil properly is not the same. It can't be the same. And I worry that people's attention will say, well, that was the summer and those were those emergencies and that was the smoke and now it's over. It's not. The legacy of this summer will live with us through the winter. And all of our predictions for the winter in terms of the climate and the weather is that it will not be a great next summer. And so when we used to think about drought, it was local and it was short term. We have to think about drought differently now, which is region-wide, province-wide, and not short-term, but sustained over time. And all the tools we have as a province were built for the first version, short and local. We have to build in new tools with you that take drought in a different way and what those impacts will be. So again, thank you for the invitation.
Thank you very much. Let us go to microphone 16, Chief Watts, and then online to Proxy McNeil.
Thank you, Harold. Uklama Hwamish, Histakshikla Tsuma Sishat, Hichamamu, Elected Chief Councillor Sishat. Good morning, everybody. Once again, Ken Watts, Elected Chief Councillor Sishat. I just want to say Ushakshikla Tsuda Musqueam for having us here in their territory. And I also want to take the time to acknowledge all the BCAFN staff and everybody in the background that helped make these meetings possible. I think we as chiefs travel all the way here, but we know how much work actually goes into hosting all these meetings. So I just want to take the time to thank all the staff on the tables back there for your work. Thank you to Minister Cullen and the Parliamentary Secretary. So just want to acknowledge some of the great work. I think it's important to acknowledge that the good things you talked about was, you know, the Restoration Fund and the Nature Conservation Agreement. And in particular, the Declaration Act Engagement Fund. I was a strong advocate for that. It's great that UNDRIP's happening and all of that work, but at the time, our nations didn't have any resources to make that consultations a reality. And now we're all supported and have access to funding now. However, one of the bigger issues is that things are still happening in our territories as we speak, as Judy said. Things are still happening and we're all still receiving flooded with referrals that are stuck in the 1970s type of format, 30 days consultation. That work hasn't ended. The province is still moving forward with this. In my opinion, it's nowhere near actually an adequate consultation. It's so far from consent. So I know under the DRIPA action plan, there's a section 2.4 and their title and rights is around you know, just joint decision making. I hope more so close to consent-based decision making is where we need to be going. And so, you know, my question, or I guess my comment here today is, well, we'll do all this work over the next several years on implementing UNDRIP, and we'll try to do everything we can to create a model for the future that doesn't stop the things that are happening in our territory, on the land, in the forest, and on the water. And this, even the joint decision-making may take years for some of our communities to get there. Meanwhile, things are still happening in our backyard, in our territories. Meanwhile, the province is still sending this outdated type of referral system, which I might add, none of us are funded for. None of us are provided funds to respond to all those referrals. For my community, it feels like at minimum one a day, over 300 referrals a year that we would have to respond to. Again, no resources to be able to do it. So again, every nation's going to have their priority, but just hearing yourself and the work you do on the land and conservation and other work on the water is important. But what are like the incremental steps now? What are the things that we can actually do now instead of waiting 3-4 years for a joint decision-making process? What are things we can do to affect the system that's happening now? Because again, everything's happening in our territories as we speak. So once again, I do acknowledge the great work and the investments the province has made. For me, I'm always like, what are the quick wins or what are the interim steps we can do? Because the DRIPA action plan is going to take time. Let's be honest, it's not going to happen overnight. We're provided resources to participate in that. But how can we fix the referral system, I guess, is what I'm asking you in the short term. So once again, thank you for coming here today.
Thank you very much, Chief Watts. Proxy McNeil.
Thank you, Harold. Tyrone McNeil, President of Stalo Tribal Council and proxy for my home community of Seabird Island here today, calling in from Treaty 7 territory here in Calgary, who also recognize Métis Nation Region 3. There's two climate-related aspects I want to bring to the table to the Minister and Parliamentary Secretary, Harold. Firstly, nature conservancy is absolutely important, but what is that going to look like for us in 50 years or 75 years? Everybody tells us that British Columbia over the next 70 years is transitioning into California type environment. So what does that mean to what we used to call nature to an evolving or transitioning nature into more arid climates? And how do we respond to that within this tripartite agreement, Harold? And then the second piece around the funding for initiatives. Harold, I'm here in Calgary. I was in a plenary at a World Petroleum Conference. And I raised with the teal carbon economy opportunities that we need for British Columbia First Nations. Everybody's familiar with the blue economy around the marine marshes, eelgrass and whatnot, but the freshwater carbon capture, carbon sequestering is called teal. And in our territory here, the mainland Coast Salish, to the Minister and Parliamentary Secretary, in 1989, there's 43,000 hectares of wetlands from Yale to Semiahmoo to Squamish. We have to do another study to find out how much is left. We were figuring we maybe lost a third. But if you stayed at 30,000 hectares, Errol, the low end of carbon capture by wetlands is 81 tons per hectare. So the value of carbon is about $85 a ton right now. So there's tremendous carbon offset opportunities. And I raised that here in a plenary, Harold, that the big oil needs to invest in our carbon sequestration in wetlands, in that teal carbon areas. And one problem for the minister in particular is currently your carbon offsets are only held within the province of BC. We need to open up our carbon offset program to the entirety of Western Canada so we can benefit more from Alberta in particular, because they've got bigger oil there, more money, and they're investing billions of dollars into carbon sequestration, carbon capture, and use as well. I'll leave it there for now, Harold, but two direct climate-related aspects that should be built into and respond to from this tripartite agreement over time. Thanks, Harold.
Thank you very much, Tyrone. And I did note that you directed a question to the Parliamentary Secretary, whose hand is up, so we'll go to her first around the issue of future forecasting, is the way I'll describe that.
Thank you. I was hoping I could respond. I'll respond going backwards maybe through some of the different issues that have been raised. The first part, or the last question that was raised about responding to climate change, I believe that there are some really important parts in this framework that actually allow for those conversations as you know, how do federal commitments work? And the sharing of knowledge part of it is particularly important. That's knowledge from First Nations as to what you are seeing directly on the land and Indigenous science, and then also what people in the Wildlife Service and Environment Canada can contribute as we go forward along with BC. So I think that this framework actually allows for better sharing of knowledge as to how do we adapt to what we see as our changing environment due to climate change. I have asked my staff has, I believe, reached out for the Nicollet Chief's contact information. So really, thank you for the invitation. But I'll follow up directly on that piece to make sure that we take into account, how we can follow up on your request. The other piece, I think there was a question about what are the next steps or what are the easy wins that come at an earlier step. I'd say I'm kind of a practical person myself, so I'm always looking for that myself when I'm looking at, how can we get to the next pieces. There are the framework allows for how do we work through existing funding agreements and how do we make more commitments. There are things like the Great Bear PFP which is for permanence. And there are Indigenous guardians pieces. You're well aware of a lot of these projects. I'd say the other piece is, in a very direct way, the 2 Billion Trees program that are programs that can be accessed and that can use knowledge as to wildfire resistance, Indigenous seed gathering, and all of these pieces that are very important. But what I like about the agreement is it also allows you to, within the agreement, come back and say, this is actually what we think are some of the wins we need on a piece by piece basis, because I think there's an importance to seeing the larger picture, but this is very much the framework by which we can share what are some of the other pieces that are more direct and immediate. And then the final piece that I was going to mention, the issue of species at risk was raised, and the spotted owl in particular. As far as it comes to the spotted owl, a species at risk, first of all, is directly in this agreement. So there is a fair bit in there about how we come together on species at risk. I'm unaware of BC legislation on species at risk, but I know that the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada is committed to fulfilling his obligations under the Species at Risk Act. And so, we'll be recommending an emergency order as he's obliged to do under the Act. And you've seen that before, is he has certain obligations he must fulfill under the Species at Risk Act, and he's committed to fulfilling those obligations as we go forward. So I hope that touches upon the other questions, but I will also say it's an open door going forward for us to have conversations on more specifics as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Cullen.
Thank you, and thank you, Julie, for raising the Great Bear Sea fund that was contributed to by Canada. I think $200 million, just in terms of allowing for coastal protections and Indigenous-led protection. We as a provincial government look forward to contributing to that fund to lift it up and allow it to have that sense and ability to be permanent over time. We talked about the Guardian programs earlier and the ability to be on the land in a sustained way over time. A comment that was in passing with respect to Guardian programs, which are, we are seeing nations across BC lifting up more and more. We work and we have funded training programs, I believe it was near $9 million, to allow nations to send, particularly, it seems to be often young people, but not exclusively, of course, who are interested in becoming guardians. And that each nation is, as is right, is taking their own approach to guardians. Some seeking to have, you talked about earlier, compliance and enforcement, Chief. Some nations seeking to develop those roles and get the training to be able to go in, be on the ground and do compliance and enforcement, much like a conservation officer might. Other nations choosing more observational roles for their guardian programs. We as a province are open to the full spectrum as to what nations are interested in. The carbon offset question, I think, is an excellent one, and thanks for raising it. I'll take that back to our environment department and our Ministry of Forests to see, can we open up carbon offsets across outside of BC. There's a lot of work on the international level to be able to validate and confirm carbon offsets so that we can bring in the funding, and particularly around wetlands, which have not gotten nearly enough attention from my perspective with respect to their ability to absorb carbon, but also in times of drought, in times of fires, how critically important it is to be able to hold back water, and traditional practices that the province oftentimes got in the way of. We're looking at changing the Forest and Range Act and a number of different provincial acts to allow that. And in fact, encourage it, and potentially fund it. Thank you, Tyrone, for that comment, and I'll end with, in terms of the joint decision-making and the uses of Section 7s and Section 8 that exist within our laws now, I look forward to more of those, and I'll leave it on this comment. I'm a big advocate of modernized land use planning. It's where we sit down as government to government at the scale of the nation's territory to be able to say, what is this land going to look like now, but generations out, so that we're not going permit by permit. Because as we attempt to decolonize using DRIPA, decolonize our legislation and our decision-making, we've heard it several times this morning. The one hand is operating in a different era while we try to enact the Declaration Act. And we need to bring those referrals along, the permitting process along. It ain't going to happen overnight, but in the meantime, what can we do right now is a good and important question, so that the province is not undermining efforts on conservation, undermining efforts on reconciliation by having historical permitting processes that just don't fit, that don't work with a rights and title lens. So what I can say in the immediate, as was raised by Chief Hobart earlier, is to look at those particular decisions and policies. What can we do to reform them right now in real time? And in the immediate, what can we do on conservation, Indigenous-led protections that will, in effect, make some of those old permitting processes not viable, because we've come forward, we have a conservation financing fund, we have conservation money that the nation's able to do that Indigenous-led conservation and put places into different levels of protection that make those other types of referrals. We need to reform the Mining Act. We need to reform some of the Forestry Acts because they are historical. They have a lens on them that is deeply colonial. And that reform of those particular acts, I have a few more in my mind, is the good work that I saw Tom McCarthy and the Ministry of Indigenous Reconciliation and Relations, is good work that we're doing with all of the extractive ministries, resource ministries. Lastly, the reason stewardship is in the name of our ministry is very intentional. We for too long have looked at the resource ministries as purely extractive, taking, and it comes to a point where you just can't take anymore. We have to be stewards. We have to think of every decision as in a stewardship lens. That's why this ministry was stood up. That's why land use planning, marine planning is at the heart of what we do, and that's government to government. That's where rights and title can be properly expressed from my personal point of view.
All right, thank you very much. We'll wrap up this portion now, and as is our custom, the regional chief will provide gifts to Mr. Cullen and Deputy Minister Wells, and we give our thanks and acknowledgement to Julie DeBruce, the Parliamentary Secretary, and thank you for joining us for this morning's conversation. Just as we're doing that, and just before we put the resolution on the floor, I do want to call forward Ron Lawfer, who is our Chief Electoral Officer, just for the announcement of the balloting.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you had a good, restful evening. It is just before 10 o'clock, and the election for female youth councillor will begin actually just now at 10 o'clock, since my phone says 10. I believe the email should be going out just now if you have been properly registered. I want to note that if you do not receive an email within the next 15 minutes, half an hour, please come and visit us, visit me and Joanna back in the corner near the entrance. We'll help you ensure that you are able to vote. And if you're online, feel free to give us a call or send me an email. All of our information is in the various notice documents from the BCAFN. Furthermore, just a reminder that when you do go in to register, to log in, you'll need two things. You'll need the ID number that you used to register for this event. Typically, that's your status card number, but please do recall if you didn't submit your status card number and you provided a driver's license or other ID number, you'll enter that number. Don't enter the letters. So for instance, on a driver's license, it's DL. Just enter the numbers, not the DL portion of your ID. I also have two people I need to let them know, Chief Greg Gabriel and Chief Bonnie Jackson. I've had to revert to your status card number, so please enter your status card number when you register. The system did not like your new ID. The election goes until 1 o'clock this afternoon, so you have a little bit of time, but I do encourage you to take the opportunity to vote now. In the system, you'll see that you can click on View Details if you want to read a little bit more about the candidates that you're voting for. And again, I'm in the back corner. I know I'm supposed to provide some nice anecdote. A few people have been saying I should provide some nice anecdote as an electoral officer, but we're usually fairly just to the point, and I can't compete with Harold here. So I will be in touch with you shortly after 1 o'clock with results.
All right, thank you very much, Ron. All right, I'll draw your attention to draft resolution 4, support for the draft tripartite framework agreement on nature conservation. Moved by Chief Don Tom. Available. We'll need a seconder. I see Chief Byron Lewis. A seconder, thank you. Mover and seconder being present. The resolution is in the package. I'll just review it quickly. I won't read it in full, but I will read it. Therefore be it resolved. Microphone 22. Is it to discuss
Yes,
edits?
it relates to that, but I wanted to make a friendly amendment to support it.
In a second.
Yep.
All right, so whereas A talks about what nature agreements are, framework mechanisms to describe clear and strong commitments to nature conservation and protection, include mutually agreed upon actions and financial commitments from federal and provincial governments, and should be co-developed with inherent title and rights holders as partners, and may include creation and expansion of protected and conserved areas, protecting critical habitat and adopting land use planning measures, facilitating information and data exchange, mitigating and building resilience to climate change. Whereas B speaks to the UN Declaration articles supporting our rights in this area. C is the Government of Canada, the Province of British Columbia, and First Nation BC confirmed their interest in co-developing this to address the dual crisis of biodiversity loss and climate change, which is grounded in the recognition of First Nations rights and title. D reminds you of the resolution passed at the Special Chiefs Assembly here, directing the regional chief to work collectively with the Leadership Summit members to engage in this discussion to ensure that any draft nature agreement is consistent with what your directions, and to ensure that the agreement enables and does not in any way constrain individual negotiations, and to develop an implementation process and implement a process for consultation and cooperation. And E says they have done that and co-developed this agreement which addresses the foregoing mandate, and therefore be it resolved. 1, that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly directs the Regional Chief, working collectively with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and First Nations Summit as the First Nations Leadership Council, to sign the draft framework agreement on nature conservation. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly directs the BCAFN to clearly articulate to the Government of Canada and the Province of British Columbia that the tripartite framework agreement on nature conservation must enable and in no way constrain or impact the individual negotiations, joint decision-making, and joint planning that rightfully belongs between the Crown and title holders. And 3, that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly directs the Regional Chief, working collectively with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and First Nations Summit as the First Nations Leadership Council, to provide regular reports to the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly on the implementation and coordination of activities under the Tripartite Framework Agreement on Nature Conservation, including the interim Tripartite Nature Committee. I don't see the therefore be resolved on the screen, just to be clear on that. Over to Don as the mover. Did you wish to comment on this resolution?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Chief Don Tom, Charlotte First Nation. As was shared earlier, initially this was proposed as a bilateral agreement between the federal government and the provincial government. Was brought to the First Nations Leadership Council, and subsequently we couldn't support it as we believed that there would be much more benefit to having a trilateral agreement. So I thank the chiefs and proxies today for your comments on the agreement, and I can't agree more with the talks of infringement and that they must justify these infringements. And additionally, we've had difficulty when talking to the province regarding redress, and I hear many discussions regarding redress of some of the past decisions, whether it be the SOCREDs or whomever it may be. But there has to be that opportunity for First Nations to be able to have redress to these infringements that have yet to be justified. So as you continue to have discussions with the province, please let them know that redress is important and that to resolve these past infringements that we must be able to have those discussions. Just wanted to share that when but when we talk about drought, I also want the minister to know that although we have unprecedented drought, it still doesn't stop the province from giving LNG facilities unlimited water. It still doesn't stop them from not turning off the taps to water bottling companies that operate here in BC. So there are other avenues and tools available to help prevent the drought. Just wanted to mention that briefly here today. Also, one of the other things that my colleague Hugh Breaker had mentioned was much of our arguments in courts have been in common law, and those arguments are important to us equally, if not important, than UNDRIP. These are our inherent rights. These are our laws and legal orders that must be maintained, and these laws are very much alive. And so I think having that discussion amongst the agreement is equally as important. And then lastly, just the invasive species. Many of us, I think, are facing invasive species within our territories, and that has to be part of the discussion as well when it comes to conservation. But Mr. Chair, I do support the resolution. I think there's many more opportunity here to be able to address many of our concerns, and I think a timely matter is the upcoming federal election, and if we can get this agreement in with the Liberal government, because I have no idea of what the Conservative government's plans are. So in terms of timeliness, this is a timely resolution for First Nations here in BC, and the federal government to begin to have these discussions that are much needed. I'll end there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Microphone 22, the seconder.
Yes, Byron Lewis, Chief of the Okanagan Band. I'm going to ask for a friendly amendment, and under DB, and right after ensure any draft nature agreement is consistent and upholds Indigenous human rights described in the United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And I want to add, and related Supreme Court decisions supporting or clarifying our inherent or treaty rights, because it's really important. And I really had an opportunity in Halifax to listen to the former regional chief, Jody Wilson-Raybould, talk about this particular issue, and her caution of us depending entirely on that declaration. And I think it's really important that we actually start looking at the Supreme Court decisions again, because those are up to us to implement and decide how we're going to want those our rights implemented. And I really do believe that we have more Supreme Court decisions that are more powerful than that declaration. So that's the change.
Thank you. Confirming that the friendly amendment is acceptable to the seconder and to the mover. Thumbs up. Thank you very, very much for putting that up on the screen as well, the language you gave there. Microphone 20, Proxy Wilson has indicated she had some amendments as well.
Yeah, Proxy Judy Wilson. I just wanted to say under C, if we could strengthen the fourth line that says that First Nations in BC have land-based title rights. It should be First Nations in BC have inherent land-based title and rights. That would strengthen that. Usually we always say inherent title and rights and treaty rights. So I'm not sure if treaty's just missing out of there. That's usually how we kind of phrase it. I think Byron's addition is great because our inherent title and rights are the foundation. They do not rely on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People is just a minimum human rights framework. So we always have to make sure we're inserting the inherent title and rights and then the stuff about the Supreme Court decision recognitions.
Yeah.
The next...
and just on that one, let's just...
Okay.
So that's essentially the same language that we added for C up in that, and is that okay?
It just strengthens it.
Yep.
Okay. And the next one is we were discussing that when the presentation was going on. The last sentence under therefore it be resolved under 2 seems a bit off. I was just talking about it here. So it should be that the joint planning that rightfully belong, it should be to the title and rights holder of their respective territorial lands for their discussion with the Crown, because it's their land they're discussing, but it's their inherent right to it, right? So it just seemed that last sentence was a little off if you want to word it that way for more strength to it. So it doesn't look like we're talking about the assumed jurisdiction of the Crown. We're just talking about the right holders, what they want to do with the land, and then they will discuss it with the Crown. It's not that the Crown is a joint holder. I guess that's the way, right, Fred? I was talking about it with Chief Cookapee Fred here, and it made it sound like we were acknowledging the Crown as a joint holder, which in our respective knowledge, it's our land. So I'll just read it one more time. And joint planning that rightfully belong to the right or title holder of their respective territorial lands for their discussion with the Crown. Okay?
So respective territorial lands for their discussion with the Crown.
Yeah, so the emphasis on the ownership is the respective nation, not the Crown, because it made it sound like the Crown was a joint landholder, which they're not.
As suggested, it's added. Okay, okay, good. Anything else? Anything further? Good. Is there a need for further discussion of this resolution? Is there a need for further discussion of this resolution? I want to check the... All right, then, is there any abstentions to this resolution on the tripartite framework agreement on nature conservation? Any abstentions? Are there any objections? Are there any objections? Seeing none, then we note that this resolution and declare this resolution adopted by acclamation and unanimous consent. Thank you very much. Despite my naive hope that I would steal time from the second session, for the second session, we actually did it in reverse, as perhaps is our custom. But let us move quickly to three things. One is we'll need to work probably through the break, so please take care of yourselves as we go through the remainder of the morning. I did want to note to the elections team that there was a comment in the chat from a person, and just make sure, relating to the access to the election, and I'll just refer that to them to look into. And third, our speaker is here. We're joined by Cindy Woodhouse, who's the regional chief for Manitoba in the Assembly of First Nations, and of course has been one of the leads for the executive committee, AFN executive committee, on the Child and Family Services file, and particularly the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal decisions and those negotiations that are, I think, still ongoing. So with that, she's joining us online. So welcome, Cindy. Good to see you. And over to you.
Miigwech, Harold, and thank you to each and every one of you that are joining us here today. Sorry, I just want to thank your territory and the BCAFN for welcoming us here this morning. I know that we had an early morning this morning here in New York. I want to also thank Judy Wilson for her role this weekend in assisting us and assisting our people here at the summit, and to work towards sustainable development goals and to work with other countries around the world as well as Canada on many issues of affecting our people, and it's going to affect our children down the road. So miigwech, Judy, for that. I also want to thank, of course, Wilton Littlechild, who joined me here this morning. We did a ceremony early this morning, and we had all of these in our thoughts and in our prayers. There's so much work to do, and it's so important when we work together. My name is Cindy Woodhouse. For those of you that don't know me, I'm from Treaty 2 territory in Manitoba. And I've been, I guess, at the, holding the baton at the end of child welfare here, for the Assembly of First Nations. But I always say holding the baton at the end of it, because there was many, many people, all of you, many chiefs that have been here for a long, long time that have been pushing this issue. And so I want to lift you all up for starting this off in 2007, along with people like Phil Fontaine and Dr. Cindy Blackstock, and all these people that stepped forward and stuck up for our children. And, towards the end of it, I did the easy part. I was able to push for the money part of it. But I know that everybody, all of you, had come together and made sure that that there's, that the wrong that has been done to these kids is acknowledged. I know that I am seeing the Prime Minister tonight, and I'm for the first time I am going to raise to him that, that we do need to start talking about him apologizing to our kids. I know that October 23rd is coming quickly, and on October 23rd, excuse me, it will be the day. It'll be a federal court day. So I know that I'm asking a couple of your BC elders to join me on that day. You're all welcome to join me as well, at federal court, and to join all these young people, these kids that have been affected by this system, that goes through court and that it gets approved, and let's hope that it gets approved. But, after that it does get approved, the Prime Minister should apologize to our kids. And I know that that's a beginning discussion, but it's a discussion that needs to be had, and I will raise that to him to start thinking about that, because I think, our young people deserve that, to be shown that they've been wronged, and that, that we have to make things right. And in my language, there's no word for I'm sorry, but there's a word that the way that we're always explained to growing up was, you don't say I'm sorry, you'll make things right. And I think that things need to be made right for these children. So I'll give you a quick update, and then we'll be on our way. So I guess I do also want to uphold our chiefs, and I thank you for all this work as we kind of come to not the completion on the compensation, but trying to get it through federal court October 23rd. There was 5 resolutions last December, and all of you went into a room, and we came out together with one resolution, and that's good, because our young people are watching us and are watching how we govern with each other. And when we went into one room and we had 5 resolutions and we came out with one resolution, that speaks volumes that we're united on this, that we're united on our kids coming back together again. And then, of course, when you pass the final settlement agreement in April unanimously, that's so powerful. And so I uplift all of you, and this is your work. And this is for yours to champion with, with your people as you talk about it. And, where do we go from here? I know that that's just the compensation part of it, but I know that we have a final settlement agreement as well on reforming and making the system right, as they say in my language, making things different, making them, there's no sorry for it, but there's a way to make things right. So the AFN has been advocating for decades for reforms to the First Nations Child and Family Services Program and Jordan's Principle, as well as direct compensation for children and families who experience Canada's discrimination. Throughout the journey to reform and compensation, we have relied on the supportive feedback of First Nations to keep us moving forward in the right direction and in a good way. The excuse me, the BC Assembly of First Nations have passed key resolutions on reform and compensation, calling for the Assembly of First Nations to extend timelines for long-term reform and compensation to ensure that BC First Nations can exercise their right to free, prior, and informed consent. The BC Resolution 3033-22 called on the AFN to ensure that claimants eligible under the CHRT orders do not receive less than $40,000 in compensation guaranteed by the CHRT, a mandate fulfilled under the revised settlement agreement. So that's good news. The AFN has heard back similar feedback from First Nations in Assembly, Chiefs in Assembly, that these life-changing agreements should be informed by and subject to the direction of the First Nations in Assembly. The Assembly of First Nations returned to the First Nations in Assembly with a revised settlement agreement on compensation in April of this year and received the full support of the Assembly. So this is proof that when we work together and share our ideas, we can achieve the best for our children, families, and communities. We have also responded to calls to ensure that the settlement agreement on reform of the First Nations Child and Family Services Program and Jordan's Principle is informed by First Nations-led research, fully supports First Nations self-determination, and that the process of negotiating reform provides First Nations with time to review and approve proposed reforms. So the Assembly of First Nations continues to advocate for long-term reform to be based on the direction provided by First Nations in Assembly, ensuring that negotiations remain a First Nations-led process. I guess next steps and moving forward, we are getting ever closer to compensation for the victims and survivors of Canada's discrimination under the federal CFS program and Jordan's Principle. The Canadian Human Rights Tribunal provided their endorsements of the revised settlement agreement this July. And the next step is to present the agreement to the Federal Court of Canada for approval on October 23rd. So pending approval by the Federal Court, we expect that eligible First Nation children and families will start to receive compensation next year. I know that there's a lot of work that we have to get that moving forward. We see on other settlements how difficult they have been, and hopefully we can learn from some of those things that we make this as quick as possible, but in a good way. So it's been a very long and difficult journey, particularly for our representative plaintiffs who bravely stood up for all First Nations children and families who face discrimination in the First Nations CFS program and narrow application of Jordan's Principle. And so I commend them for their courage and dedication to this work. I know one of the plaintiffs has been having a tough time. Their adopted family kind of disowned her, and because she had done this work. And so my heart goes out to her, and I know I try and check up on her all the time, and I make sure that, we're trying to make sure that we work with them in a good way. And so, we look to our knowledge keepers and our elders on October 23rd to come together with them and to, help them along this journey. But we lift them up and we thank them. So while negotiations for long-term reform are ongoing, funding for implementation of key initiatives to support thriving children and families have been in progress, including post-majority support services, capital and infrastructure, First Nations band representative services, and prevention. And so I know that there's a lot to go through, and I just wanted to keep it high level this morning, but remind you about the October 23rd. So in closing, I want to give my thanks to the BC Assembly of First Nations. I want to uplift Regional Chief PG. He's always been so supportive in moving this issue along. We have a long way to go when it comes to, long-term reform. We've now finished the 23 billion that'll be finished in federal court next month, we're hoping. And when it comes to long-term reform, that we work together and provide opportunities to share updates on progress of compensation, on long-term reform, and making sure that as long-term reform, that we start, trying to come together in a good way to close that off. I know that there's 19.8 billion that still needs to be agreed to by our chiefs and our First Nations in Assembly. So we'll leave that. We have longer conversations on that. But I want to thank you for welcoming me this morning. And I want to thank the Knowledge Keeper for opening us up in a good way. And I look forward to continuing to work with each and every one of you and your communities on this issue. And again, thank you, Regional Chief TG, for this time. Thank you for all your support throughout the last couple of years on this. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Cindy. Very good to see you again, and you keep up the good work. I do look to the delegation to see if there's any questions or comments for the Regional Chief from Manitoba on her work on the National Settlement Agreement. I would note that in the package was the executive summary, and I do believe that the staff have circulated that to the online group as well. I have a comment from microphone 21, Chief Fred Robin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I want to thank you for your commitment to the children and First Nations communities across Canada. My question is around the 60 scoop, and I have 4 community members in my community that were denied access to the funds simply because it was international. They were taken from the residential school and moved to the United States. So has there been any movement in that area for that, or is there anything that we can do that can move this along?
Yeah, certainly. I know that 60 scoop was tough, and it was tough for a lot of people. And I know that initially they made it really difficult for many of the 60 scoop people. They paid them out, I think, an initial payment, and then it was like pulling teeth to get together $4,000, I think it was. And I myself, I have five aunts and uncles all over the country from my mom's side of the family, and 3 of them didn't get anything either. And I think that issue needs to be revisited. And I think that if we need to do anything about that, I think we have to go back to court. And I think that also sometimes these entities, and they make it difficult, even for this, right? When we say, we have this, the government, when we're negotiating, they give us certain companies to try and make a deal with to roll it out. But sometimes these companies don't do their due diligence. I know that we had a similar flood in 2011, and the company didn't even come to the community to check it out when it was a class action. And so I think many of that happened here with the 60 scoop as well as day school. And, we probably need some legal opinions on what's the path forward on that. How do we help our people? Because there's many people that were duped out of, even day school for, not being paid out properly and signing off on 10,000, when they were entitled to more. So there's a lot of these issues that we have to focus on. And I think, I'll look to the Assembly of First Nations. I will raise this with Regional Chief TG on our next executive to try and maybe get a legal opinion on some of these class action, as if there's something that we could do to move forward on them. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 20, and then we'll move to the rest. Then microphone 22, then we'll move to the resolutions. Microphone 20, please.
Proxy Judy Wilson. Thank you, Regional Chief Woodhouse, for your update on children and families. And it's been a lot of work over the last while, and it's just key and critical for the AFN work and for the work we've done in BC. And I just wanted to acknowledge Cheryl Casimir and Regional Chief TG, who I worked with on children and family for gosh, decades now. I hate to date myself, but decades. And I just wanted to say we have like 7 resolutions today, Regional Chief, dealing with children and families. So the chiefs just have to know there's still going to be a series of resolutions, even though we have foundation of resolutions on this, as things are emerging and transpiring on jurisdiction implementation. We still have a lot of work to do on Jordan's Principle. We still have a lot of work to do on the compensation yet and rolling it out, and also on the long-term reform for children and families. So even though we're getting good decisions from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, it's pushing the government now to do the work. And we still have a tripartite table in BC for this work. And also, Regional Chief, there's still the Children and Family AFN committee as well that's doing a lot of the work. But a lot of the chiefs came together at the last AFN meeting for those key and critical resolutions on the funding, the compensation part, and also on the long-term reform. So I just want to thank you for all of your great work that you've done on that, Regional Chief, and that we still have a lot more to do, and we're doing that here today with a total of 7 resolutions in our package that we're going to go to. And thank you for this weekend too at the Sustainable Development Goals at the United Nations. That's all in part of what we're doing here to improving the quality of life for our children and families. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Microphone 22.
Hi, Byron Lewis, Chief of the Okanagan Band. I just have a question for you, and since you're running for the position of National Chief, what would you do with, what is about the largest threat to our Aboriginal right, and that's, Section 92 authority, managing resources by the provinces. And if you go right across this country, although provinces do not have the constitutional authority to extinguish an Aboriginal right, they're in the lead through basically mismanagement of resources, leading to the extinction of species that are integral to our Aboriginal rights, traditions, and practices.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good question. As for an election, I haven't seen any openings for an election yet, but hopefully we'll be in touch in a few weeks. And I want to thank the chiefs from coast to coast to coast who call every day and for those important conversations such as this one. I know that we have a lot of work to do, and we're still under threat every single day. I know that in my own province, I know that we have tough discussions all the time when it comes to, them taking everything away from us, forestry, mining, everything. They come in our lands, they take it away, and they never want to come meet us in the middle. And so these are really tough discussions that we have to have, but we have to have them with all levels of government and with amongst ourselves on what we want to, on how we want to proceed forward. I think that there's also other groups of people right now that are, claiming rights that are not First Nations people. And I think that that's a real emergent issue that we're going to have to deal with as an assembly and as our chiefs in assembly to talk about that and how we move forward on that. It's disheartening to see documents like that floating around Parliament Hill, and when they haven't dealt with a lot of our rights, they've just, unilaterally impose different restrictions on us all the time. And I think that that's a bigger discussion. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Regional Chief. We're going to move to the discussion of the resolution. So I do want, on behalf of the delegation here and personally as well, I want to extend to you our thanks and acknowledgement for being with us and for the ongoing work that you are involved with as a result of both your portfolios at the national level and your work in Manitoba. So I also wanted to note to you as a Regional Chief that while I'm happy to be here at BCAFN facilitating their political meeting, this is not an invitation that I'm widely available for political meetings. All right, so thanks very much, and let us turn to the resolutions. Any last words, Cindy?
No, just thank you. Thank you, Chief Byron Lewis. Thank you, Chair. And I look forward to seeing you all again. A lot of discussions we have to have together. Take care.
Thank you very much. All right. Please turn your attention to, quick announcement. You may have noticed when you drove up that the First Nations Emergency Services Group has their like a trailer outside, and I just want to let you know what that was, because that's available and they're encouraging you to go take a look at that. It has a mitigation trailer outside, and they just ask you to go by and take a look at it. So when, what's some of those things you would have in place when you respond and set up those kinds of command centers. So that's outside. Yeah, I think when I saw it, it was in the parking lot of the Cultural Center. All right, let's turn to draft resolution 5. Civil action to end discriminative funding of Indigenous Child and Family Services provided off reserve. Chief Hobart and Kilsalem. I did see Chief Hobart earlier. He was moving around a lot. Is the mover and seconder present? Either here? Yeah, I'm just looking for notification for that. I don't see him there. Okay, thank you very much. So the seconder is online. And Chief Hobart, are you still in the room? I knew you were here earlier. May have just stepped out. He's just stepped out. Is he on his way or? Okay, we're dragging him back in. With your permission, we will count that as being present. But if he does not arrive imminently, we will, by the time we get to discussion, we will ask for a mover. In terms of this particular resolution, this relates to the underfunding of child and family services for off-reserve Indigenous children in BC, emphasizes the UN Declaration support to that, and then talks between C and I, the therefores, really the work since 2007, around the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal complaint and the work that was done around there and the agreement in principles that came forward in April, and then which were then the revised agreement on compensation, which was endorsed by the AFN Chiefs in Assembly in July, I believe. CHRT rulings and related agreements on the parties only apply to First Nations Child and Family Services on reserve, while similar off-reserve services are funded by BC and fall beyond the CHRT's jurisdiction. But in the provincial funding, that does reflect the same discrimination determined by the CHRT. Since 2016, work has been ongoing between the Indigenous Child and Family Services Director and the Ministry of Child and Family Services to ensure the substantive equality which the settlement agreement and which the CHRT decision refers to. In March of 2022, MCFD stated that they could not sign off on the terms of reference for the fiscal working group that was put in place between them and the Indigenous First Nations, Indigenous Child and Family Services Director. And on May 19th, the directors assisted lawyers in filing a notice of civil claim against BC alleging discrimination in the funding. Therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly support the children, youth, and families who have and continue to suffer discrimination in the funding of off-reserve Indigenous Child and Family Services, that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly calls on the Government of Canada and the Government of British Columbia to immediately cease discriminating against Indigenous children and families receiving provincially funded child and family services, ensure that discrimination never occurs again, compensate the children and families who have endured discrimination. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly calls on Canada and BC to eschew the delay and defer tactics which allowed the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal process to drag on for nearly 2 decades and to resolve the alleged discrimination on May 19, 2022, notice of civil claims through a fair and just negotiation process centered on the best interests of the child. 4, that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly calls on Canada and BC to ensure that the systemic underfunding of off-reserve child and family services for Indigenous children and families in BC be resolved in alignment with the CHRT rulings, the final settlement agreement on compensation, and the eventual final settlement agreement on long-term reform and Jordan's Principle. 5, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly calls on Canada and BC to support the full participation of Indigenous Child and Family Services Directors in any legal action or settlement process related to off-reserve services for Indigenous children and families. And 6, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly calls on Canada and BC to ensure that discriminative funding and delivery of Indigenous child and family services be resolved through an evidence-informed, distinctions-based, need-based, and child-centered approach which meets the best interests, needs, and approval of Indigenous children and families. I look to the mover and seconder for a comment. Microphone 21.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, and thank you for those that ran out in the hall and told me that resolution was up, and I'm sorry. I wanted to, and I know it's wordy, but if you leave too much for others to interpret, it's like you have to, it seems like you have to be in every direction, so making sure that you have everything included. So that's why it's so wordy. And I can see that Harold had to even catch a couple breaths and some drinks partway through it. So, Coach Jim.
Chief, I'm just glad the first question is, could you repeat that? Any other comments, Chief?
No, I just wanted to, I'm speaking for the resolution, obviously, moving it, and so many times we've seen our children and families on and off reserve being treated differently, and if you see the way we have it in our nation, if a child is, if a family lives on reserve, there's a certain requirement for the government to take care of them, and as soon as maybe one of the parents moves off, there's a huge struggle in trying to keep the same amount of support, and the opposite way around. And so I think that's been called, the government's been called out upon for that several times, probably by everybody here, seeing that in their nations. And that's why I'm moving this resolution. Cook Stem.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak to the motion, to the resolution?
Yeah, I'll just move a motion that we get Harold a glass of water after reading that. I'm just kidding. Sorry I couldn't be there in person with you all. I'm just out of town at the moment and having some Wi-Fi issues, so I'm just keeping my camera off so the signal can come through. Just want to speak in favor of the resolution. Really thank the staff and the technicians who have put this together and came to myself and others asking for our support. The main crux of this resolution is really to issue a directive from ourselves as leaders around the direction we would like to see on this issue. And the issue for us is we've established a high watermark around compensation and long-term reform around child welfare for our children at the federal level. However, the unfinished business is now to take the principles and the high-level standards that we've achieved through those negotiations and apply it to the provincial jurisdiction, and in particular, the areas where the province has discriminated against our children in receiving service off reserve relative to our now children who are now compensated for on reserve. So the discrimination continues, the lack of justice continues, the lack of fairness continues, and we need to now initiate and continue to support a process with good faith negotiations with the province. However, if the province does not operate in good faith, and this is a call out, I think, to Premier David Eby, as well as his Attorney General, the Minister of Indigenous Relations, the Minister for Child and Family, that this is about walking the talk, about their commitment to reconciliation and Indigenous rights. It's walking their talk around not settling things through the courts and actually working in good faith to resolve very serious imbalances. And so this resolution just really speaks to support for the First Nations Child and Family Services Directors Association really being brought in as the technical experts to provide that technical support to the Leadership Council, as well as the First Nations who are participating in these conversations with the province. And also a directive for the BCAFN as part of our support of the BC First Nations Leadership Council in terms of the mandate and direction. We would like to see them go in on this. And if BC does not operate in good faith, that they have a mandate to pursue a legal course of action on this issue, similar to the type of action that we were successful at the federal level. So just speaking strongly in support of that for those reasons, and welcome the support of other chiefs and leadership here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a need for further discussion of draft Resolution 5, Civil Action to End Discriminative Funding of Indigenous Child and Family Services provided off reserve? Microphone 20.
Proxy holder Judy Wilson. I just wanted to say I support all of that, what Chris Salem said and Chief James Hobart, and it's very important resolution. But I just wanted to make a suggestion, Harold. Chris Salem also is seconding resolution number 10. And if he could do that while he's on the phone, we could get that done. So, because I think he's in New York for Climate Week. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I see Proxy Cheryl Casimir online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gisuk Whitlam. I'm proxy for Chief Ivanovich with the Skidegate First Nation. And I don't have the resolution in front of me, so it may have been captured, but could I get Maureen or whomever is just to stop right there? Yeah. Because I see that we have, you can go down again for me, please. Thank you. Where it talks about number 5, that we need to call on BC to support full participation of the Indigenous Child and Family Services directors in any legal action or settlement process. And I see the necessity for that because they are the technical experts and they are the ones that are on the ground and on the front lines. However, they are a portion of First Nation Child and Family Service providers in the province. We've got 84 non-delegated representatives or agencies that are not represented by directors. So how do we ensure that those 84 are captured? Because they also have, I think they also have the opportunity or should have the opportunity to be participating in these discussions. So having said that, I also think that there needs to be something included that also speaks to how the title and rights holders be a part of the decision making. I don't see that anywhere in here. Something's going on with my my Zoom. But were you able to hear what I'm saying? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
we could hear two issues you raised related to the 94 First Nations not members of a Indigenous Child and Family Service
I
Agency.
believe there's 84. We said 84 at one point in time. There may be less now. I'm not sure, but if we can have the proper number, it's the non-delegated agencies or non-delegated First Nations. They also need to be involved in these conversations. And as well, that there needs to be somewhere that the title and rights holders are the final decision makers in terms of what that legal action or settlement process is going to look like. It's good to have the directors and those that are non-delegated, the frontline workers, to be our technical people, but at the end of the day, it's the leadership who are the ones, the title and rights holders, that need to make the final decision. Thank you.
Thank you. So Maureen's working on that here. You can see that on the board. So I do see Councilman's hand, and I'll go back to him because we do need your agreement on this as well as Chief Hobart. So it looks like the addition. Oh, go ahead, Councilman.
I was going to make a suggestion to add, but I see that staff have read my mind. So.
Awesome, thank you. So the language is there, just adding in 5 after involvement of the ICFSD, as well as non-delegated First Nations. Perhaps the language might be First Nations without delegated agencies. And then adding a 6, that the proper title and rights holders make the final determination or decision with respect to any legal action or settlement process related to services for Indigenous children and families. Does that capture your intent, Cheryl?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Chief Hobart, are you okay with that? Microphone 20.
Thanks, Chief Hobart, he deferred it to me. I just wanted to clarify, as we're evolving and working on this work, there's an Our Children, Our Ways Secretariat now, which includes the 84 ones that are outside of delegation, so they have a space. So that was just being done because there really was no mechanism. And for many decades, we advocated for the 84 outside of delegated agencies, and will continue to do that. And I remember, I think it was over maybe even 7 years ago, we did advocate for 29 million for them just to get caught up, but we haven't had a report from that yet, so to see where they're at now. And there is a jurisdiction toolkit now from Our Children, Our Ways as well, Secretariat. And also with the right holders, ever since we began this work, we always made sure at every level that the right holders are always the decision maker. Never have we ever once deterred from that. So the tripartite table knows that, FNLC knows that, and we keep pounding on the province to get that through to them. It's still in the work, but I just wanted to clarify that, Harold, for what Cheryl is saying, and it's good to have it strengthened in the resolution, but in all the intentions, that's what it is. The right holders make the decisions, and thanks for putting that in about the 84 non-delegated groups. And I'm hoping one day we get away from delegated, non-delegated, because that's not jurisdiction. I know Our Children, Our Ways, I think, is an example of that. It's all of our children, and it will be all of our ways. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a need for further discussion of the resolution as amended? Is there a need for further discussion? Seeing or hearing none? Thank you. The question being called and delegation appearing ready. Are there any abstentions to draft resolution 5, the civil action to end, or excuse me, the support? Civil action to end discrimination funding of Indigenous child and family services provided off reserve. Any abstentions? Are there any abstentions? Any objections? Are there any objections? Seeing neither of those, then this resolution is adopted by acclamation and unanimous consent. Thank you very much. Councilman, Judy Wilson had noted that it might be wise, given that you're online, and to go to draft resolution 10. Is that helpful to you?
If possible, I would greatly appreciate it. Yeah. And then I do have a councillor colleague who will be in attendance that's going to hold proxy for me after that one. So. Okay. Oh, all right. Recognizing, there he is. Yes, he's sitting to my left. Thank you. And recognizing that this is one of the ones on our agenda in the order, we'll just move to 10 before we come back to number 7. Number 10 is the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Children and Day of Action Against Discrimination, moved by Chief James Hobart and Councilman seconded, and essentially talks about the colonial impacts on our children and, in a sense, the continuation of that within the child welfare system, notes the findings and supports, to that and the need to eliminate that, and then notes that British Columbia has not developed or ratified a provincial child rights framework, but has passed a Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. And it also notes that the watershed commitment made by the province of British Columbia in 2002 in support of the Tawasin Accord must be reaffirmed and given the urgency of the humanitarian crisis in the child welfare system. Therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly direct the Regional Chief
to work with the First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs as the First Nations Leadership Council, and in collaboration with the BC Representative for Children and Youth, to develop a declaration on the rights of Indigenous children. And two, the BCAFN Chiefs, excuse me, in Assembly designate Universal Children's Day, November 20th, 2023, as a day of action to end discrimination against First Nations children, including British Columbia's ongoing discrimination in the funding of off-reserve child and family services. Is there a need? Did the mover or seconder wish to discuss or comment on the resolution? You're good? Or, okay, Councilman? If not, is there a need for...
I have no comment.
Go
no
ahead.
comment. I support the resolution. I support the resolution.
Thank you. Microphone 20.
Sorry, I've just been so involved in all this children and family stuff, and we waited a long time for this Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Children and Family that's going to be penned by us. I think it's so important to stand up all the work that we've been doing all this time. And I really thank Chief James Hobart and Salem for moving and seconding this, because this is an important part of the action work. This is an important part of the implementation. And on November 20th, the day of action, we're hoping for a lot of different actions in your community. And I think they're planning a walk or something like that. So there should be something coming out for that on November 20th. So, and it's just that, all of this work's been accumulating and coming together in such a good way. But this is what we get to draft in our Declaration of Rights for our children. So it's not going to be the one that the UN Human Rights Council does. It's not going to be anything the federal government does. It's not going to be anything the province done. This is going to be done by what we're saying and we're doing. So I'm really happy to hear that this declaration is coming forward, and that we'll have November 20th as a day of action for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a need for further discussion of draft Resolution 10, Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Children and Day of Action Against Discrimination? Is there a need for further discussion? Seeing or nearing none, let us call the question. Are there any abstentions to this resolution? Draft 10? No abstentions? Are there any objections? Are there any objections? Seeing or hearing none, then with your permission, draft Resolution 10, Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Children and Day of Action Against Discrimination, is acclaimed and passed unanimously. Let us now return to draft Resolution 6. And I see Councilman's sending some applause there. Thank you very much, sir. Draft Resolution 6, Fiscal Framework Development for the Resumption of Jurisdiction by First Nations over Children and Families, moved by Proxy Judy Wilson. I will need a seconder for that. Do I have a seconder for Draft Resolution 6? Chief Lee Spahan. Thank you, sir. I'll paraphrase this one very briefly as well, and then look to the mover and seconder. So it really talks about the work underway to transform child and family services in British Columbia, including the development of a new fiscal framework to support the resumption of jurisdiction by First Nations over their children and families, and as well as improved information sharing and opportunities for First Nations input and involvement are being necessary to ensure the framework reflects the needs and realities of First Nations people, emphasizes support from the UN Declaration, and it reminds us in D and E and F about the work of the CHRT, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, about BC Chiefs' supports and mandates to work on this issue, and about the introduction and the passing by the Government of Canada of C-92 related to First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children and family services, and the ongoing work mandated to develop a transition strategy to ensure that that meets the needs of First Nations. It also notes that provincial funding, Canada provides funding to the province through a bilateral service level agreement, and that an updated SLA service level agreement is being used now as an interim measure to ensure that First Nations do not see disruptions in services. And then it reminds us of the work that's being done by the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy through the AFN National and that negotiation on the settlement agreement. And that work is research is to define a funding approach and performance measurement framework for First Nations child and family services. And while that work is underway, it completely informs the negotiations and the discussions. It continues to build on their data collection and findings, includes some BC-specific data, and their next steps are to build examples of funding models with consideration of different starting points. 2, request regional review meetings of the models to ensure they capture different needs. And 3, prepare a final report for December 2023. Therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly fully supports the development of a long-term funding agreement that ensures the holistic transformation of First Nations Child and Family Services to a new fiscal framework which supports First Nations resumption of jurisdiction over their children and families and realizes the intention and spirit of the UN Declaration and recent legislation and judicial decisions. 2, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly calls on the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy, which is completing cost modeling work, to develop a new fiscal framework to ensure full alignment and engagement with First Nations in British Columbia in all aspects of development. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly calls on the IFSD to engage in consistent communications with BCAFN, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and the First Nations Leadership Summit, First Nations Summit, working together as the First Nations Leadership Council to support engagement with First Nations in BC and ensure review and analysis of IFSD reports by FNLC contracted experts. 4, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly directs the regional chief, working with the UBCIC and the First Nations Summit as the FNLC, to work with IFSD to provide input and promote opportunities for First Nations in BC to provide direct input in the development of a new fiscal framework. And 5, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly calls on Canada and the province of British Columbia as members of the tripartite First Nations Children and Families Working Group to share information with and support IFSD's cost modeling work to ensure accurate reflection of and funding to address the needs and priorities of First Nations in BC. I look to the mover and seconder to see if there's a desire to comment on the resolution. Microphone 20.
Proxy holder Judy Wilson. I just wanted to make sure that our, I guess this does include the delegated agencies, directors, because they're the ones that have been managing a lot of the funding. Not that we will be under that model because it's the First Nations jurisdiction, First Nations that we be determining what that's changing into. But just as long as we make sure that we have their input as well into this new fiscal model. Maureen, where would you suggest that go? It's just because we're organizing ourselves, finally we have our Children, Our Ways partnership forum, which is the feds, the province, and the Leadership Council, and the directors, and the Secretariat. So there is a table for that now called Our Children, Our Ways Secretariat. So it's bringing everyone together. But I just wanted to make sure that our Secretariat and the directors were included in this process, Maureen, for the therefore it be resolved. And then I'm fine with everything else. We've been working on this new fiscal model for quite some time. I was just talking with Chief Fred here, explaining to him it was such a horrendous deal to find out where all the funding was, and because it was just transfer agreements from the federal government to the province. And then, as you remember, this year, there was no money in the provincial budget for children and families the way it should have been for jurisdiction. So there's so much to this new funding fiscal model. And all of the right holders, the chiefs and proxies, the delegates, will have direct input into what that model looks like. But right now it's just the money gets transferred from the federal government to the province. Yeah. So that's what we're changing. And I think this is going to be such an educational part on, fiscal, financial model that we come up with. Right now, as you know, our children are chronically very grossly underfunded. And this is really important to look at this piece of work and then look at what our children should be funded at, and all of the work done on the ending discrimination against our children in the funding. Thank you, Harold.
Yeah. I would just note that there is Resolution 11 that calls for support of the Our Children, Our Way Society, which includes both the delegated and non-delegated Indigenous agencies. So can we take that as implementation advice rather than an amendment? Microphone 20.
I just wanted to clarify that we're all at the process part now. We're at that partnership, I guess it's for lack of a better word, partnership table, that's what it's called, where everybody's there now. And the discussion here is saying, yes, we're looking at the physical funding model, and number 11 resolution reflects the partnership work that will take part of it. And the chiefs will just know that, I guess. Thank you.
Chief Mahan, did you wish to address the resolution? Sorry, microphone 11.
Yeah, thank you. I fully support this resolution, especially when it comes to our children and family and the jurisdiction part. And I think we as leadership need to respect that and make sure that this resolution moves forward. So that way we're speaking for our children and the future generations of our leaders. Kukshem.
Thank you very much. Is there need for further discussion of draft resolution 06, fiscal framework development for the resumption of jurisdiction by First Nations over children and families, noting the the advice about collaborating in its implementation? I do see Proxy Cheryl Casimer's hand online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just need a bit of clarification. This resolution pretty much mirrors the work that's currently underway at the TWG, the tripartite working group that has been created, that is a grouping of the reps from UBC, IC, FNS, and regional chief, as well as Canada and British Columbia. And TWG has been in place for a number of years now, and developing a new fiscal framework has been at top of our agenda in terms of the work that we've been doing for quite some time. And so I'm just wondering how this would feed into the work that is currently underway, because the Institute is actually doing work for TWG to help us be able to determine what this new fiscal framework would be. And it's still in the early stages, because we recognize that once we have some kind of a framework in place with experts, that it definitely needs to go out to title and rights holders for further review and discussion, and to be able to determine whether this is the right path, or whether there's gaps, and we've not got there yet. So but it is something that we're working towards. So I just want to make sure that we're not doing anything to duplicate work that currently is underway. So I'm just seeking clarification as to where is the work that the TWG is doing already with this institute fitting in with this work that's being proposed by way of this resolution. The other thing that I want to raise is that even though we are working on the details around a new fiscal framework at TWG, I think it's important to note that Leadership Council was just recently informed by the province, who made a unilateral decision that they needed to draft their own paper on funding and a fiscal framework, and they are going to be delivering that, if it hasn't already been done, to First Nations for review and input and feedback. And we've stressed to the province that it's contrary to the MOU or LOU that we have in terms of having better communication. So when the province is wanting to send information out to First Nations, that our technical team and our legal teams are able to review it to make sure that it reflects the decisions and discussions that we've been having around jurisdiction on children and families. But in this instance, that didn't happen. And so I just want to put you on notice that you probably will be getting information from the province on a new fiscal model that does not include, nor does it have the endorsement of the Leadership Council. So to me, that seems to be, that's another problem that we have to deal with. But in this instance, though, going back to my question is, how do we ensure that we're not going to be able to, how do we ensure that we don't duplicate? And how do we ensure that we support one another in all of this work? Because it is a huge undertaking and it is critical work that needs to happen. But I want to make sure that we're doing it in the best way possible moving forward, that is inclusive of our technical, legal, and our experts, as well as making sure that the leadership are fully aware of what's happening. And I don't know where that goes, so I guess I'm just seeking clarification, Mr. Chair.
Yep, microphone 20.
Proxy holder Judy Wilson. Thank you for that, Cheryl. That's why the partnership table is set up now. Maureen was letting me know Resolution 11 speaks to that, Cheryl, because that's the same thing I was noting on the other one. But Resolution 11 speaks to how we're coordinating ourselves better and working with the at the tables with the federal government and the provincial government and all the respective parties, which First Nations Leadership Council is part of. I think the next partnership forum is coming up second week of December, Cheryl, and hopefully we can get those notices and save the date kind of thing out. And then even if Leadership Council, maybe I'm looking at Regional Chief TG, he's going like his eyebrows. That maybe if the FNLC wants to invite us, Regional Chief, to the FNLC, and we can provide an update on the last partnership forum meeting might be a good thing, and then talk about some of the things Cheryl's raising, so we can have a full partnership meeting on the second week of December. And Our Children, Our Ways conferences coming up too, the second week, I think, also in December, or October, I mean. And actually, I just heard it's all sold out already, but there is a waiting list. So that's the other big conference that's happening, Our Children, Our Ways, in October. Thank you.
All right. We are well into the time we had set aside for another agenda item, so I do wish to proceed with this. If there's no further discussion on this resolution, let us call the question. So then, in relative to draft resolution 6, fiscal framework for development for the resumption of jurisdiction by First Nations over children and families, are there any abstentions? Are there any abstentions? Seeing or hearing none, are there any objections? Are there any objections? Seeing or hearing none, then thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This one is also adopted by acclamation. Let us move to draft resolution 7. Support in principle for tripartite MOU on First Nations early learning and childcare, moved by Chief Jerry Jack, Mawachat Muchalat First Nation. I'll need a seconder for this resolution. A seconder for draft resolution 7. Microphone 20.
Proxy holder Judy Wilson, I can second it.
Thank you. So the resolution in your package refers to the fact that in 2021, BC signed the Canada-British Columbia Canada-wide Early Learning and Child Care Agreement, which committed to work collaboratively with Indigenous governing bodies and organizations to implement it. Notes that that work is now being done by the BC Ministry of Education and Child Care, and refers to the UN Declaration. Notes in E that what the Ministry of Education and Child Care's responsibilities are relative to this and the Tripartite Education Agreement. F and G remind us of the resolutions and supports and mandates that have been provided by the Chiefs' Assemblies here in British Columbia. Just in terms of the last couple, the First Nations Leadership Council, the Government of Canada, represented by Employment and Social Development Canada, and the Government of British Columbia, represented by the MECC and the Minister of State for Childcare, have prepared a draft memorandum of understanding as full and equal partners to establish a formalized process to engage in regular dialogue on Indigenous early learning and childcare for First Nations in BC and on related issues of mutual concern. The tripartite MOU will confirm and settle mutual commitment to engage in dialogue, oversight, and joint action on specific issues and initiatives, including related to governance, policy, and investment to co-develop and support a system of First Nations-led early learning and childcare in British Columbia, which acknowledges and informed by the broader Indigenous early learning childcare system and policies, and consistent with a distinctions-based approach. And it also refers to the fact that we work directly with the First Nations Education Secretariat and the BC Aboriginal Child Care Society, who, given their expertise in education, early learning, and child care sectors, to provide that advice. Therefore, be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly supports in principle the draft tripartite framework agreement of understanding on First Nations early learning and child care between BCAFN, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and the First Nations Summit, working together as the First Nations Leaders Council, the Government of Canada, represented by Employment and Social Development Canada, and the Government of British Columbia, represented by the Ministry of Education and Childcare and the Ministry of State for Childcare. 2, the BC Chiefs and Assembly direct the Regional Chief to work with the UBCIC and the FNS as the FNLC to prepare a finalized tripartite MOU with Canada and BC on Indigenous early learning and childcare, with the assistance of the First Nations Education Steering Committee and the BC Aboriginal Child Care Society. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly direct the Regional Chief to sign the finalized tripartite agreement if there are no significant changes to the principles or content of the draft tripartite MOU, and work with the UBCIC and FNS as FNLC, and with the assistance of FNESCA and BCACs. Work on an implementation work plan. 4, the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly calls on the federal and provincial governments to provide permanent, reliable, and appropriate funding for the FNLC, FNESC, and BCACs to be full and equal partners in this MOU, and for funding support to funding to support First Nations for their participation in implementation. And 5, that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly directs the Regional Chief to work with other members of the FNLC, FNESC, and BCACs to provide regular reports to the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly on implementation of the MOU. Do the mover and seconder wish to have comment on the resolution? We're good on mover, seconder, microphone 20.
Proxy holder Judy Wilson. Yeah, this has been ongoing work for a long time, and I think the MOU would really strengthen all of the processes that are happening, and also they're the same as children and family, the underfunding, all of the things they have to go through with the federal and provincial government. So I think it's really important that we get the funding to support First Nations for their participation in the implementation. So I think it's just the important work that's been going on. So I think this resolution is in order, and also that the regular reporting as they have been doing is important as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there need for a discussion of this resolution? Resolution 7, support in principle for the tripartite MOU on First Nations early learning and childcare. Is there need for further discussion? Is there a need for further discussion? Seeing none, then let us move to the question. Are there any abstentions to this resolution? Are there any abstentions? Are there any objections to this resolution? Are there any objections? Seeing or hearing none, then draft resolution 7, support in principle for the tripartite MOU on First Nations early learning and childcare, is adopted by unanimous consent and acclamation. Let us move to draft resolution. Judy Wilson is proxy as a mover. I'll need a seconder for this. Chief Hobart, thank you very much. The whereases essentially remind us that this work is consistent with First Nations rights and jurisdiction and self-determination, consistent with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, consistent with the TRC's calls to action, and consistent with some resolutions from the UBCIC related to the development of a legal framework and taking immediate steps to fully implement all recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Reminds us of work, the impact of the 60 Scoop and the ongoing Millennial Scoop, and then the support, a UBCIC resolution for a call for a national inquiry into the 60 Scoop and a permanent child removal. Again, First Nations continue to suffer these impacts, so therefore be it resolved. BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly supports the call made by the Assembly of First Nations for Canada to acknowledge that there are generations of lost First Nations children who were and continue to be placed outside their communities, both within Canada and internationally, and who have never been reunited with their families. The BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly calls on Canada to engage with First Nations title and rights holders to develop a repatriation strategy to identify First Nations children who are domestically and internationally displaced and have not reconnected with their families, communities, and/or nations. And 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly calls on Canada to meaningfully engage and collaborate with First Nations to address the impacts of First Nations children who were removed from their families, communities, and nations, both within Canada and internationally. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? Microphone 20.
Proxy holder Judy Wilson. The repatriation is so important. As you know, many of our children are all placed all over, and the repatriation is a critical gap in bringing them home, identifying them, and getting the data from the feds and the province, because they haven't been, they're working at a process for the data, but then they're taking like a month to review each child's client file with their legal people, right? So it's just that, our people have the right to the data, but that's their important part in jurisdiction, is finding where all your children are, than the repatriation of our children. So this resolution is also critical in part of the work of the jurisdiction that's happening. And I also wanted to note Mary TG's on the line too, Harold, if we have any technical questions to ask. I was going to ask her, because Salem actually had another resolution. He had resolution number 10. So
Yeah,
his proxy holders here. So I just wanted to note that. Thank you.
Okay, is there a need for further discussion of this resolution? Any need for further discussion of this resolution? Seeing or hearing none, let us move to the question. Draft Resolution 8, repatriation of First Nations children. Any abstentions to this resolution? Any abstentions? Any objections? Any objections? Then draft Resolution 8 is acclaimed and adopted unanimously. Thank you very much. Just in the interest of time, we're at 11:23, and we do have a panel on the UN Declaration. I'm going to set aside 9 and 11, and Councillor was the mover on, also the seconder on that one. So we'll pick that up when we get back to resolutions and we have some time. But I do want to get this panel in. So you'll see in your agenda that we are at 11 o'clock. The Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act implementation. Regional Chief TG is joined by Cheryl Casimir, Chief Don Tom, and Merle Alexander. From the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, we have Tom McCarthy, the Deputy Minister. And from the Declaration Act Secretariat, we have Jessica Wood, the Deputy Minister, and Priscilla Sabas-Watts, the Assistant Deputy Minister. Regional Chief.
Hello. Deniza Sekuza Skyza. Just want to acknowledge the territory of the Musqueam people and say thank you. Acknowledgements to the Coast Salish people. We do have a slide deck in regards to where we're at in terms of UNDRIP alignment with laws in British Columbia. I want to acknowledge that at the end of November of this year, we'll be into 4 years since the DRIPA Act has passed Bill C-41. And it's been a long time coming in terms of, the work that in many respects we had to build it as we went along. But further to that is that we did have some shortfalls, if you will, lessons learned during this time, and certainly changed the relationship with the provincial government. I want to also acknowledge our good sister Jessica Wood, who was promoted to deputy minister within the Secretariat for the Declaration Act, and recognize that really she's breaking ground. She's the first First Nations person to be the deputy minister for this really good work that she's doing on behalf of the province, but also having an ally within the walls of the legislature is really important for movement on this file of implementing the declaration. Well, I certainly want to acknowledge, where we've come from with the FNLC, Union of BC Indian Chiefs, First Nations Summit, a lot of the work that we do collectively to implement these laws, and also work with with Harmony Johnson and all the other staff, our representatives in our organizations. Merle Alexander, Stacy at Zerza Fox, and really important, some of the work. Also, during this time, Judy was there, a former Chief Ernest Conless, Cookby, Judy Wilson, and Cheryl, and Don Tom, Hugh Breaker, Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, Robert Phillips. A lot of, really important discussions to further our, implementation of the Declaration Act. As I said, we're in the 4th anniversary, and Jessica is the Deputy Minister of the Secretariat. And DRIPA Section 3 requires that new and existing laws are to be aligned with UNDRIP in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous people. And certainly Section 3 is a part of the action plan that was approved in April of 2022. So we're well into a year in the National Act, or in the BC Action Plan, if you will. And it certainly is a part of the alignments of many of the laws within British Columbia to align with the Declaration. So just a snapshot of some of the works that's happening right now. Many issues historically on an act that is well over 100 years old, the Mineral Tenures Act. We've been really advocating and pushing for an update and the alignment of the Mineral Tenures Act that has been ongoing. Has been a tough slog, if you will, for that in terms of really aligning with UNDRIP. And the Emergency Disaster Management Act, this was really being revamped during this time over the last 4 years. And it comes at, I would say it is an opportune time because of the many emergencies we've experienced over the last several years, in particular this year, the worst fire season in British Columbia's history, as well as Canada. and also the landslides, what we experienced with the atmospheric rivers, and really trying to address, an act that would be responsive to our Indigenous peoples, because quite simply, we've heard time and again that in an emergency, more often than not, our leadership isn't heard, or taken direction from our First Nations people. So really important. Cannabis, we had a discussion on cannabis yesterday. Certainly we have the Cannabis Working Group with the province and our representatives looking at really recognition for our jurisdiction. There are some arrangements with Section 119 agreements with some of First Nations communities, but further to that, there is a desire for some First Nations to have their own laws, implement their own laws in terms of cannabis regulation and the sale of cannabis. So that's been ongoing, especially in terms of jurisdiction and aligning with UNDRIP. Housing, certainly we know that is a issue. Housing legislation needs to align with UNDRIP, especially nowadays in terms of the lack of housing within First Nations communities, the issue with homelessness in many urban centers, but also within our First Nations community, seeing that we don't have enough housing. And further to that, we need to involve the federal government because, there's the issue of additions to reserves. Some of our communities are busting at the seams, need more land, need more infrastructure for housing. Forestry, an ongoing discussion for many, many years. And this was a commitment that we heard even with the previous administration with the Liberal government, as this was part of the commitment document, needs to align with the declaration. So that has been ongoing for quite some time. It has been a difficult discussion. We also have anti-racism legislation, which is, something that we really need in terms of addressing the issue of racism, not only within policies, but also we need to deal with racism within institutions, with the likes of policing, healthcare, perhaps even educational institutions. It certainly is a part of the declaration to deal with the issue of racism. On the positive side, we are participating in and sharing our perspectives to the legislation, and in some cases, it's good to see that we're actually co-developing and undertaking a shared drafting of some of the language within policies. Some processes have been quite positives, while others have been more of a struggle, I would say. Very difficult discussions. Certainly some of this has been challenging. Some of the really, I would say the requests that we hear, high volume of requests for input with really, I think, unrealistic timelines to respond. And I'm certain that some of you, if you are involved in discussions with the province on implementing UNDRIP, it is going to be a difficult situation if you don't have capacity. That's the other issue. And I think it really have to think about how we're dealing with really getting involved, coming back to our First Nations communities, how we can have input in terms of developing legislation. We appreciate the announcement of the $200 million for First Nations to be involved. If you haven't seen that information, there's an opportunity. There's a table outside here with the New Relationship Trust. I certainly know that a number of First Nations have already received their funding to start building up their capacity and to be involved in terms of the development of the alignment of many of the laws with UNDRIP. So I think also the low engagement raises questions about free, prior, and informed consent. And it really brings up the issue of what consultation means, of how we engage with our First Nations communities. What does proper, I suppose, engagement with our First Nations communities, how that is implemented for our First Nations, and how it represents our point of view and how it is reflected within policy. So I think it's certainly a challenging time for many of us that are working on the declaration. We need to work to maintain the integrity of the interim approach. We must collectively emphasize that this is an obligation on the part of all ministries, not just Ministry of Child and Family Services, but all ministries, including Ministry of Forest Lands, Ministry of Energy and Mines, and certainly those need to be aligned. We encourage nations to put forward their application to the Declaration Act Engagement Fund. That is with the NRT. There's a table out there. I understand first payments have gone out to a number of First Nations, and those will be taken at any time. And hopefully the fundings go out to your community so you can be engaged. In addition to the funding, we believe that there is room for improvement on the process as well. Information needs to be shared in a more digestible, reflective in terms of how we understand, some of these policies, and in a timely manner, making it easier to have conversations about these very critical issues. While these shortcomings present challenges, we see opportunities to collaborate with the province on shared legislative priorities to achieve mutual benefit. We need clear standards to guide ministries in consultation and cooperation, and better visibility and shared tool systems to support this work. We also need to focus on the priorities we have, and not just those the province are advancing. Right now, we are focusing heavily on a number of files, including Heritage and Conservation Act. There are a number of virtual sessions happening this month to review the policy priorities, co-developed by the Joint Working Group led by the province and Dr. Judith Sayers. Mineral Tenure Act. There is an opportunity to advance potential amendments this spring. This is critical work, but the timelines are very tight, and we know that industry will not be in favor of the measures that we as First Nations are putting forward. Emergency Disaster Management Act. This is on the agenda later today, and expected to be introduced this fall. Emergency management is top of mind for all of us in this room. We face historic and devastating wildfire season, and we are hopeful that the Act legislation can be advanced that acknowledges the Sendai framework and provides jurisdictional space for First Nations. With that, we will see much better outcomes as we face in the very near future, in the years to come, further emergencies and further disasters in the next coming years. Work on Emergency Disaster Management Act regulations is still ongoing. Anti-racism legislation, this is on our agenda as well, and expected to be introduced this spring. So really important to have that legislation aligned with the declaration. And just to note, much of what we're learning here in this process over the last 4 years really lends itself to what we're doing nationally. So I'm on the file for the United Nations Declaration Act federally, and our experience here, I'm really sharing it with a lot of the First Nations across the country of the challenges. And those challenges are what we've experienced the last 4 years is to change the machinery, to change that relationship with the ministries, and really to acknowledge what was always ours, our own right to govern ourselves and what has, in many respects, has been demonstrated in court declarations such as Delgamuuk and Tsilcoating and what have you. So that being said, I thank you all and pass the floor on to my colleague, Cheryl Casimir.
Thank you, Regional Chief. And I haven't had the opportunity to also extend my congratulations to you on your acclamation, and looking forward to continuing to work with you again for another 3 years. Well, 2 that I still have, so the next couple of years. I'm going to talk about Section 6 and Section 7 agreements under the Declaration Act. As you know, when we developed the Declaration Act, we embedded these tools related to Section 6 and Section 7 into the Act itself to allow for shared decision-making and consent agreements. And in our preliminary earlier discussions back in 2021, we'd actually had an agreement to proceed with what we've been advocating for is a global approach to negotiating and implementing Section 6 and 7 agreements. However, Cabinet did not endorse the approach, so the province then shifted to a sectoral approach, which we're finding is creating some challenges, because within government, there really is a lack of a clear vision and approach and instructions to their public officials. So, and I should state that to date, there is only one Section 7 agreement, and that's with the Tahltan Nation, and that was negotiated and concluded on June 2022. So at all of the legislative tables that we've been participating in, the issue of how to ensure Section 7 agreement implementation is enabled arises as a challenge because, as I've stated before, there's no consistent directive for ministries to follow or to rely on. In our view, a global approach would be a simple, broad legislative provision that would apply across all statutes to enable implementation of agreements that are negotiated under Section 7 of the Declaration Act. And we think that this would be more efficient and a more transparent way to implement Section 7. And we continue to support for a global approach. So also, up until now, the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, MIR, they've been the ministry that has been responsible for leading Section 7. And I'm glad to see that. Is Tom there? Because I can't see, but I saw that he is listed on the agenda, Tom McCarthy, hoping that he is available. Because I'd like to, perhaps he'd be able to share a little bit more on any developments around Section 7, the global versus sectoral approach. I understand that Tom is the lead. But we had sent a letter back in March 23rd of this year to the Premier, and we have not received a response to date, but our letter was formally requesting that work related to Section 7 be led by the Attorney General and the Declaration Act Secretariat, given that the approach around Section 7 is more legislative in nature. So as I've stated, we're still waiting to receive a response to that request from the Leadership Council. So at this time, we are continuing to pay close attention to this issue. We will continue to advocate for a global approach to enabling these agreements because we believe it's the better way to go. And we'll have further discussion on that at the upcoming September 28th Joint Core Political Meeting, which is with representatives of the Leadership Council and representatives from British Columbia and the Secretariat, and I'm glad to see that. Oh my God, sorry, I forgot her name. It's slipped my mind. Jessica, sorry, Jessica. I'm glad to see that you're here also. So lastly, To enable these agreements, we also need more support for our nations in rebuilding their governance and protocols with one another. We've held a number of shared territory forums in the past, and we need to keep our eye on this work. We'll also be holding an additional expert forum to dig into some specifics of how we can provide better tools and supports for this process among ourselves and for addressing issues and disputes between the nations and make sure that those are being achieved. We also need to take lessons learned from more successful processes and apply them to others rather than ministries continuing along with the unsuccessful approaches because they're just too time crunched to develop better ones. So those are the comments that I need to share in relation to Section 6 and Section 7. We know that there are some challenges with that, and we want to ensure that the provincial government doesn't offset Section 6 and Section 7 agreements against one another. And it is challenging, as I've stated, but we're going to continue to push for this global approach that I've spoke to you already, and hopefully we'll be able to make some headway at the upcoming Joint Core Working Group meeting. But I'd also like to hear from Tom if he has anything further to share on that initiative when it's his turn to speak. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Cheryl. There are, let's see, how do we do this? Just press that, I guess. There we go. Supporting strategies and next steps. There's a few matters that aren't directly under the Declaration Act or concrete actions, but are vital for us achieving our goals. We are seeing a strong need for better education and training for the public service. We are spending far too much time educating them on the basics of their own obligations under the Declaration Act. The Public Service Agency, PSA, is developing some mandatory education models of, and we are monitoring and informing this closely. The public service also needs strong education on distinctions-based approach. We are continuing to, as you know, and see the MNBC asserting rights in First Nations territories and provincial officials funding MNBC. You'll recall the letter that we did send to the Premier and Minister Rankin, underscoring our concerns regarding them continuing to entertain and fund MNBC when it comes to our rights here in BC for First Nations. As there are Indigenous governance in BC and giving territorial acknowledgements that mentioned the Métis, which are concerning to us. Also seeing land and territorial acknowledgements coming from the government of BC regarding acknowledging Métis in their territorial acknowledgements, which is offensive. The province must issue guidance on distinctions-based approach and provide clear direction and education to their staff on this. As we approach the provincial election in 1 year's time, chiefs should be talking collectively about our strategy. What are our key priorities? What perspectives should we be advancing collectively? What papers should we be developing and releasing to reflect our needs and priorities that we want to see reflected in the provincial platform and mandates? We have the opportunity, chiefs, to work together on this on a shared strategy and documents that influence what the next term of government looks like. Fiscal relations and mineral tenure reform are a couple that come to mind. I invite chiefs to provide input and direction on this to the FNLC. Turn it over to Merle.
Good morning. Good morning, chiefs, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. Just as, I guess, just sort of as a bit of a legal wrap-up on some of the comments that have preceded, I think it's very fair to say that we are at a crossroads in UNDRIP implementation in the province. I think both BC and Canada, more than ever, must be held accountable to the legal requirement to make all BC and Canadian laws consistent with UNDRIP. The fact is that not a single statute or regulation complies, and that work is daunting, exhausting, and generational. I think many of you are already starting to be directly involved in that substantial engagement. The fact is, I think hope and magical thinking of transformative change being immediate leaves many feeling naive, duped, and it injures trust. So now more than ever, I think it's important that nations have to stand up and be heard loudly with their full legal authority. As has been sort of outlined, the Heritage Conservation Act, the Mineral Tenure Act, some regulations specific in the Child Family Services legislation, cannabis and forestry regs, all of those statutes are under current intense legal reform. And more than ever, there needs to be substantial involvement by nations in that legal reform area. It certainly cannot and shouldn't be. One of the things I think the FNLC has very consistently says at the table is that the right holders need to be heard in these discussions. All of these legal reform areas are in a current state and are generally taking a conservative approach, which will not achieve transformative change. So I think that crossroads is really between the status quo or forceful change. And the authority for this force is found in First Nations legal orders, in your laws. Our jurisdiction must be affirmed and embedded in mining laws, in the heritage conservation laws, in child family services, and I think as many of us all experienced this summer, in emergency management. So what is before us in the next 6 months is maybe the most substantial amount of legal reform pressure on individual right holders that you'll experience so far in UNDRIP implementation. So that tying into accessing those monies that the new relationship trust is all managing now, which can provide around $1 million over 4 years for your nations to participate in these legal reform initiatives, is very vital. I think it's fair to say that more than ever, it has to be a priority, I think, in the next 6 months. Otherwise, the province will dictate what is UNDRIP compliance in the province. So we really need to hear more than ever in these processes, especially in the Mineral Tenure Act reform, from nations about what are their laws that apply to this, and a call for really dramatic change. Because in this very short legislative window, there's a natural conservative nature to do have the most minimal change. And I think nations need to be saying that that is unacceptable. And that that's not even what the law, what the GIPRA Act requires of you. So, in short, I think we need your help and participation in the next 6 months. It's pivotal on these legal reform areas, or they will fail to deliver the hope that we all felt in November 2019 when we became the first jurisdiction to require all laws be consistent with UNDRIP, and inherently that our self-determination and our legal orders would apply in this province. Thank you.
Mic drop. Yeah. Good job.
Test 1, 2. All right. So thank you very much for that, gentlemen. And Let us now turn to the two ministries that have joined us, the Ministry for Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. We're joined by the
I don't trust anyone.
Tom McCarthy, the Deputy Minister, and he's joined by Anne Marie Sam, who's the ADM in that department. And then following that will be Jessica Woods, the Deputy Minister for the Declaration Act Secretariat. And joining Jessica will be Priscilla Sabas-Watts, ADM, who will be online. Tom?
Fantastic, thank you. Hopefully won't take up too much of your time, but I really appreciated being here for a good part of the morning and listening to the debate and to the presentation we just had. I want to thank Musqueam for welcoming us here onto their territory. I want to acknowledge all chiefs, matriarchs, elders in the room. I also want to pass on Mr. Rankin's greetings. He was unable to be here today, but he wanted to really pass on his heartfelt greeting and his congratulations to Regional Chief TG for continuing to serve in your position. So pleased to have with me today Jessica Wood beside me here, and Priscilla Sabas-Watts on the screen joining us virtually, and of course Anne Marie Sam, our Assistant Deputy Minister with the Reconciliation, Transformation and Strategies Division, and also with us is Jeremy Bellier at the back of the room as Executive Director in Anne's Division for Intergovernmental Relations and Stakeholder Engagement. I want to make a few comments on specific topics. The first is to acknowledge, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't acknowledge that we are in many ways still in, but also coming out of a summer which really highlighted that we're in a climate emergency, an incredibly destructive wildfire season and unprecedented droughts, and it's been devastating. And it's been devastating with, and I want to acknowledge and just recognize the impacts it's had on nations around the province, on the cabins and fishing grounds and gathering areas and all those things that are relied on for food and culture and ways of life. And so many communities have been impacted, and my heart goes out to all of you who've suffered and lost homes, lands, livestock, and had your way of life very much impacted, and to lift my hands to you who've not just shown your fortitude, but also your generosity, firefighters, first responders, and leaders who were out there fighting for the fires, fighting for services, fighting for your people. And I want to really offer and hold my hands up to you and to the leadership of the First Nations Emergency Service Society and all the service providers who opened reception centers, acted as hosts, and did all that work. And while we're still in the fire season, I want you to know we're working with nations and the federal government to put in place recovery plans and to continue to try to do this in a culturally appropriate way. I read one study that 42% of wildfire evacuation events occur in First Nation communities, and it's just a huge number, and we need to come together, I know, to build stronger emergency management in the province, including recognizing First Nations jurisdiction. And I know there's lots of work ongoing on that, and I think it's obviously critical work. Also wanted to mention the annual report that we launched, that we released this year, that Anne's team led the development and release of, the first to report on our shared progress on the 89 actions we committed to, and as well the work of the Declaration Act Secretariat. It's unique. It's delivered in an accessible, redesigned website that includes indicators and detailed reporting, and it also is trying to take a transparent look at highlights and challenges and transformational work ahead, a new dashboard, and opportunities for nations to see sequencing of action items. We've tried to make it easy to use. You can look at it easily through your smartphone or computer, so take a bit of time if you haven't yet to check it out at our website. I want to turn to Chief Casimir's comments on Section 7. I want to acknowledge this is a shared challenge. We have not advanced the implementation of Section 7 and Section 6 agreements to the extent that I think we would have liked to. I think there's work to do to take stock together, to pull the right people together into the room, both in the provincial government, but also with your representatives. And, you know, we have now a few years of working to move forward with these really important joint and consent decision-making agreements. We have one agreement in place. As Chief Casmer noted, we have a second mandate where an agreement is being negotiated with Shishal. But I think it's now time we have some experience to do a bit of stock taking, to think through what's worked, what hasn't worked, where we are, and come back with some lessons and some recommendations to bring forward to you and to our decision makers within the provincial system as well. So I want to acknowledge your comments on that front. And I also want to acknowledge the distinctions-based approach work that was raised in the presentation as well. We know we need to clarify and make some adjustments in our approach here, and we're working on that. So we will be releasing a distinctions-based approach primer, which we've worked on to develop together with our colleagues from the First Nations Leadership Council, and we anticipate that this will be followed by a companion document with sort of practical guidance for public servants. I want to make a couple comments which sort of draw from the document. The first, as you know, the province is required to take a distinctions-based approach in all of its relations with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. The foundation for this is in UNDRIP, is in the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and founded in your distinct laws, your legal systems, your systems of governance, and it's founded in the Constitution. That foundation is reiterated in Principle 10 of the draft principles and in the Declaration Action Plan. Well, what do those things, what does that kind of mean? And this is sort of what the document is going to try to get into. Well, one thing it means is that Indigenous rights are not uniform, and the province's approach will require different approaches and result in different outcomes. And that will result in circumstances where First Nations are engaged, but Métis and Inuit people are not engaged as rights holders. It will also confirm there's no confirmed identifiable historic Métis community in British Columbia and no existing land, water, or air-based Métis rights or associated jurisdiction in British Columbia that trigger the same Crown obligations that are owed to First Nations under Section 35. So we hope that when we release the primer, it will provide some clarity on our position as to how we engage with the distinct Indigenous peoples in British Columbia, and then we'll be in a place of working to implement that. And again, we want to do that work together. Chief TG raised the Declaration Act Engagement Fund. I don't want to say much more about that, except to say we have had, in the first 3 months of the program, 118 First Nations that have already submitted applications. And that's great, but there is more. So please, if you haven't yet, check out the New Relationship Trust tent up front. And I'm really looking forward to reporting back from the NRT as to how this is doing at improving your ability to participate, your capacity to participate in some of these important activities. And I think I'm going to leave it there or pass it off to Jessica. Thank you so much.
Microphone 2.
Amasai, Simgiget, Sigadam Hanak, Loam Gurulksuk, Sisiok Stibayu. Hamia for having us here today. I'm joined online by our new Director of Engagement and Change, Simca Marshall. Some of you may be familiar with her work with the Premier's Office or with the City of Vancouver, as well as ADM for Legislative Transformation and Engagement, Priscilla Savas-Watts. Our work to advance the implementation of Section 3 of the Declaration Act is ongoing, and we've advanced a number of initiatives that I'd like to update you on today quickly because I know lunch is coming out. And while we won't have time for questions today, I'm happy to have any follow-up discussions that you wish to have with the Declaration Act Secretariat following this today or standalone meetings. We've been working on the development and implementation of training for provincial executives and policy leads in both consultation and cooperation, as well as alignment with UNDRIP, using such tools as the interim approach, which works with our existing legislative process to ensure that policy and legislation that is in development must work with, that affects the rights or interests of Indigenous people, involves Indigenous people on those subject matters. In June, we co-hosted with the BC Public Service Agency a full day with the provincial corporate executive, and that is every executive lead, assistant deputy minister, associate deputy minister, and deputy minister, including the Premier's office, on what we entitled True Reconciliation. The day was facilitated by myself and Harmony Johnson and included speakers Dr. Val Napoleon, Dr. Roshan Dinesh, and the Honorable Jody Wilson-Raybould. Topics included consultation and cooperation, Indigenous legal orders as a means to discuss responsibilities, and a principled discussion on what constitutes active and meaningful reconciliation. We, of course, are continuing to provide advice and recommendations to our ministry colleagues, such as Tom here, as it relates to cross-statute and sector-specific legislative review and amendment processes that advance the implementation of Section 3. As you may note, with the number of inquiries that you're getting, some folks take our advice, some folks don't. And so you will see differing approaches to consultation and cooperation, and we are working with our colleagues to bring consistency and predictability to that for everyone's sake, but primarily so that nations may allocate, prioritize, and dedicate resources towards these opportunities. This coming fall, my team is planning to begin to map a pathway forward on what working in consultation and cooperation with rights and title holders looks like, and to identify a priority list of legislation for review for cabinet consideration. While we have an interim approach that maps a pathway through our existing legal process and our legislative process, it's interim because that was never meant to include us as Indigenous people. We continue to hear from nations that while resources through the Declaration Act Engagement Fund are helping, the process for participation to work with the province is cumbersome, inconsistent between sectors and ministries, or even teams within ministries. As such, we are currently working with partners and our colleagues and MER to develop a resource for public servants on consultation and cooperation. This will supplement the interim approach that we released in October of last year. The last thing I'm going to touch base on quickly is about staffing. I'm happy to report that we have almost all the key leadership positions filled within the Secretariat. Within the past month, we welcomed 2 new directors to our team, Taylor LaValle as our Director of Projects and Systems, and Simca Marshall as our Director of Legislative Engagement and Change. We continue and ask for your support to fill an executive director position that would focus on the natural resource sector and related legislative and policy initiatives. When we have our staff go out to meet with EMLI or Walrus, the ministries that work in the resource sector, we need dedicated staff with the expertise to be able to represent not only rights and title holders, but that intersection directly with resource sector topics. What does it mean? What are water rights? How is rights and title respected if we are implementing a piece of legislation that will facilitate a Section 7? With this new team filling out and with your support, we strive to increase our effectiveness and direct engagement with nations, ministries, First Nations organizations, and stakeholders, because we need to bring them along. While our initial focus is on legislation, I expect the Secretariat will continue to work to advance the recognition and affirmation of our inherent rights, both within the provincial legal structure as well by using and reinvigorating Indigenous legal orders so that we may assert and experience the full enjoyment of these rights. Thank you.
All right, we're 10 after 12, and as noted earlier, we do have business to conduct over our lunch. So unfortunately, we won't be having time for Q&A. They were willing to do that, but it's just a time management call that I needed to make. I do encourage the chiefs and proxies to make sure that they reach out and hear while they're in the room, joining us for lunch, I hope. and answer your questions and do some advocacy work as well. I do need to make one, beg for forgiveness on one point. When I looked to my left, I thanked all the gentlemen, failed to mention that they were not just gentlemen in that first presentation, and so I want to extend my apologies to Proxy Cheryl Casimir, who also presented on this issue. With that, we're going to recess for lunch. We will call you back in a bit. We're going to do a little work to get organized for the honoring and the presentation over the lunch hour. And so with that, please thank all of the presenters, both here and online, for helping us to get up to date on this particular topic. Thank you very much. And as is our custom, the regional chief is providing gifts to our speakers. And so looks like lunch is already there. As nicely as I can, just encourage people to, I know we love the lunches because they're great for the conversations, but it does fill up the room a little bit, and so let's just be a little bit careful about that as we go through the program. So as mentioned, we are doing an honoring for the Lake Babine members who are walking across Canada. And to set the context, we're being joined by the Director of Missing Children, Residential Schools, and Engagement at the United Nations International Commission on Missing Persons, which operates out of the Netherlands at The Hague. Following her will be the Chief, Murray Abraham from Lake Babine Nation, who will speak to the work of the walkers and their current status, and with some luck, they will be able to join us online. Our first speaker in the lunch program is a former Grand Chief for the MKO organization in northern Manitoba, I believe it is. And we've known her through her work at the Assembly of First Nations, as well as her work as a journalist and a documentary maker. Please help me welcome to the podium Sheila North. Sheila just coming from my left.
Danse, gyda dymysgad yn ogach yno, Sheila North is negasun, ban Bonnie B. Cree Nation in Oste, Nimnendin as an a big Yugan. Hi everyone, my name is Sheila North from the Bunbonabee Cree Nation, and I'm very happy to be here with you in your beautiful territory. I acknowledge the nations of Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish for allowing us to visit here, me and my colleague Curtis Mallet, who's here, who actually lives and is based in Victoria, but he's from Manitoba. So we're both here as guests, and I'm very honored to be here as part of your assembly today. And I also want to thank all the elders and all the knowledge keepers who have upheld us all today and this week with their prayers and their songs and their opening ceremonies. And of course, hello, to all you chiefs, councillors, proxies, elders, youth, and Elder Gwen Point. Thank you for all your support for all of us. And I want to congratulate Regional Chief TG for his acclamation. That's very impressive. Congratulations. And also congratulations to my friend Kyle, who was also acclaimed yesterday. And I was very happy to be here to witness that, because I've seen him a few years ago when I was running for national chief, and he and his mom were very, very good people to our campaign. And I saw what an incredible man that he is, and to see him now in that position was very much an honor to see. And good luck to all the female representatives that are going to be facing election in the next hour or so. So congratulations to all of you. Your speeches were all very good, and I was very happy and hopeful for the future. As Harold says, I'm here with the International Commission on Missing Persons. They're based in The Hague. They're a treaty-based organization, and specifically they work on missing persons around the world. They work on missing cases right now in Ukraine, Syria, in Mexico. They've been to 40 different countries around the world doing this work, and they've been to Canada about 10 years ago for the La Mégantic disaster, when the train derailment happened and people were incinerated in that disaster. And so ICMP was able to help come to Canada and help identify the remains that were part of that tragedy. So this organization has been around since the 80s, almost 30 years now. And they specifically go into nations and states to try and get cooperation from the state to work with civil societies and themselves to identify unmarked graves around the world. And there's different reasons for that, for people that go missing around the world. And interestingly enough, one of the reasons why on the eastern side of the world, most of the people that are missing are men. And that's through wars and mostly wars and conflicts. And on our side of the globe, it's mostly women who go missing. And that's because of the racism and the organized crime and those kind of attitudes, racist and behaviors towards Indigenous people. But most of our victims around our side of the continent are women. So that's very interesting, and I'll touch on that a little bit more later, and the latest things I know about what's going on with the landfill and the calls to search that. But I just want to touch base quickly on ICMP and how we came to Canada. I started working with them in February, and it was out of actually what happened in Tecumloops and the findings from that. And there was a resolution, if you remember, in 2021 passed at the AFN, where there was an international call out to bodies to come and help search the unmarked graves and deal with the unmarked graves, and ICMP was one of them. So the Northern Manitoba Chiefs, specifically Pimicikamak, David Monias, called ICMP specifically to say, we need you to come and work with our nations to help us identify unmarked graves. And so the work began between the federal government and ICMP to bring ICMP to Canada in a technical arrangement. So it's different from an agreement because the technical arrangement, as I understand it, is more to keep the independence of ICMP. So even though ICMP would be paid by the federal government, ICMP maintained its independence. So that's the difference there. So we've been working since February, and Curtis joined me a few months ago, and we're looking to hire a few more people to do the work. But our main goal and main focus was to go across Canada to talk to nations about what they would like to see done with unmarked graves. If some nations want to search and excavate and identify, that's where ICMP has a lot of expertise around the world. They're actually doing this kind of work at the moment. And so that's where we could come in and support nations to do that. Of course, we also wanted to get a lay of the land on which nations wanted this kind of work and which don't, so we can document that and then submit that as a final report and recommendations to the federal government. A lot of things happened since February until now. A lot of amendments to the technical arrangement, strengthening the amendments, and also correcting some of the missteps that happened, specifically around communication. And I'm always open and wanting to talk to, for example, the Office of the Special Interlocutor, the NCTR. I'm waiting still to have those constructive, good dialogues so we can all work together for our people and for survivors. And so I feel like at this point it's all hands on deck, so I'll continue to work towards that. And the technical arrangement is being finalized, I believe, now. So as soon as we do that, we'll get back out to talk to the nations around what they would like to see. But for now, we're talking to different groups. We talked to MKO in Northern Manitoba about wanting ICMP to come and do the support work for nations that want to do this work. And so we do also have a briefing note for you at the back of the table. I'm not sure if you got one on your desk in front of you as well. But we do have a briefing note for your information. And we cover all the different steps that we've gone through so far, and the different places we've been and talked to. And also we have a resolution that's on the table that Harold can explain the process of it, but it also has a lot of the information on the articles that are specific to unmarked graves and missing people in the world. And for us in Canada, I will have to say, if there's nothing else you remember me saying, I want you to remember this, is that we have internationally protected human rights for our missing people and those in unmarked graves. We have the right to know where they are. We have the right to know who they are and what happened to them. And in international, there are several articles internationally that support that. And that includes the unmarked graves, and that includes missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And we have the right to pursue those and have those articles enforced for our people. So I think that is the main message that I would like to deliver to you, and to say that ICMP is here to support your nations on whatever way you would like to do to address the unmarked graves, and to work with your nations on identifying. It's not an easy subject. It's a tough topic because you kind of have to remove yourself from the sensitivities to even think about it sometimes. I do, because we're talking about our loved ones in the ground. And technically, when I'm talking to our technicians, we're talking about human remains and then testing and the process of gathering, all of those sensitivities. But I'm willing to help bridge levels of understanding so we can have those meaningful discussions. Because when we find our missing people, it's not just it's not a humanitarian effort. It's a form of justice. And doing the work is a form of pursuing peace and stability in our nations, and not just our nations, but in Canada. And I'll leave with that, the thought to bring that also to the landfills issue with what's going on in Winnipeg. I'm in touch with chiefs across our province to talk about the next moves on how we can go about getting the landfill search. We know that there is stalling by the federal and provincial governments and even the municipal government. No one has really committed to doing that except the First Nations are willing to go in and do the searching. And it's not just Winnipeg. We're hearing about other landfills, right? And so ICMP would be in support of that, because one of the things that ICMP could participate in is that we seek the cooperation of the states and the governments and work with civil societies like the AFN, like the AMCs, and individual nations that want to pursue. But yeah, the landfills issue is a very sensitive topic. I was a part of it as a journalist and as an activist for many years. 10 years ago, I stood on Brady Road landfill with my good friend Gail Niepenak, and her sister Tanya Niepenak is still in that landfill. And my friend, I talk to her every once in a while. I talked to her last week. It's hard for her to hear these conversations because this happened to her 10 years ago, and there wasn't this outcry at the time just yet. But there is now, and I think it's never too late to recover our loved ones in these cases. And that is the great hope that we have, that we can pursue. I think we're in a moment of time that, 10 years ago, even 20 years ago, where our women and our missing and our loved ones and our unmarked graves weren't even thought of or even respected. But now, I think we hold conversations that demand respect. And that's because of the advocacy of you and your people, and we'll continue to do that and support. So I'm happy to be here with you to enforce that and to reaffirm support to keep pursuing justice and keep pursuing peace for our people. Like I say, thank you.
So the regional chief will present a gift to Sheila. I do want to call on Chief Murray Abraham from Lake Babine Nation to speak to the work that his citizens are doing and the progress they're making and nearly completing the journey, the walk across Canada at this point. Currently, they're walking across water on a ferry, so that's a little tough for them to sign in. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you. Hari dini zaka no dai igla nos kak sai Murphy Abraham satni narudena badai isli snet Beverly Abraham spep Fred Abraham Willosali Saat Fern Abraham la zamasiu habadizdal la jabu habadagal zat Masaicho ditzio watati deni zakai no daigla nos kak. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, to the chiefs, matriarchs, children of the chiefs. My name is Murphy Abraham. I'm the Lake Babine Nation chief. My mother is Beverly Abraham. My father is Fred Abraham, who's deceased. My wife, Fern Abraham. I sit in the Beaver clan, and my father clan is the Bear clan. So I'd just like to thank you all for giving your time and energy here today. I thank the BCAFN Regional Chief. I congratulate you on your acclamation. And, you know, I definitely thank you for giving us this opportunity to share the story of our own, very own Lake Babby Nation member, Cameron West, and his wife, Charity West, you know, who will be coming on screen here shortly. And I don't want to take too much time away from them. You know, I just want to send an acknowledgement, you know, to these two individuals for the awareness that they are raising in regards to the missing, murdered Indigenous woman across Canada. Yeah, they started their journey back, I believe, in June of this year, you know, starting this awareness, and now are on a ferry, you know, going towards Newfoundland. You know, this is one of the last leg of their journey, and I believe they are going to continue on thereafter. But I feel, you know, I need to put my hands up to them, you know, for the great work that they've been doing. And I feel in order for us to minimize the impacts of this issue, you know, is for the men to really start standing up, you know, to start protecting the woman that they love, to start protecting the woman in their family, you know, to start being the man that the Creator have, you know, created them to be. And, you know, and for Cameron to be such an example, that's definitely warms my heart to see a man, you know, from my nation to take that next step to raise that awareness, you know, because he's doing the great work and being supported, you know, by his wife. So, but then again, you know, Masaicho, for your time and energy, and I hope it looks like they're frozen there on the Zoom, but Cameron and Charity, are you able to hear me? Okay, there they are. So if we can put them up on the screen there, and my hope is, you know, that the Wi-Fi can stabilize and then they can share their journey, you know, and their testimony with you all. And my hope is to have you chiefs here, your leaders of your community, to send them much prayers of strength and encouragement to continue on their journey. So, Masaicho.
Hi, thank you. I don't know how much of this you could hear.
Hedi, thank you, Chief Murphy. Masicho, not too sure how much of this you can hear, but yeah, I'm Charity West. Congratulations.
Cameron West, Lake Babby Nation, Beaver Clan.
Frog Clan for me. We started our journey in the beginning of May in Alberta, Siksika Nation territory. Since then, we have crossed the country. Wow. I can't believe we're going to our last province now. We've learned quite a bit. Every province has its unique issues when it comes to missing and murdered Indigenous people. But the stories are all the same. And it doesn't get any better on the east here. There's still the same similarities with the lack of investigation by our CMP or any of the authorities to be the lack of action taken. It's often the families that are going out and they're doing the searches. You know, this walk was an easy one for us to say yes to because we grew up along the Highway of Tears. And if anybody looks at it, like, you know as well as we do, this is an ongoing genocide. And the fact that they're not getting addressed, like if you look at the search the landfills, it's not getting addressed. There is no reconciliation without any action happening. It's been a really long journey, and I was really upset when we started this journey to realize that the story of when my son's dad, Barry Seymour, went missing from Prince George is not a unique story. We hear that story so many times as we cross the country. I think some of the things that we have noticed that are a little different over this way has been as we get into Moncton area and New Brunswick, it seems to be the men that are going missing here. Like tons and tons of men. We were there in Moncton for
6 days, and
yeah, there was 4 men that were murdered in that time. Yeah.
yeah, so yeah, we've been through all elements: tornado, hurricane, wind, rain, the sun.
Yeah, so we're gonna give ourselves 2 weeks for Newfoundland. We After Cameron got sick, he got really sick, and by the time we got to Montreal, so we had to stay still for a bit until he got better and his antibiotics are all done. And we started focusing on the connection and making sure we reach out to all the communities. So we did share a document that was shared with us by Kelly Sark of AWAPEI. She actually made the document out of experience, unfortunately, when her brother went missing on Lennox Island. Yeah, so she shared that document for us to share with our communities back home, and it's a missing and murdered Indigenous men, women, Two-Spirit task force. So it gives you a checklist on what to do in case somebody in your family goes missing, and this is the same thing. It's because they didn't get the response from the RCMP or the policing agencies in their area that an adequate response. So they took it upon themselves to go and do these searches and get some answers themselves. And we've been learning so much as we cross the country. We've been meeting different organizations, different people, and a lot of grassroots initiatives that have been started along the way. And we've even had the opportunity to speak with people like all along the Western Hemisphere. So we had to have a translator there while we spoke with people in Colombia and Argentina and stuff like all along the Western Hemisphere, all along South America, and they're having the exact same issues. And the main things that we continue to hear are human trafficking, organ harvesting,
Sacrifices.
Ritualistic killings. We need changes in these laws, and we need the support of our leadership to be pushing these changes in the laws. You know, with what happened in Prince George recently, that was with Isabel Thomas. That has happened prior to that with Christine. I can't remember if it was West or Alec, but that happened a couple years ago. She was reporting this man stalking her, and then still yet a couple days later, she's found dead in her home. And that happened with Isabel Thomas. We need to be pushing the government for it to be passing stricter laws on stalking. There's things like that. With the blackout on the media, we need to make sure that our media on the Facebook and all this stuff, we need to be making sure that we have a way of informing our people when they're becoming targets. Because if you're not able to go online and be like, oh, this happened a few times, because nobody goes and picks up a newspaper no more. We need to make sure that there's a way that we could streamline it so that our people are knowing what's the trends are going, because, you know, unfortunately, that is a trend, is that killing Indigenous people, it's not going to get investigated. Nobody's going to look for it. Nobody's going to help you look for them. It's the families that are going to be doing these searches. We need to have better systems set in place, and we need to push tougher laws through to make sure that people that are getting stalked are actually being protected, that it's not up to the family to protect them. So our main goal as we cross the nation, because all of our Indigenous communities know what's going on, has been to and
Educate and bring awareness to the non-Indigenous people.
yeah, just to create more allies, because these things are not taught to them. These things are not in the news, and in certain provinces, the media is run by all corporations, so you don't really get any face time to even see that in the news either, right? Unless it's the mom and pop media companies, which are far and few between sometimes. So we need to have a system, a nationwide system. The lady that came up and spoke ahead of us, it's great that they have the retrieval stuff, but to have a safety system nationwide put in place. When you think about how we need to know that we have leadership has our back on this, because we don't sit at these big tables that you guys sit at. We live it. We've gone through, we've lost so many people.
Yeah, even on this walk alone, we've lost like 12 people, mostly my wife's family, and a couple for myself. But we will be walking the Highway of Tears when we're done in Newfoundland. We have 2 weeks here. October 7th, we'll be coming back to the mainland from Newfoundland. So once we make our way back home, we hope to have more family and friends to come out and help us complete the walk.
If you guys could please send some people to help us do the Highway of Tears, we'd appreciate that. Thank you guys.
Yeah, essential.
Well, thank you very much for that. Yeah, incredibly important, incredibly moving, incredible level of commitment on your behalf. And so thank you very much for that. I'm not sure if that announcement was on the vote or here, but that just caused a little bit of consternation there at the end. But hopefully that means you're nearing your destination, and we'll finish up that last province and territory on your journey. So once again, thank you very much, and we wish you well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on recess for another 15 minutes until we hear from the Chief Electoral Officer on the results of the election.
O siem Kwamantomi siem sewa siem to Squalowins wait siem to on Hata Newfoundland to one now siem to Hutch siem Squalowins to Hum Squalowins wait offering our love and prayers and honor to those two young people who are running across Canada on Hata, really far away, heading to Newfoundland. I'm going to offer, my nephew's here, I'm going to offer a heartbeat song. And, you know, I also asked the children that I've worked with for many years, I said, if you remember the heartbeat of your mother when you're in your mom's womb, and they go, oh, I do. So, you know, I'm going to offer a song. It's called Heartbeat. I'm going to step back from the mic because amazing enough, I transform when I sing traditional songs. So. First of all, thanking our respected elders, our chiefs, our kupis, our matriarchs that are in the room. Again, to those young people who are running across Canada. 1984, our congregation from Squamish, we ran from Vancouver down to Los Angeles. So again, bringing awareness. And you know, the heartbreaking thing is that we as Indigenous people, we are still struggling. There are a lot of challenges in the big world we call life. And so how can we change this narrative so that we can be here rich with culture and language and song, because culture is going to keep us connected to our ancestors. Chin Kwan Mantomia.
All right, we've arrived at 1:15, the designated time for the election announcement results. Please welcome back to the podium the electoral officer, Ron Lawfer.
Thank you, Harold. Thank you, everyone. I just want to acknowledge that wonderful Heartbeat song. It's, I think, really, for me, quite special. It's one of the things that brings together this community, and to see how this community works together and heals, and it's really special for me. The results of the election have been tabulated, and on the screen I've got the results page from Simply Voting. In a moment I'll go into the results, but I just want to take another moment to acknowledge each of the candidates that stood for this election. Again, it takes a lot of courage to stand, to put yourself forward, to be nominated, to speak, to campaign. So to each of the three of you, all my respect for standing, and to each of those that were acclaimed as well. Today we had 57 people of 66 registered voting, and the detailed results are on the screen. We have Taylor Ben Sakota with 16 votes, Brooklyn Rain Hazimski with 16 votes, and Crystal Star Lewis with 25 votes. So the individual elected as BCAFN Female Youth Representative is Crystal Star Lewis. At this point, we're going to provide an opportunity for those, well, for Crystal, for anybody who would like to speak up, the candidates. So for Crystal Star Lewis to speak, if you would like. For those that were acclaimed yesterday, we had Brian Asu, Kukbi Roseanne Casimir, Chief Maureen Lugie, and Kyle Alec as well. If you are interested in speaking to the group, you're more than invited. And I'll pass the floor to you should you be interested. And Crystal will begin.
Wow, I feel so emotional and so happy, and thank you also so much, Honorable Chiefs and Honorable Chiefs Online, for being here and being present, and for your vote of support and confidence. And I'm at a loss for words here and now, because I'm so grateful. And this is something I've wanted to do for a while, and I really appreciate your vote of support to help me get here and help me do the right thing, and serving the youth, and carrying forward my platform as I intend to do so. And and thank you to Creator and ancestors for standing here with us today, and to Squamish Nation for all their teachings and support, and all the amazing leaders I look up to so much. The last thing I will say here, thank you to the honorable youth as well that have served as our BCFN reps of the years, and especially Brooklyn. I'm so proud of you for running in this election as our youngest youth. And when I was 19, I had ran for Squamish Nation Council, and I remember being in your shoes like yesterday of how nerve-wracking nerve-wracking it was, and not knowing what I was doing. And I'm so proud of you, and you are our future. You're our future generations, and thank you all again so much. And I intend to do a good job as your female youth representative going forward. Haijika, chinkwimitamaya. Yes, chinsakwetos.
The male youth representative. Acclaim.
Right, Huskalt Halt, EP Snug Seal and Chai Squeeze Nchaikin, Kindleson Pinkton. Hello, everybody. My name is Kyle Alec. First of all, I'd like to thank and acknowledge the Musqueam for having us on their territory and the cooks for preparing the food. Always one of my favorite places to eat, one of my favorite breakfasts anywhere. So thank you to the cooks. I also want to acknowledge a few of the passings that have happened recently. And I'd also like to give my condolences to Leona Thomas and her family, a close colleague of ours and a close family friend that passed away earlier this week. I want to, first of all, thank my two nominators that I've known for way too long now. Chief Councillor Ken Watts from the Shot First Nations and Chief Don Tom of Sarslip. I've known those two since I was probably 12, 13 now, through a self-development program that really helped shape me into who I am and how I carry myself today. And I just want to say thank you to everyone in this room. I've been raised in this room since I was a young teenager. I was brought into these meetings by my mother, Elaine Alec, and really just sat and listened for years and years and years. And I've been away for a little while now, but I am so happy and so pleased to take on this position for the next 3 years and continue to do the good work that I try to do. And that'll be mainly focusing on climate change and climate action. Recently took on the climate change role on the National Youth Council and look forward to continuing that work. So I know we're all affected by it. I live in Penticton, BC, and you know, I'm scared of those fires every year. I have neighbors that have lost homes, and like to keep it short and sweet. I'll be around for a while now, so take the time to come say hello. I'll have a chat, but yeah, White Limlim.
I just want to check to see if any of the acclaimed board members wish to have a remark. Maureen?
Good afternoon, Denise Sky Associate Maureen Lugie. I'm from Wet'suwet'en First Nation, and my parents are the late Sophie Ogan Nakraun and late Mitch Ogan from Stella Den. And I have 3 children and 4 grandchildren. And I have been the elected chief for Wet'suwet'en First Nation for the last 4 years and just got reelected last year. So I'm very honored to be here at Musqueam territory. I'm very grateful that they are allowing us to do business on their territory despite that they have lost a loved one. I acknowledge that this community is now in mourning, and I pay my condolences to the families that have lost a loved one. And I recognize that we're going by Zoom tomorrow. We're going to be conducting business tomorrow by Zoom. And I just want to say thank you to Ron Laufer and for the work that he's done for this election for 2023. I want to congratulate Terry Teegee, our regional chief who's been acclaimed, and appreciate the work that's being done. I do acknowledge all of the work that's being done by the BCAFN. There's a lot of work that is being done, a lot of papers that are being published, documents, meetings with government, and I see the progress that is being made. And although we know that change takes a lot of time, change sometimes comes very slow. But what I'm noticing with the BCAFN is it's a very progressive organization under Chief Terry T.G.'s leadership. I do acknowledge all of the work of the staff and the board of directors, and I've seen the progress over the past few years. So I just wanted to state that. And I want to thank the chiefs that nominated me. Chief Priscilla Mueller is not here. She is the chief of Sycas First Nation, and she kept emailing me and asking me if I wanted to be on the board for the BCAFN, and so I finally just said yes. And so she arranged for some chiefs in the northern part of British Columbia to sign the nomination documents, and I had no expectation that it would be by acclamation. So I would encourage more interest coming from the entire province, especially in northern BC, for people to sit on these board positions and to fill them. And I'm interested in what I'm going to learn from in the inside perspective being on the board. And unfortunately, I didn't make it to the board meeting on Monday night because I started to get allergy issues Monday and Tuesday. I'm still experiencing a hoarse voice today. So, but I appreciate those chiefs that have signed the nomination form and agreed that I would be able to represent them on, well, not just them, but all of BC on the board. And I realize that there are so many issues that we're facing right now in British Columbia, and climate change being the #1 issue that we're facing because we're all experiencing the wildfires, the atmospheric rivers, and the heat domes. Those are going to continue to threaten our communities going forward in the next decade. And I did listen to a presentation while I was at school last week. I'm also a full-time student at Simon Fraser University doing my MBA, and we listened to Chief Patrick Michelle speak about the things that they are doing in their community, and I think that they are well ahead of the rest of us, at least up in the north. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that. And finally, our youth candidates. I wanted to say congratulations to Kyle Alec and to Crystal Lewis. I don't see them. Okay, I want to say congratulations to both of you. And I'm really proud of the both of you, as well as the other 2 candidates that ran for the female representative. I think we need to inspire and empower our young people more and more in all of our communities, which is one of the reasons that we nominated Brooklyn Hyzams from Wet'suwet'en First Nation. And I think that we need to start taking the best of the best within our communities and putting them into these positions and getting them ready for leadership, getting them ready to lead into the next generation. And I look forward to watching and witnessing the work that they're going to do on behalf of the youth of British Columbia. I do agree there should be a youth council where it reflects representation from throughout the province, but nevertheless, Wet'suwet'en will be establishing a youth council in our little community, and Brooklyn will be a good part of that. I want to thank Taylor Bain for the work that she's done. I've watched all her Facebook posts and watched her represent us at different tables and different events, and she's done a really good job representing our people. And I'm very proud that that you were in this position, and I voted for you at the last AGM, and your presentation at that time was excellent. And you danced for us on Zoom. I remember that meeting so well, and you reached out to all of us as the chiefs. And so I would encourage the young candidates to reach out to all of the chiefs and stay connected to us and email us, text us, contact us if you want our feedback. If you want to come to our community, I would welcome Kyle and Crystal to come to our community and inspire the other youth in our community. And so with that, I do look forward to working with the rest of the board of directors for the BCAFN and Vanessa West and her team. I think they're doing an incredible job. And with that, Masai.
Michael Weinstein, Cook Beavers and Casmar West, to Councillor Schwetmick. I am really, truly honored to be here, being able to give you an address here on the direct ancestral lands of the Musqueam First Nation. I'm truly honored, and as well, truly honored for, our knowledge keepers who always started us off in such an amazing way, and being able to do that much needed grounding that we all need to do and have within ourselves, prior to doing any good business for an organization such as the BCAFN, and also carrying the voices of our people from our communities and coming here to share those perspectives and to seek the unity to support and advance all of us as First Nations. I am truly honored to be acclaimed board of director for the BCAFN, but most importantly, truly honored to be also working with our acclaimed BC Regional Chief, Terry TG. His leadership has been impeccable. The things that I've witnessed and the things I've been a part of, along with all of you, has been a very amazing and incredible journey. And I also wanted to acknowledge the youth as well that served previously, and even with Taylor, what an honor it was to travel to Rome with you and with her when we went over there. And that was carrying the voices of those meaningful steps of that papal apology for him to come here to Turtle Island. And for her carrying those voices of the youth, it was absolutely incredible. So your leadership is always going to be carried with me for such a long time. I know that I'm excited about working as well with our newly elected youth, Crystal, as well. Truly appreciate and looking forward to what she's going to be bringing. I know that her campaign has been absolutely incredible, and looking forward to also the male youth candidate as well. And of course, the newly acclaimed board representative. But I know that we also have outgoing board of directors as well. And we also have board of director that's continuing. And really appreciate, like her leadership and her voice, but also the voices and the leadership of those that are also leaving us as well in the board of director roles. Their skill sets, their knowledge, their expertise, and their value that they brought, I've learned a lot. And I hold my hands up to each of you. And I really, truly embrace that. I also want to recognize, the Kukukbis and the chiefs who've also nominated me to be, continuing this role, and also advancing and supporting, but also working alongside each and every single one of you. To me, that is a huge honor. And the work that we do is not only for our communities, but it's for all of us. And I just really, really want to just commend all of you as well. And I look forward to this next term. So with that, I'm going to say Kuksjachum, Kuksjachum, Kuksjachum.
Good afternoon, everyone. Brian Asu, I'm from the Wee-Wee-Kay First Nation. And I really don't have a lot to say. I'm a better listener than I am a speaker because the ladies covered almost everything off. But I do want to thank the chiefs that did nominate me. In particular, the one that started it off. He's sitting at the back there, Chief Jerry Jack. And it's a great honor to be back again, and I really enjoyed the board the first time around. And when I was asked, I thought, yeah, you know what, I will go back. And I enjoy supporting Terry, and at the same time, we know we're there to support all of you. I mean, it's your direction that Terry's acting on. And I'd also like to thank all of the BCAFN staff for their hard work. I don't think at times everybody recognizes or sees the hours that they have to put in, and there's some very long days. But anyway, well, thank you, and I look forward to talking to some of you over time.
Thank you, and certainly congratulations, Crystal and Kyle, the new board members, Brian, Chief Lugie, Cookby, Casimir. I too want to acknowledge my nominators, Cookby Draney, Chief Watts, Chief Priscilla Mueller, Chief Karina Lewin, my chief, John Allen French, and Chief Charlene Gale from Fort Nelson First Nations. I know we have a representative from Fort Nelson. Want to thank them for nominating me in this position, and look forward to working with the new board who will join Chief Linda Price and Chief Jerry Jack. We do have two outgoing board members, Deputy Chief Schilling and Harvey McLeod, who has been here the last 6 years with me. And certainly I want to recognize Taylor. Taylor, you know, I don't know, I can't thank you enough for what you have done for the female youth position. And certainly it's big shoes to fill for Crystal, and with your words that you shared, I think you'll do a fine job. But Taylor, I can't thank you enough, and Harvey and Chief Schilling, thank you for being here and representing. So we'll, for myself, I certainly appreciate those kind words you've shared with me personally, and encouragement, because we're a reflection of the chiefs around the table, of our people here in British Columbia, to represent you in a good way. And when we go to you know, these big meetings at the AFN or elsewhere, I'm really proud to be from British Columbia, and there's no better place on earth than here, and to represent you is it's really an honor and a privilege, and I certainly believe the newly elected and acclaimed candidates feel the same way. So thank you, and pass the floor back to Harold. We will be carrying on with our agenda. So once again, thank you. A big masicho. Thank you.
As they're completing that work there, and I do want to note that the drum has been going around for the donations to the walkers. Also, we're going to do a door prize at the end of the day today. There'll be 6 prizes. I don't know what they are, but I am told you need to be present for it. So I think they're spectacular prizes as a result. No, maybe not. All right, so I just wanted to double check here. Let's see if Karen Aird, the Heritage Program Manager and Acting CEO of the First Nations Peoples Cultural Council, is available online. We are a little early on that agenda item. If not, then we need to pick back up on the resolutions. And yeah, so we'll await her arrival, and if we could let, maybe perhaps send her a note to just let her know that when she's ready. Otherwise, we'll pick that up at 2:30, which is in about 40 minutes from now. But we did have a couple other resolutions earlier, and so I think we have 9 and 11 to finish up on that we had organized around the Child and Family Services discussion. I do want to draw your attention to draft resolution 09, Community Administration of Kindergarten Funds, or of kindergarten and through K through 12, excuse me, Community Administration of Kindergarten to grade 12 Education Transportation Funds, moved by Cookby Casmer. I'll need a seconder to this resolution. Chief Don Tom. You do have it in the package, but I'll just highlight a few things. So First Nations, particularly in rural and remote communities across British Columbia, rely on K through 12 school transportation for their children and youth to get safely from their homes and on and off reserve to school and to extracurricular activities. Through the BC Tripartite Education Agreement, supporting First Nations student success, there was an agreement to establish a First Nations student transportation fund, and that First Nations student transportation fund planning policy and procedures guide for 23-24 was jointly developed with FNESC, BC, and Indigenous Services Canada. The current funding of administration of both the school and extracurricular streams, activity streams, is administered via a paternalistic top-down approach through school boards, which assumes that First Nations communities cannot effectively administer transportation funding for their own membership. In recognition of your rights and, of course, the support in the UN Direct Declaration, therefore be it resolved that the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly fully supports and upholds First Nations jurisdiction, self-determination, and decision-making around administration and service provision of K through 12 transportation between home, school, and extracurricular activities, and 2, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly calls on the province of British Columbia to respect First Nations jurisdiction and decision-making surrounding K through 12 transportation needs and to administer funds directly to First Nations who wish to exercise their jurisdiction over transportation in a timely manner to appropriately support our families. Look to the mover and seconder, if there's a need for discussion. I can see the mover from here, she's just in the hallway there. Seconder, would you speak to it? Is there a need for discussion on this resolution? Is there a need for discussion? If not, then let us call the question. Any abstentions to this resolution on Community Administration of Kindergarten to Grade 12 Education Transportation Funds? No abstentions. Any objections? Any objections? Seeing or hearing none, this resolution is adopted by acclamation and unanimous consent. We had dealt with resolution 10 earlier, so let us move to draft resolution 11. Support for Indigenous Child and Family Services Directors, Our Children, Our Way Society, moved by Chief James Hobart. I know Chief James is here. Are we gonna, I don't see him in the room. So let's call him back in. And proxy for Squamish is also going to be the seconder, so I see him in the hall as well. So we'll just give them a moment to get back in. Perhaps I'll read it into the record as we're waiting. So on this one, it describes the fact that under the interim delegation model, over 120 First Nations communities, which represents 6% of the First Nations in BC, created their own Indigenous Child and Family Services Agreement. Those groups affiliated with an Indigenous Child and Family Services agency have endorsed their agencies through band council resolutions as their child and family service providers as an interim measure while they determine the pathways to resume jurisdiction and stand up their respective laws, legal orders, and inherent treaty rights regarding their children. The Indigenous Child and Family Services Directors, Our Children, Our Way Society has created a secretariat to provide centralized support, operations, practice, governance, and research, and to be a center of excellence for Indigenous Child and Family Services. Those First Nations that remain unaffiliated with an Indigenous Child and Family Services agency have not been supported to develop their own expertise in the development of their children and family services. And as a result, the Indigenous Child and Family Services Directors, Our Children, Our Way Society has expanded its membership criteria to include nations not affiliated with an ICFSD agency, and membership remains optional for First Nations. It also reminds us of the Reconciliation Charter that the Government of Canada and the BC Government and the Ministry of Children and Family Services, Children and Family Development, BC Assembly First Nations, the Summit, and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs signed relative to this work, to work in partnership to achieve a First Nations child welfare reform via a tripartite working group made up of Canada Province and the First Nations Leadership Council. It reminds us of the resolutions that were there. Yeah. I think we pause. All right, I've been advised that it's okay to proceed, so despite my discomfort with that, we'll carry on with that while they complete that blanketing ceremony. So on this resolution that you have before you, Resolution 11, support for Indigenous Child and Family Service Directors, Our Children, Our Way Society, that therefore be it resolved are on the screen, that the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly recognize the Indigenous Child and Family Services Directors, Our Children, Our Way Society as a source of expertise in the development and delivery of Indigenous Child and Family Services. That the BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly direct the BCAFN working with the UBCIC, the First Nations Summit, and the First Nations as the First Nations Leadership Council, and with BC and Canada as the tripartite working group on children and families to support the Our Children, Our Way Society in their work to be an optional resource available to support all First Nations in BC in accessing and delivering culturally based child and family services. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call on Canada and British Columbia to provide the resources needed for Indigenous Children and Family Services Directors, Our Children, Our Way Society, to provide operations, practice, governance, and research support to all First Nations in BC who wish to access services from the Our Children, Our Way Society, and 4, that the first BCAFN Chiefs and Assembly call on the BCAFN, working with the UBCIC and FN First Nations Summit and First Nations Leadership Council, Canada and British Columbia as the tripartite working group, to collaborate with the Indigenous Child and Family Services Directors, Our Children, Our Way Society, in the TWG's ongoing work planning for the resumption of jurisdiction by nations, including developing policy and fiscal frameworks required for this resumption of jurisdiction. We'll finish this and then, okay. Is there a need for discussion of this resolution? Question? Oh, the mover. Yes. We noted we could see you, so we counted it. Microphone 23, please.
The only thing I have a concern with this resolution is I'm concerned that although it says it's going to be optional, that it's also going to be taking away financial resources from First Nation communities, and that the First Nations aren't going to be receiving those funds directly inside of that funding pot that's going to be made available, and that it should actually be going to the First Nations government, the proper title holders. So that was my hugest concern, and I know that With us, we do have our Schwetmik Child and Family Services that are located on the reserve. It serves quite a few First Nation communities throughout the area, and we also have our Stamamalt. And I also know that 2 of the First Nation communities within the Tribal Council have their own child jurisdiction authorities that they also hold. So for myself, I would be voting against this until I had further dialogue with my community, and I just wanted to state that for the record. So Cook's Jam.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Cookby. Is there need for further comment on the resolution? Microphone 20.
Proxy holder Judy Wilson. As I was mentioning earlier, the right holders and the First Nations are always the decision makers. Ever since we started this work over, I don't know, decades now, we made sure that was always embedded in everything that we did, right from the First Nations Leadership Council to the first discussions of jurisdiction, because the right holders are the ones that decide with their children and families. So it's embedded in all the documents and the processes. I just want to reassure Cookby Casimir of that process. It's still continuing, and it's always upheld of all the respective organizations and bodies. It's in all of the work that we did. And Mary TG is on the line to speak more to it. Harold, if you could call her forth to speak to it a little bit more. But I just wanted to say this key and critical work of the Our Children, Our Ways Secretariat work, and I think we're all finally coming together, as the chiefs were mentioning and proxy holders earlier today. We need to come together on a table, and that's what this is doing. And I think it's just important work. We coordinate ourselves and work together. So Mary TG is on the line. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So Mary, if you're there, did you wish to speak to this briefly? I will let you know that a speaker has been blanketed for the honoring, and so I'm feeling some guilt for keeping going.
All right, I'll be as quick as I can. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm the chair of the First Nations Directors Forum, and the intent of this resolution is that, I just want to give a bit of history, is that the Directors Secretariat, the function that we have, actually came from the First Nations Caring Society years ago, over 30 years ago. Cindy Blackstock and the leaders back then established that. The reason the society was there is because the ministry were making arbitrary decisions about our children, our policies and everything without our input. So what our function is that we're providing policy support, we're providing, hopefully training. What we found is that those nations that aren't part of an agency are just building up their capacity. They're making, there's an expectation that they're actually gonna make some practice decisions, which puts them in a very risky situation. So what we did is utilize the secretariat function to actually assist not only those nations a part of the agencies, but also for those unaffiliated nations, so that there's a place that they can go to get support and practice support based on all the years of expertise. Right now, the funding that we get for the Secretariat comes from the actual 24 delegated agencies, but understanding that we look at a child-centered approach. So we want to ensure that all children, regardless of residency, that they benefit from the years of experience and all of the work that is that is needed to breathe life into laws, really. The other thing too, which is really disconcerting for me, is that at the chiefs meeting that we had when we did child and family, many chiefs really said that they didn't have the capacity to make decisions that the ministry was expecting them to make, because they still didn't have the social workers. There was all of this stuff. So what we're trying to do is lend support to those nations to help them be able to make decisions for their children in a good and safe way. I think the other piece too that's happening is that the ministry sometimes they're making amendments to the existing provincial act without really good, fulsome expert input into that, and they're trying to, I always see it's kind of divide and conquer, which is something that we don't want to do, because if we put children first, that we would all say we're working together, and that's the intent of the Secretary, to all work together to provide the best service we can with the best information and the best practice. And that's the intent of this resolution, because while we're funding the most, like we are funding it, but there's very little contribution from even MCFD. This would not take away from any funding that is going to the nation. What we need to do is come together to collaborate as to how best Can we provide training opportunities to community members? What policies need to be changed to better reflect what is actually priority needs in communities to ensure children are able to stay at home? Even for example, with the Capital 41, there's so many questions about capital applications that there would be a central place so that we could provide some information on that. So that's the intent of this resolution.
All right, thank you very much, Mary. I did see the hand of Chief Smahan, but we're going to table this resolution briefly. We'll pick it back up after we complete this ceremony. And so let me call forward the speaker, Ray Harris.
I do have a big house voice. It's working. And it works pretty good. But I'm told by the technician, if we want to get to the people online, I got to use this one. So bear with me. I will use this to accommodate the guests that are online. Siem de Siaya, G Talawamuk, Saptuatli, Nanamat CCI, Siem de Siaya. Nikwat Natsasiais, Lamno Hualap, Natsasiais, CCIs. See, Nitsa Hak Kotham Sakwayesela, Siem de Siaya. Dear friends and relatives, nieces and nephews, I want to say thank you so much for being here. The big work that you do for our people is never forgotten. We remember this. It's our jobs to be witnesses to the work that you do. The regional chief and board of directors have one work to share with you today. That's CI, yeah. Nitsa kwat stantleni nitsa tskwibatal jikumch himi without Lochten. Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. Wamish, nitsa kwinam stamsha. Just stand where you, and we'll go look for you. Murphy Abraham, you're going to be called as a witness. Please stand. Charmaine, Chief Charmaine, please stand. You're going to be called as a witness. Satyama Chihuamch. Nijutlu Asam, Swinam Stomps at the Squall. The ladies. The ladies that are going to help us with the blankets, please come forward. No.
For each.
Okay, those guys there, or these guys. Tabtakwat se tamtani swimatal the spelkan. Aichka. Hi sap got CCIs. Kunete kola pinitap talket and often. You always eat up with me, all my style call. You always eat up with me, nature would come all. In the eye stala, and need to liquid the squallow ones at the CIs. I want to say thank you so much for helping us at this time with this work. Maybe you're working here, maybe you're visiting here, maybe you came to be a company with us at a time like this, and we asked you to do something and you stood up so willingly. So thank you so much. You made the work go easier. Aichka. Our newly elected youth to work right away. They're going to do something special for us. And I want the young man to go find a gentleman out here that's called Harvey McLeod and bring him forward. I want to ask Crystal, do us a favor and find Harlan and bring him out here. We don't mean to have backs to you, all of you, and I'm sorry if that happens, but if you can move to other spots to enjoy the ceremony. Haichka. Ka semnes yaya, semnes walmoch, ni kwat ni mi chwiwshim te yaisela, ni ti yayas, data, BCAFN, ni wat height is yay semnes yaya. Ni kwat ni Putnam, te north in het CCI is connected was so cheatem, nano quest chaya squallow will it not quail. Chaya squallow and will it not quail. Dear friends and relatives here and across BC, you see now that the brought forward two fine men here that have been working for the BCAFN, and they've been recognized today in a way that would help us also with all the stuff that we deal with. And as we recognize these two men that are going to go back to their home life, we don't want them to be burdened by anything. What they have now today, they're wearing protection. In the custom of our people from the Siawan people, the big house people, this probably would have took 4 or 5 days to get to this point. Really, with the invitation and the notice that has been given by the BCAFN to be here today, it took all that time also. So there's not a rush, I just want to say that. But they're recognizing these two men for the dedication that they had, and would be very appropriate today to hear from the regional chief.
Thank you, Ray. Masaicho Ripanesa, once again acknowledge Musqueam people and the Coast Salish, and I just want to say a few words about these two individuals, these board members for the BCAFN. Deputy Chief Schilling, you know, the time has been here, certainly was it long enough, perhaps short. What I think about you, I think about the leadership you will bring to the Dayo Dene and all our people, the Casca, and your youth. A young chief and a young leader, it brings hope for all of us in this room and for other leaders out there. Thank you, Masicho. Harvey, just thinking about what to say here. You've been here as long as I've been here. 6 years ago, it's like we shared. You were elected as the board member, and for myself, a newly elected regional chief. And this whole journey, the last 6 years, the whole time we've been here together, I certainly recognize everything that you've brought to the table. And during this journey, we certainly had moments together about not just the work of the BCAFN, but you know, some of our personal journeys. You as a residential school survivor, you speaking up, you helping me, the wisdom that you brought to the table. But I just want to let everybody know that every time that I needed somebody there, Harvey was there. I'll be forever grateful for what you brought, not just to this organization, but to myself. You know, you're not just a board of director. You're much more than that. You're much more than a friend. And I think I speak on behalf of the board and the staff for both of you to really want to thank you, and thank you for putting your name forward and becoming a board member. I just, you know, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you, Masicho.
Haichka. So just want to explain a little bit to me. I know sometimes we don't have to, but we always want to explain that the blankets that you're wearing was told to me that it's like a grandmother, a mother embracing you. So you will be comfortable, you will be happy, and you'll be safe. Maybe it's an aunt, a favorite aunt embracing you, or a sister. Some embrace that blanket represents so you could have comfort in yourself. So you are standing in a tradition of our people, how we look after each other the best way we can. Siyam na siyaya. Before we go here any further, one of our wonderful customs is, and we started this way, that the witnesses are expected to say a few words about the ceremony that you just witnessed. So it's always ladies first, so we're going to go here and we're going to go this way.
I'd like to say thank you to the Musqueam people for allowing us to be here today. I'd like to say thank you to the BCAFN Regional Chief for honoring our friends in this way. I'm really happy to see that you've used our ways on our land to honor people that have done such wonderful work for all of our people. I'm glad that the speaker has told you that your part of the work is done. And you don't have that kind of concern or worry. It's all being taken off of you. That's wonderful. And that blanket, that's my favorite part of the telling about how the blanket is full of love. And when you feel like you need that, when maybe you feel sad, or maybe you feel lonely, or maybe you're worried about something, you put that blanket on and it will make you feel good because it's full of all of the love and good feelings that everyone in this room has for you. All the good feelings we're putting on you. So when you step off that blanket, you're on your new path, on your new journey, going in a good way, and we raise our hands and we thank you. Haitzepka, thanking both of you, to the ICIs, thanking you for your good work.
Goodness, Chish. My Tlingit name is Jeanique. I'm from the Taku River Tlingit First Nation. I'm spokesperson. We follow our clan system, and I'm honored to be part of the ceremony. I'm honored to be part of a witness to it. It is part of our tradition as well, to be witness. We didn't have social media 200 years ago, and this was a way to bring forward recognition and pass it on to our next generation. And I just want to give thanks to both of you for the hard work that you've done, where we all know how hard it is to be representing your community, and you've done it at a different level as well. And for that, I'm thankful. And I've just recently reached out to Harlan saying, he's part of the North And I look at him for support for some of the issues that we have farther north. And I recognize the importance of the work that he does at this table and as a director. Goodness, Chish, for all that you do, for all of our BC and for our nation as a whole. You've advanced our nation, our country to a higher level. BC is a standard that's higher than most provinces and territories across Canada. And I recognize and uphold you and give thanks to you as well. Gwyneth Chish.
Aichka.
To Oklahoma Hwamish, his takshikla tsuma sishat, Hukwak Eksu Matilda Leo, Sishak soup, Haklapak soup, Hukatachnu Iksu, the late George Watts, Tsisha Mitma, Hikamamu, collected chief counselor, Tsishat. Once again, Ushak Shiklayat Suda Masquim and the team here, Ushak Shiklayat Suda BCAFN, for doing things in a good way. I know similar in Tsishat and New Channel culture, when somebody asks you to be a witness, it's a sacred responsibility to witness what happened. And it's not just to remember, but it's also to bring it back home and tell our people back home that things were done right and it was done properly here in front of you. And that if anybody ever questions what happened, you were asked to be a witness and you may be called upon someday to say, no, they took care of business in a good way. And so it's very similar in our culture. That's what we do, and we take it as a sacred responsibility. Once you accept that handshake, that it's your responsibility to make sure that you share that everything was done right. Just want to thank the BCAFN and acknowledge all of the new claimed and elected, and really acknowledge these two individuals in particular. Harlan's been awesome sitting with him in meetings for the past few years. But Harvey's like that uncle for many of you. I've been coming to these meetings for longer than I like to admit, I guess, when I was a youth rep. But Harvey's always been one of those uncle types that just is really nurturing, and he's always willing to mentor. And he's been a great advocate for all of us at all levels, but always reminding us to keep our cool, and always reminding us to always carry ourselves with, we say ESOC, but some say it means respect, but it's how you carry yourself and how you walk upon this earth. And I always think Harvey's a great example of how we should all walk upon this earth. And I know he's contributed to the board for a long time. And so I want to thank you guys for allowing me to stand here and witness, and thank you too for your work that you've done.
Hari Dani Taka Dai Nuskak Masaicho Ditstio Hotati Sti Tabihandai Harlan Gla Harvey Noniwe Udishe no Zi Gla Bazil Tapir Tas in Banang Hunzu Hatsana Lekoka Asninzen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, chiefs, matriarchs, children of the chiefs. I thank you for your time and energy here today. First up, acknowledgement to the acclaim, Regional Chief Terry TG, the board of directors, the youth reps. Thank you for your next 3 years of commitment, you know, of running and making sure that the title and rights are upheld from our individual nations here in British Columbia. You know, thank you, Harlan and Harvey. You know, you both have strong hearts, strong spirits, you know, beautiful minds. You know, it's this. I believe this is how we all want to see our leadership. You know, to see Harlan there as a young leader, you know, and it lifts my heart to know that the next generation of leaders are coming in and stepping into these roles. You know, figuring out how we can learn and work together as one. You know, it's easier said than done because we are different nations with different perspectives, different lands we live in, you know, but we have a common thing, and that's our culture and our language. You know, these are what connects us to be whole. So, you know, much strength to you on your next journey, and to you and your nation that you continue leading. You know, and it just inspires me to keep moving on as a leader myself. So thank you for all the great work that you've been doing here at the BCAFN Board of Directors, and definitely looking forward to working alongside with you as a fellow chief here. Harvey, you know, just hearing the words from Terry and being in this position for the last 6 years, and knowing you're one of the past and current leaders that continue to kick down that door, you know, that continue to advocate on behalf of First Nations across BC and across Canada. You know, so I put my hands up to you, you know, for all the great work that you continue to do for our First Nations here, you know, our Yinta, you know, our land. And it just fills my heart with joy, and give you great thanks for all the great work that you and your fellow colleagues that have paved the way for the next generation, you know, to continue to advocate, you know, First Nations title and rights, to continue to showcase, you know, our culture, and to make sure that throughout Canada, to finally acknowledge that we're the first ones here. We had a self-governing system in place before they even came here. You know, and this is a message that we need to continue to communicate, because not all Canadians know that. You know, a lot of them turn the blind eye and continue to live the life they live here today. We shouldn't take that personally. All we got to do is take it with a grain of salt, and making sure that we share each other's wisdom, share each other's history, understand where each other comes from. You know, that's relationship building moving forward. And that's how I feel, you know, that we can succeed here in the work that we're doing. So, Masaicho to you both, and much prayers of strength and courage on your next journey. Masai.
Aichka. So great thank you to the witnesses for the wonderful words that you've shared. I know that the words that came to the floor, to the two wonderful men here, have echoed in our lives from our elders for a long time. In those recognitions from the witnesses, there was also a couple of lectures that didn't come out as lectures. They want you to continue your work for your people. They want you to be healthy. Take care of yourself. So in those words that came, primarily to look after yourselves. So Thama, we're just coming a little ways here now. I asked our elder to sing a song for us.
Special blessings to you both and to everyone in here.
Haichka, Haichapewis. So, Siemna Sierra, this Echam Stanalton, Ne Lochwatum, this Echam, Ne Tatu, Schamastum Tat Siemna Sierra. Dear friends and relatives, the clothes that have been put on two men here, the blankets, they will keep as souvenirs for their own heart and soul and spirit for any time you need it, as described by one of the witnesses. You can bring it out when you need it. So please come forward. And the youth are going to pick up these blankets here, fold them up, and you can distribute them somewhere. Find Robert, no. Elaine, no. Anybody. I shouldn't be picking names, but Harvey, Harlan, Siemna, that's the work that's been done by the BCAFN Regional Chief and the Board of Directors, youth and elders. Siemna, that's it for our work.
Thank you very much for that. As we make the transition back to our work, I just need to let you know, looks like a Challenger, license NE799K. We need you to move your car just a little bit to help the First Nations Emergency Management Services move its trailer. So. Red orange challenger. How many challengers can there be out there? I would note that our 2:30 agenda item is languages, and that the Heritage Program Manager for the First Peoples Cultural Council is online. I did want to just finish up that resolution we were on, though, if we can do that quickly. We'll give it a few minutes. If it's going to take longer, then I'll table it again. But we were on draft resolution 11, support for Indigenous Child and Family Services Directors, Our Children, Our Way Society. Notes have been made by Cookby Casimir about just the concern about the optionality of it, or concern about the resources being requested for its operation taken away from First Nations. Mayor TG, on behalf of the Indigenous Child and Family Services Directors group and the society, had noted that it was not their intention to take away, their operational dollars were not intended to take away from the First Nations service dollars being used at this point for child and family services. And then we had Chief Spahan at microphone 11 had raised his hand for a question. So I just want to pick that up and see if we can finish up this resolution quickly. Chief Spahan at microphone 11.
Councillor Lee Spahan, Cook Beavan Sletku, Lee Spahan Chief Quarterban, but also proxy holder for Kanakabar. Just some clarity on number 2 on the last sentence where it talks about to support the Our Children, Our Way Society in their work to be an optional resource available to support all First Nations in BC accessing and delivering culturally based child and family services. So my question on this is, how are they gonna deliver the culturally based services? Are they gonna be picking representatives from each of the nations to deliver these cultural services from this, when this moves forward? That's what I need clarity on before I could support.
I'll double check, but the way I read it, Chief, it is they will be there to help First Nations access and deliver culturally based services. I'll just confirm with microphone 20.
Proxy holder Judy Wilson. That's correct, Harold, and Mary TG is still on the line on Zoom. That's correct, Chief Lee Spahan. We help you access it for yourself. And there's already a jurisdiction toolkit developed to help. Our Children, Our Ways Secretariat is people that have, like myself, I'm on it as well. We work to support the communities to be able to do that. So we will provide you the jurisdiction toolkit and you can discuss it because there's multiple pathways to jurisdiction. And some of the cultural land-based activities, we would just help identify the funding and the resources, and the communities as right holders, they do all that. But I think the critical gap was having a table so all people could come together and share that information and organize ourselves basically in the province to be able to do that work as a secretariat. Thank you, Chief Lee.
Good. The Chief seems satisfied with that response. Is there, back to Cookby Casimir at the microphone 24. Oh, sorry, Price. Sitting next to Cookby Casimir.
Dahuja, Chief Linda Price from El Gacho. I just want to acknowledge the Musqueam and thank them so much for allowing us here. I'd like to thank the elders as well for their prayers throughout the sessions and their continued prayers, you know, for all of us, and really appreciate their support, as well as condolences to the families, you know, that have lost their loved ones. I just am very grateful, you know, for all the work that all the people have done on behalf of the children's file. It's been a long, long road. Many, many, many years, many, many, many chiefs, many, many, many leaders have gone through, and I guess that is always why there are so many questions, because we've had a number of different organizations, and our communities are always afraid that, funding will somehow, be taken away from their allocations, for another organization. So I guess just to clarify from Mary Teachy, I just want to say thank you, Mary, for all your hard work, and acknowledge that you spent many hours on this file. I lift my hands to you, and thank you so much for, taking care of, some of the needs that we have out there. I know that we have 203 First Nations in British Columbia, and many of us are in various stages of development, and some of us are more organized and some of us are not as well organized. And I recognize that there's always a need for some kind of organization to provide those additional supports that are necessary, and I really appreciate that. And I guess one of the questions that we get from our communities is whether or not this organization, will be taking any funding resources away from the communities in order for them to operate. And basically, I guess that's probably the most prevalent question that we'll be having to answer. So we just wanted to just get clarity on that. Thank you so much, I would say.
Proxy Cheryl Kazmer online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and just wanting to acknowledge and thank everyone for the discussion on this resolution, and thanking the Directors Forum for the work that they've done over the decades, supporting supporting the communities in being able to access and deliver child and family services and programming. What I did want to point out is that in number 2, where it talks about the TWG supporting the Our Children Our Way Society in their work, I don't see any difficulties with that. But typically, when the Leadership Council enters into a working relationship with, or the creation of a council, for example, the Leadership Council usually enters into a protocol. And I know at one point in time, the Leadership Council was having exploratory discussions about entering into a protocol with the Directors Forum. I see now that that has expanded to be the Our Children Our Way Society. So that is what I would, I'm not suggesting that it become part of the language, but I'm just wanting to share with leadership that that would probably be the way that the Leadership Council would move forward on implementing this resolution, is entering into a protocol with the Our Children Our Way Society, similar to how we enter into protocols with other organizations such as the Fisheries Council, the Forestry Council, those kinds of councils that have been established under protocol under the Leadership Council. The TWG wouldn't be able to enter into a protocol. We're not that kind of, the TWG isn't a formally recognized entity or whatever. We're a working group. So it would be through the Leadership Council that we would enter into a protocol with the Our Children Our Way Society, just to ensure that the purpose and the intent is clear, what the roles and responsibilities would be, or would be laid out very clearly, as we do with those other protocols. So I just wanted to share in terms of how LC would go about implementing this resolution when it comes to wanting to provide them with the supports that they're requesting. The other thing that I wanted to ask for in terms of clarification, and I'm glad that Mary is online, is that when the society was established, was there already a base funding in order to support the work that you see yourselves doing moving forward? And do you have information to share in terms of what additional resources you would be requiring in order to carry out your operations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Over to Mary.
Thank you for that. And again, thank you for giving me the time. Yes, we did have limited funding, but right when we started, and again, the society itself, it was called the Caring Society of BC, and again, that was developed by, at the time, Cindy Blackstock and some leaders to provide that technical support, the policy support to influence change for the better at the ministry level, and to provide training support for agencies. Now, we've evolved since then, and what happened is that there was very limited funding from the ministry, MCFD, to provide the support. So what we did is that each of the agencies contribute to the society right now. Now, there's so much work that needs to be done. We do have policy analysts, but there's a lot more work that we want to engage in. For example, like if you're looking at insurance and liability for the nations, when they make decisions about children and families, they're at a high risk, and there are no insurance providers right now. So we're working on that. Like for example, we established a working group to work on that, to look at that policy. We're getting requests from communities, like how is it that what is the first step to developing their law? So we would like to provide support to that. So we developed a jurisdictional toolkit. There's going to be, like the practice support. What we want to do is to be able to provide the expertise that we have garnered over all these years to those nations that are just building their capacity. So right now, I know that the comment from Chief Price, that we don't want to take resources from the community. You have to remember that right now we're under negotiations on long-term reform, and so the money is already targeted to go to the communities. We're not accessing any of that money. Those are CHRT orders. The funding that we are receiving right now are through the agencies and through a small contribution from the MCFD. But the amount of work that we've undertaken has grown not just to the agencies, but to all 203 First Nations that we're providing that support. So there would be, it's a separate, it wouldn't be like we're actually going to be providing services to the nations, but we would be providing training, for example, if there is, questions around practice, the legal liabilities, the delegation process, all of those, that's when we can lend support to the communities to help the communities build capacity. At the end of the day, one of the principles that we operate on, and for sure myself, again, always remembering what Cindy says, that we have to look at it through the child's eyes. It doesn't matter where our children reside. These are all our children from all our 200 nations. So we have to come together to provide the best support. And that's why, Cheryl, I'm really glad, we were talking again about that protocol. Definitely at our last meeting that we had with the First Nations Leadership Council, Grand Chief Stuart Phillips saying, we must come together and have a couple of day meetings to talk about these big issues. The other thing that's coming down the pike, which I really want to make sure that we have support for the Secretariat, is the compensation. I mean, we're going to have to start establishing, helplines, a communication. How are we going to come together to provide the mental health supports that these children and families need when they do receive compensation? We're going to need to establish financial literacy training. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in the immediacy before compensation is rolled out. So really the intent for the support of the Secretariat or the Children Our Way of Society is to provide that ongoing work that we're already doing. And mostly we're funded through the agencies themselves.
Okay. All right, with that, I'll just look to see if there are any further need for discussion of this resolution. But I would note that if there is, I'm just going to table this because I do need to get to the next item. So it is a bit of an honest question. Are we ready for the question? If so, let's call the question on the resolution as presented and discussed with the clarifications being provided. Are there any abstentions? I see one abstention. I don't see any indication online. Any other abstentions? Are there any objections? Chief Price had noted her objection earlier. Or will you move? Chief Casimir noting her objection earlier. Are there any other objections? Seeing her, I see Chief Drainey has an objection. Last call for objections. With that, thank you very much. I will note that with those limited number of abstentions and objections, that the resolution is carried by the majority. Thank you very much for that. We'll turn back to our agenda, and we have the languages presentation on deck. We are joined online by Karen Aird, the Heritage Program Manager and Acting CEO of the First Peoples Cultural Council. And over to you, Karen. Thank you for your patience.
Sanzi, Kinanes Kumtin. Hi, everyone. It's been an honor to witness the blanketing ceremony and to hear the powerful teachings of Knowledge Keeper Ray Harris and the special blessings. I only wish I was there in person to witness it. I also want to thank the BCAFN Regional Chief Terry Tiji and all the chiefs, leaders, matriarchs, elders, knowledge keepers, and youth for allowing me to be here today. All of your hard work that you do guides me and so many others, so thank you. I raise my hands to you all. Karen Aird, Nsigatsoon, Soto Treaty 8 Ochinia. My name is Karen Aird, and I'm from Soto Treaty 8 in northern BC. But I live and I'm talking to you from the beautiful ancestral unceded lands in Tecumseh, Secwepemc, in Secwepemc, Ulu. I'm the manager for culture and heritage for First Peoples Cultural Council. Next slide, please. Next slide.
I'll do that for you.
Oh, thank you.
AV's got you.
Awesome, thanks. It's an honor to be here today to share with you an update on FPCC's Language, Arts, and Heritage programs. Next slide. Before I share with you about our programs, I first want to tell you a little bit about FPCC. We are an Indigenous-led Crown corporation with a legislated BC-wide mandate to support BC First Nations communities in the protection, revitalization, and transmission of culture, heritage, arts, and language. We are governed by an Indigenous board with 11 members, an advisory board consisting of 35 members from our language groups, and an Indigenous Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee. FPCC has been in operation for 33 years and has an established organizational capacity and proven track record in delivering grants, programs, and services to BC First Nation communities. Our three main programs are Language, Arts, and Heritage, which provide funding, support, training, resources, and advocacy. The Heritage Program, in which I'm the manager of, is our newest program and was established in 2019 when I joined FPCC. Next slide, please. The FPCC Heritage Program is supported by 4 very dedicated staff, Kim Jones, Paulina Chichi, Lucas Roque, and myself. The program's vision is that Indigenous cultural heritage is thriving and Indigenous peoples' rights to be the steward of their cultural heritage is recognized and affirmed. Our 3 main goals are to support building capacity, stewardship, and providing leadership. The Heritage Program offers many services, but a good portion of our time is devoted to supporting our 3 main grants. These include the Heritage Infrastructure Grant or Program, the Heritage Stewardship Program, which funds projects for climate change and cultural heritage, oral histories, legal traditions, heritage places, and digitization. And the last one is the Braided Knowledge Grant, which is a combination of our language, arts, and heritage grants all put into one granting stream. For the Heritage Program, we offer grants that are $25,000 to $250,000. We have supported so far since 2019, 260 heritage grants, and our programs are always oversubscribed. For example, in the first year of our Heritage Infrastructure Program, we had over 100 applicants, but we could only fund 11. So if we were to fund all 100, we would have needed 50 million. We also advocate for policy and legislation review and change, creating networking opportunities through forums and gatherings, and developing key resources such as the Heritage Stewardship Toolkit and policy papers. Our work is guided by an advisory committee that meets 3 to 4 times a year, and our other primary focus is research in establishing benchmark data and evidence to support BC First Nations in the safeguarding and stewardship of our cultural heritage. For example, we are currently engaged in a repatriation cost analysis, that I'll be speaking about next. Next slide. Thanks. BC First Nations have thousands of ancestors and cultural treasures, including artifacts, recordings, and documents that are housed in museums, government offices, academic institutions, and private collections worldwide. There are approximately 6.7 million Indigenous cultural artifacts in heritage institutions across the country. I know in BC alone, there are hundreds of ancestors held in just a few major museums and universities. The Field Museum in Chicago recorded in 2001 to have 60,000 ancestors from around the world. We were unable to get an accurate update of what the current number is. Funding for repatriation is currently limited and grossly insufficient. In recent years, the Royal BC Museum, the BC Museum Association, and now FBCC received one-time funding for grants for First Nations, but this is really just a small portion of what is really needed. There currently isn't information available to inform potential funders or our communities on the full cost of a repatriation. That is the money needed for planning, prep, retrieval, transportation, storage, infrastructure, ceremony, legal traditions, research, and much more. Generally, the responsibility of funding repatriation efforts has fallen on our First Nations. With so many other critical priorities, there's limited financial capacity at our community levels to undertake this work. The intention behind this study is to provide a comprehensive cost analysis framework that will outline the potential costs of repatriating ancestors and belongings back to our communities, and will also look at all the work that's involved in repatriation. We expect the study will provide benchmark data and evidence that is needed to support FBCC and BC First Nations efforts to achieve recognition and long-term and sustainable funding for repatriation and stewardship. Next slide, please. This work is being led by a team which consists of FPCC's heritage staff and KIU, a consulting firm that is located in Haida Gwaii. Here's a photo of the amazing KIU team, all of whom are highly renowned and respected in their fields, with 20 to 30 years experience, knowledge in repatriation, museology, and arts and heritage planning. And I just want to note that Nika's last name is incorrect on there. It doesn't have an N in it. This research is guided by also an Indigenous advisory circle that provides advice and guidance on the methodology, research findings, and recommendations. So far, KIU has engaged in 15 engagements and interviews with BC First Nations, 9 with museum reps from First Nation museums, 10 case studies with BC First Nations, and 20 surveys. This is only in the last 6 months. Next slide, please. The RCA contains 2 components, a scoping study and a cost analysis. The scoping study was intended to situate and inform the cost analysis and includes the following components: a review of the case studies and models for repatriation, review of repatriation legislation, practices, and policy, including UNDRIP and NAGPRA, the Native American Grave Protection and Repatriation Act, identifying museums and institutions that are housing ancestors and cultural treasures, and looking at the previous repatriation grants and programs. The cost analysis portion is working directly with select BC First Nations and trying to understand and document the potential costs associated with repatriation. And these include, but aren't limited to, the research and articulation of legal traditions and protocols related to repatriation and caring for ancestors and cultural treasures, developing repatriation processes, including research, strategies, engaging with the communities, building consensus and direction, the infrastructure required to support repatriation, such as housing for ancestors, transportation costs, costs associated with ceremonies and engagements, developing databases to support the repatriation process. The study is also looking at the costs for BC First Nation museums to support internal capacity to engage in this work. Although the study is focused on our communities, we were able to work with one major provincial museum to understand and flag any capacity issues that may impact their ability to participate in the repatriation work, as their ability to do so will really impact our communities and our efforts. Next slide, please. Our anticipated outcomes is a comprehensive estimate of costs related to repatriation of ancestors and cultural treasures. This will reflect the diverse cultural groups, traditions, histories, languages, protocols, and regions in BC, but we'll also be providing recommendations on how repatriation efforts can be supported and bolstered. The research is taking place altogether over 10 months, and the expected completion date will be June 2024 when we have our final report for the public. The project is short, but it is the foundation on which we can build on. For example, KU did a preliminary investigation of 430 global institutions in the search for BC First Nation ancestors and belongings. 159 institutions collectively hold 82,000 plus BC First Nation belongings. This doesn't include contemporary work. To date, KU has gathered preliminary research from 190 of the 430 global institutions. Of these, 9 global institutions report caring for 362 plus ancestral remains. We're still waiting to hear back from 8. We believe that this data and research will be relevant and useful for Indigenous peoples beyond BC and will inspire further research and collaboration to advance repatriation efforts. Next slide, please. The FBCC Heritage Program has several other repatriation projects underway through funding from the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sports, TAX. Last year, we funded 17 repatriation projects across the province with one-time funding of $750,000. These projects will be completed by February 2024. We plan to host a small forum with grant recipients to discuss the projects and future goals in the spring. As I mentioned in the previous slide, the repatriation research has identified the location of many ancestors and treasures in BC, Canada, and internationally. And FPCC is scoping the potential development of a database for First Nation communities who would like to access this information. We're also working with our repatriation experts to develop educational tools such as short videos on planning for repatriation and lessons learned. I also want to mention a letter that was sent out to the First Nations Leadership Council in August 2023 from Tax Minister Lana Popham. Minister Popham had asked that the First Nation Leadership Council engage in developing a repatriation policy framework. So FBCC and our repatriation team are hoping to be involved with this and look forward to these discussions. Next slide. Next, I want to share with you about FBCC's art program. The FBCC art program provides funding and training for all forms of art, dance, carving, music, weaving, and more. We provide mentorship and scholarship to assist artists. This was a significant year for the FPCC art program. We increased the value of our grants where possible and provided over 5.3 million in grant awards, more than ever before. FPCC saw a 49% increase in applicants and a 120% increase in the number of people receiving arts training. In total, 4,214 people were involved in the FBCC art program this year, compared with 2,503 last year. So that's a substantial increase. Next slide, please. The FBCC language program provides training, tools, and funding to assist communities to revitalize language. We fund the Mentor Apprentice program, digitized language programs, such as First Voices, so people can access their languages online, and provide funding and training for language planning and much more. We also support the International Endangered Languages program. In the last year, there's been an incredible investment from both levels of government, which has created many more language learning opportunities, and it's had an impact. Our most recent report on the status of BC First Nation languages confirms that there are a growing number of speakers and more new language learners than ever before. In 2022-23, FPCC distributed more than 18 million in language funding to BC First Nation communities, and we expect to provide more language grants to communities this year. Next slide. The work to revitalize languages continues to face many challenges and requires collective advocacy. At the AFN AGM in July, the First Nations in Assembly voted against the draft resolution 26, which sought ratification for a new regional allocation formula for language funding. This formula was proposed by AFN Chiefs Committee on Languages, CCOL. And if it had been approved, it would have resulted in significantly less funding for BC and several other regions because a new formula includes 5 different factors all weighed equally. This equal weighting negatively affects BC, which has the most First Nation languages in all of Canada. FPCC continues to work towards a consensus-based and data-driven formula. Next slide. Now to the resolution. Although federal language funding has increased since the passing of the Indigenous Languages Act in 2019, funding for community-based language revitalization is set to drop in 2024-25, not just in BC, but for First Nations right across Canada. And unless we're able to secure more funding, we will see reduced federal funding for languages in the future. FPCC is working to mitigate this gap, and support for today's resolution, which is calling for support for equitable First Nations language revitalization funding, will help that effort. Thank you. Ines Compton. Any questions?
All right, thank you very much, Karen. We do have a resolution on languages, but are there any initial questions in response to that excellent update? Seeing none, Karen, I just want to say thank you on behalf of the BCAFN for your time and presentation today.
Thank you, everyone. Ines Compton.
We will turn our attention to the languages resolution. Note to self, don't create a new system in the middle of the meeting. Support for equitable First Nations language revitalization funding, Chief Ken Watts as the mover. Chief Lewis was the seconder. He did have to leave to get back up to the community, so I'll need a seconder in his place. I see Judy Wilson, Proxy Wilson. So just looking at this resolution, it basically, in the context of the challenges we confront to revitalize and retain our languages, it does talk about the First Peoples Cultural Council's report of 2022 on the status of First Nations language, which affirms the role of increased funding in the success of First Nations language revitalization activities, notes the AFN's Revitalizing First Nations Languages a Costing Analysis. We'd estimated that the annual budget, a full budget for language revitalization nationally would be $2 billion. And despite in federal investments of about $52 million pursuant to the Languages Act, the FPCC continues to estimate that the resulting funding gap for BC First Nations ranges from 30 to 40 million each year from 2024 to 2029. In July, at the AFN Assembly in Halifax, the Resolution 26, Equitable Funding for Language Revitalization, did not pass. It had sought ratification for a new regional allocation formula for the Department of Canadian Heritage Indigenous Languages component funding. This formula was proposed by the AFN Chiefs Committee on Languages. However, BC Chiefs expressed concern that the proposed formula would significantly negatively impact the amount of funding for the BC region, as well as several other regions, and that more work was needed to arrive at a consensus-based data-driven formula. Therefore, be it resolved, and if we can make that a little bigger, that would be great, that the BC Chiefs in Assembly call on the Government of Canada to fulfill their legislative requirements to fund First Nations languages based on the real cost to reclaim, revitalize, maintain, and strengthen First Nations languages. The BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call on the Government of Canada to immediately address funding shortfalls for all First Nations regions that are oversubscribed for language revitalization initiatives. 3, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly denounced the fact that the Government of Canada has aimed to force First Nations into the untenable position of having to decide which First Nations languages are harmed and which are supported through the regional allocation formula. 4, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call on the AFN and the Chiefs Committee on Languages, Technical Committee on Languages, and the Assembly of First Nations to continue their work to develop an equitable regional allocation formula and to arrive at a consensus-based recommendation to bring back to the AFN First Nations in Assembly to be reviewed. 5, the BC Chiefs in Assembly call on the Chiefs Committee on Languages, Technical Committee on Languages, and the Assembly of First Nations to continuously monitor the equitability of the regional allocation formula and its impacts on regions' language revitalization activities, and engage in research that informs the future use of additional factors and improved data quality. And 6, the BCAFN Chiefs in Assembly call on the AFN to ensure that its advocacy does not detract or hinder existing First Nations agreements which contain language components from advancing their current language processes. Mover or seconder wish to address the resolution? Microphone 16.
Wamish Kenwatts, elected Chief Councillor, Sishat First Nation. Thank you. Just really 2 quick points. First, want to acknowledge First Peoples for their work and our chair or our representative at the AFN's Chiefs Committee on Languages, Kasalem, for all of his work. For those of you that were at our Halifax meeting, you may recall this one got a little controversial and took a while. The reason why this came to light is, no province or no region should be receiving less language. Not one of us should be receiving any less funding in the future years. The current model is shared with First Peoples is supposed to be significantly less for British Columbia, despite the majority of the languages being here in our province. So I was hoping that we'd see a lot more unity at the AFN, but ultimately the resolution was defeated anyway. And so if I could just make one point, you noticed in the resolution, as Harold said, the federal government's commitment of $52 million for the whole country. I don't know if you all remember, several years ago, the province committed $50 million, and that was just for us here in one province. So I think it's a kind of a slap in the face for all of our languages. For our community of Sishat, we have 1,200 members and only 2 fluent speakers. Make no mistake, we're in a crisis. So looking for chief support on this to ensure we have adequate resources for our languages. Chooch.
Thank you very much. Is there need for further discussion of this resolution? Microphone 10 and microphone 11.
Donald Sam from the Akiskalik First Nation. I'm worried with the regional allocations, knowing that linguistically there's language families, and so we've got 2 language isolates, I believe, in British Columbia, the Tanuka being one of those language isolates. We can't borrow, we can't use resources that were developed in neighboring language families, and so I do want to raise that important issue. The other one being that I do appreciate in the number 5 here, looking at the research that informs future use of additional factors. Speaking to the points made yesterday in regards to speaking the language, not speaking English using Indigenous words, but actually communicating the way our ancestors taught us in those worldviews. So, I'm done. Yeah, that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 11.
12, Chair.
Microphone 12, sorry.
Why Haskelhalt Bisnak Seal, Isquish Quilila, can you lichwam till Spachman, White Hat and Chakin, Cook Stute, Ku Kitchentum, a lot Yiltum Hulach, Yilenwi and Tum Hulach, Musqueam, Haichika CM, Siaya. My name is Chief Dan Manuel from Upper Nicola. I'm very happy to be here today. I want to acknowledge the beautiful lands of the Musqueam people for allowing us to be here to do this work on their lands. I just wanted to offer a support for the resolution, but I think I would, if possible, like to recommend a friendly amendment to back up the discussion that we had in Halifax related to our recognition of the importance of all languages across the country. And I know it's kind of in there in a bit of a sense, in this untenable position. I think it's in the whereas 3, but if we could have a positive affirmation of this Assembly's acknowledgement of the importance of all First Nations languages across the country, because this really formed a large part of the contentious nature of the dialogue in Halifax, was related to the fact that we had there was very strong words that were shared from First Nations across the country related to the importance of their language and the risks of loss to many of the languages across the country that we need to be aware of, that when we're speaking in defense of our languages, we're not trying to be offensive against any other First Nations languages. And I would just like to request either a friendly amendment or an acknowledgement that we're not trying to be disrespectful here. We're just trying to protect our languages the best way we can. White Limland.
Just the staff have tried to help here by adding some language at the end of 3, just to add that phrase, and acknowledges the importance of all First Nations languages across the country. So to capture that sentiment, I would suggest we also look at number 1, and just there in the middle, call on the government to fulfill their legislative requirements to fund all First Nations languages based on real cost to reclaim, revitalize. So those 2 are acceptable. Good there. Thank you very much. Good there. So awesome. Thank you very much, Chief. And then we did have Proxy Tyrone McNeil online. Sorry to miss you there for a bit. When we had the screen set up, your hand didn't show up right away on my big screen in front of me.
I'm good now, Harold.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Tyrone McNeil, President of Charlotte Council of Proxy for Seabird Island. Just on the nature of this last friendly amendments, Harold, I'd really encourage chiefs in Assembly to consider prioritizing BC languages or the state of BC languages, because if we say all languages are important, then the dire strait of all BC languages being the majority of the country is minimized. So, and I think we can do that comfortably. Brother Chief Manuel suggested the friendly amendments to the whereases, not the therefores, so that could be considered by your writers, Harold, and Regional Chief, as well to the Chiefs in Assembly, the Regional Chief in particular. You've heard me offer my support and participation of the First Nations Education Steering Committee, myself as the Regional Chiefs Committee Education Rep, and Deb Jeffrey as the National Indian Education Council rep to come in and support these national language initiatives. And Regional Chief, I do have to say we've made that offer a number of times, but it hasn't been followed up by our Chiefs Committee on Languages rep for BC, nor the technical rep for the Chiefs Committee on Languages in BC. But I'll put it out there again, Regional Chief, with both Debbie and I, we do have place at the FN. Particularly through the Chiefs Community Education, but there is a relation between education and languages. I know Acting Regional Chief Leroy Denny, who is speaking against us on the floor of the AFN, that Cookby Manual or El Mijo Manual raised. And through those relations, I think we can move the Chiefs Community languages in a way that better recognizes the dire state of BC is, and more of an equitable model. So don't treat us all the same. Treat us equitably. And you heard Wamish say he's got two fluent speakers. Well, I know some of the other language groups across the country, they in one community, they've got 2 fluent speakers, but that language group has, 500 or 1,000 fluent speakers. So we got to be careful how we say we treat everybody equally. It's more about an equitable model that recognizes first and foremost the majority of the languages in BC and the extreme dire straits the BC First Nations language and other parts of the country are in terms of measured by language group, Harold. I think that's a kicker for me. We shouldn't measure fluency by community, it's by languages and dialects, and that will empower the place for BC First Nations languages in any kind of national formula. Because there's so many other languages that are, they're huge geographically, and population-wise. So a long-winded way of saying, Harold, of saying, I'm here to support. I know the players at the national level. I've worked with the Chiefs Committee on Languages for just over 20 years now, starting with Bill Cramner when he was a CCOL, and we developed the 2007 National First Nations Language Revitalization Strategy. So just putting my hand out again, and I think that's all I could do, Harold, is put my hand out, offering to support any way I can, and Debbie and Fineska as well. Hi, Chapka.
Yes, thank you very much, Tyrone. And I think the challenge we were dealing with is we weren't sure how to anchor that language in the whereases. Perhaps a question to you, if in one we added the word equitable, where we've added also basically to fulfill their legislative requirements to fund all First Nations languages equitably based on real costs to reclaim, revitalize, maintain, and strengthen. Would that address your issue?
That is closer, yes, Harold. Thanks.
That's an okay? Yeah, and is that acceptable to the mover and seconder? Thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. Any further discussion on this resolution? Support for equitable First Nations language revitalization funding. As amended. Seeing or hearing none? Seeing or hearing none, let's call the question. Are there any abstentions to draft resolution 12, support for equitable First Nations languages, revitalization funding as amended? Any abstentions? Any abstentions? Seeing or hearing none. Any objections? Any objections? Seeing or hearing none. Draft resolution 12 is adopted by acclamation. Thank you very much. Let's move to our next agenda item. Emergency management wildfires. As noted earlier this morning in the order of business, Minister Harjit Sajjan has we've moved his presentation to 1:30 tomorrow at his request. And so we will be joined by Cecile Brass for the First Nations Emergency Services Society. Let's make her way here. And then following that, we do have a draft resolution 13 on that. We have one other order of business after that, which is the anti-racism legislation. And if we're able to, within that 4:38 timeframe, to fit a few more resolutions in, we will. Welcome, Cecile. Wherever you like, you're welcome to the podium as well. Okay. Oh, yes, and I see on the back, next page, Zoe Jackson, the Director of the Public Reporting for the BC Ombudsperson, is also present, and Cecile indicates he'll go first. You're welcome to speak from there or to come to the podium, wherever you'd like. Who's ever first?
I'll speak.
Okay.
The Ombudsman is on. I don't know.
Oh, is he online? I think he's in. I need some more coffee. All right.
Okay. No, that's okay. I'll deliver my update. That's fine.
Okay. Thank you for helping me.
I'll do the video last. Yeah. Interesting. Hello, everyone. My name is Cecile Brass. I am the Director of Administration and Strategic Partnerships at FNES. I have been in this role for approximately 6 months, but first began working on this portfolio as the FNLC Emergency Management MOU Coordinator. I'm originally from Papeeksies Cree Nation in Treaty 4 Territory, Saskatchewan. I would like to acknowledge Musqueam Nation for allowing us to gather on their lands today. And thank you all for allowing me some time on the agenda to provide the FNES update. We are fortunate to have been able to support the development of the First Nations of BC Disaster Risk Reduction Action Plan, and we hope to continue this work forward. All of our futures depend on taking steps to prepare and mitigate. It has been a privilege contributing to the action plan as technical experts in emergency management. I will begin with an overview of the programs and services we have developed and provided to better serve First Nations in BC in all 4 pillars of emergency management. As some of you know, we are a data-driven organization, which allows us to direct our limited resources efficiently and effectively. This data also allows us to understand the demand. Our mitigation department has been delivering the wildland firefighter program with 595 individuals trained to the end of this quarter to the Type 2 wildland firefighting standard in 43 communities. We have 10 additional training sessions planned, and we are in discussion with a further 38 communities to deliver this program to their members. We were able to flow through $1.1 million for wildland fire equipment purchasing to 15 communities. We also continue to support the ISK On Reserve Operational Fuel Treatment Program, Fire Smart Program, and Cultural and Prescribed Fire Program. There are currently 24 projects either pending or approved. FNES has been providing technical and advisory support to the applicants to the UBCM Community Resilience Investment Program. Since we have begun supporting nations through the Disaster Risk Reduction Funding application process, funds accessed by First Nations has increased from 3% of the fund to 43% of total available funding for nations. This works out to be an increase from $2.6 million to $39 million in funding approved for First Nations DRR projects throughout BC. This is all possible because we can provide the necessary data and information to applicants using our data storage and analysis system, Lightship. We can provide communities with Lightship and the training needed to use it for disaster risk reduction. Please feel free to reach out to us anytime. We can assist in getting that set up for your nation. The fire season, which began surprisingly early this year, as we all know, on April 28th with 26 fires, saw FNES directly involved in 47 unique emergency incidents recorded that included fires, floods, drought, and landslides. We supported just under 500 structures being mitigated and saved approximately 180 structures working in partnership with the nations that had requested these services. An estimated 500 or more maps was produced for community and FNES field crews during wildfire season. 75% of these maps were completed by the youth that we have training, First Nations youth. These incidents required us to deploy our tiger dams for flood protection. Surprisingly, we've been able to deploy our tiger dams for fire suppression and communities being affected by drought. I could go on about specific numbers of how we've directed our limited resources to support the nations, but I would like to speak to the fact that FNES does not have annual funding. The programs that have been developed are not guaranteed and have been one-time funding arrangements with BC or Canada. This limits our ability to serve and support. It also speaks to government's lack of understanding of what disaster risk reduction really is. First Nations are located in high-risk areas, as we know, that are prone to disaster. How can we fully address the effects of chronic underfunding if we don't have long-term and meaningful investment provided to First Nations directly to support nations and First Nations organizations? First Nations need financial commitments from both the province of BC and Canada to bring EM programs on Indigenous lands up to the same standard afforded all other British Columbians and Canadians. Interestingly enough, BC and Canada both acknowledge that every dollar spent on preparedness and mitigation saves them $7 in response and recovery. You spend 7 times as much money in response and recovery if you don't prepare and mitigate. There isn't capacity in all communities or the manpower to staff an EOC, never mind covering the cost of response. First Nations especially cannot carry the debt of response for the 6+ months it takes for EMCR to reimburse these costs. That being said, FNS is very excited to support the implementation of this DRR action plan and the 30 recommendations. All of these recommendations are necessary to change the outcomes of ever-increasing disaster, the frequency and severity of which we all know is born of climate change. I just quickly, on October 12th and 13th, the Emergency Management Forum will be taking place at the Weston Bayshore. It'd be wonderful to have all of you able to attend. It will also be a hybrid event. Well, thank you for your time, and please reach out to us for further information. I very much look forward to answering your questions. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I brought a video of our training that we conduct, some of our training, and the importance of it. It's just a few minutes, so if you don't mind, we can watch that. There's sound. Should I pause it?
That's not, he's doing it over there.
Okay, perhaps,
Really excited to host. We're doing Tiger Dam training. We're going to transition into some fuel mitigation trailer training, really which is we have 4 fuel mitigation trailers annual and EOC training and a little bit of structure today.
Sounds like we have 2 of them running at the same time.
The finale will be a scenario mitigation trailer where we'll be working with training, which is EOC group or emergency operations people and the boots on the ground people, the response people.
How about we pause that for a moment, and we'll come back to that. But what we'll do is Zoe Jackson, the Director of Public Reporting for the BC Ombudsperson, is able to join us online. So welcome, Zoe, and sorry for my confusion a little earlier in terms of turning the page in my agenda for the remainder of this item. But over to you for your remarks.
Thank you. And thank you so much for inviting me and for making space for me to attend virtually. My name's Zoe Jackson, and I'm the Director of Public Reporting at the Office of the Ombudsperson. And I wonder if I would be able to share my screen so that I can put up the presentation. I will just continue on. So I'm speaking from our office, which is located on the unceded traditional lands of the Lekwungen people and ancestors. And I acknowledge as well the Musqueam Nation as hosts for this meeting today. Our work in the Ombudsperson's office extends across the homelands of the Indigenous peoples within what we currently call British Columbia. And I recognize with respect the many territorial keepers of the lands and waters where we work. And I make this acknowledgement as part of mine and our office's commitment to reconciliation. I'm going to...
Zoe, you should be able to share now.
I should be able to share. Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Great.
Okay, I hope everybody can see that. So I'm going to talk today about a recent investigation that we conducted into 2 provincial emergency management programs. First, I'm going to just provide some very quick background about the role of our office, and then I'll share some details of our report. So the Office of the Ombudsperson is established under provincial law to independently oversee the fair delivery of public services in BC. We receive, we investigate, and we resolve complaints from individuals about unfair treatment in public service delivery. We also conduct large-scale investigations where we look at issues that impact large numbers of people and that are systemic and structural in nature. In those investigations, we report publicly and we make recommendations to public bodies for structural and long-lasting change. Monitor and report on the implementation of accepted recommendations. Our office's power is in our persuasive voice. We can't order public bodies to act, but we can shine a light on unfairness and marshal public opinion around important issues. We conducted a systemic investigation into 2 emergency support programs in BC, Emergency Support Services and Disaster Financial Assistance, and we'll be releasing our report and recommendations publicly in the coming weeks. We did this work because we know, with the increasing impacts of climate change, that these programs will only become more important. And I want to acknowledge that many at this meeting have personal experience with the events of 2021 and this year as well, and I recognize the devastating impacts that extreme weather has had on communities across BC. Our investigation aimed to understand how ESS and DFA have supported or not supported people who had to leave their homes by examining how those programs had worked in response to the wildfires and floods in 2021. Our focus is on the role of EMBC, now part of the Provincial Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness, as the central coordinating body for emergency management in BC. We wanted to identify barriers that people had in accessing those programs and gaps that people experienced in the supports provided. Our objective is to improve these programs to make them more fair moving forward. We focused on the extreme weather events of 21 because, as we know, they reflect the realities of climate change, more frequent, more severe weather, meaning more disaster events that may result in more people being forced to leave their homes and communities. And our investigation tried to understand the experience for Indigenous individuals, families, and communities in 2021, and whether provincial supports were meeting those needs. We heard from Indigenous individuals in a questionnaire that was available on our website. We talked with some First Nations impacted by wildfires and flooding in 2021. We spoke with local governments and emergency management professionals. And our work builds on the important work done by First Nations in reports such as the Fires Awakened Us, the Elephant Hill Fire Report, and the independent review from 2018, the Abbott-Chapman Report. So what did we hear and what did we find in our investigation? We know that tens of thousands of people were evacuated and had to leave their homes all over the province because of the fires and floods in 2021. Some people were displaced for months and some remain displaced to this day. We also know that the impact of the 2021 events was uneven and that First Nations people and communities were disproportionately impacted. Systemic racism, ongoing colonialism, and discriminatory practices exacerbate the risks for First Nations communities in emergency contexts, including increasing vulnerability and exposure, as well as impacting access to resources and supports in response and recovery. And we know that climate change is increasing the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, and people are being displaced for longer as a result. It is clear that as the province grapples with those impacts, government needs a better plan, a comprehensive strategy, and appropriate resources to support people who face long-term displacement due to extreme weather events. The delivery of disaster supports needs to be proactive and centered on the needs of people, not programs. A one-size-fits-all approach won't result in fair outcomes. So as part of our investigation, we heard from Indigenous people who shared the challenges they had accessing ESS. We heard that people experience racism and discrimination in trying to access these services, sleeping overnight in cars, standing in long lines in hot weather, and experiencing rude treatment and a lack of cultural awareness at the reception centers and with local suppliers. These experiences created barriers to receiving services. We also heard many positive experiences about what is working for different First Nations. During our investigation, we heard repeatedly about the importance of relationship building and liaison work in the delivery of ESS. We heard about the great and valued work that FNES did in connecting people with resources who may otherwise not have received them or who might have encountered difficulty receiving them. It was clear to us that community-based approaches to emergency response, grounded in cultural safety, helped Indigenous evacuees access services and created more positive outcomes. We also made findings about DFA, the Disaster Financial Assistance Program. I do want to note that we only looked in our investigation at the private sector DFA, which is available to homeowners and residential tenants, and not the public sector DFA program. DFA is intended to support rebuilding when people have lost their homes and were uninsured or underinsured, but it only covers certain types of disasters. And in 2021, it was only available for losses related to the atmospheric river. In our questionnaire, we heard from Indigenous people about DFA. They were less likely than non-Indigenous participants to have heard of DFA and more likely to not have insurance that met their needs. Many people who did apply for DFA experienced significant delays in receiving a response, which contributed to longer-term displacement. We heard that the program didn't always meet people's needs and that communication with applicants was poor. We also found that the ministry has very limited information about who accesses the program and who doesn't. And we found that the program doesn't support individual or community resilience through building back better, which is a key element of the Sendai framework. Oops. Oh, yes, okay. Based on our findings, we made recommendations to the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness. Many of those recommendations build on those in the Abbott-Chapman report. We recommend that the province must support Indigenous-led approaches to emergency management as part of its obligations under the Declaration Act. We know that the government is co-developing legislation with Indigenous partners, but our investigation was primarily focused on the practical reality of how these programs are designed and delivered on the ground. We expect the government to provide support for Indigenous governance and self-determination in emergency management and response. So we've recommended that the province work with Indigenous governing bodies to advance self-determination in emergency management, including by prioritizing capacity building and ensuring consistent and appropriate funding, and that it report out on that work. We've made specific recommendations around ESS and DFA. For example, we have recommended that the province work with First Nations and FNES on the development of a process for receiving and integrating feedback about cultural safety into the ESS process. Similarly, we're making a recommendation about developing a culturally safe complaints process. We also recommend that ESS supports be made more flexible and responsive. On the DFA side, we recommend improved capacity to prevent delays in processing applications, better communication with the public and applicants, and the collection of sociodemographic data to inform improvements and equitable program delivery. As the province moves forward to modernize emergency management, we also recommend that it consult broadly on developing a plan for long-term displacement and that it continually assess the availability of insurance as climate impacts increase. As I mentioned, we'll be releasing our report publicly, including government's response in the coming weeks. We aim in this work to stand beside and to support the work of First Nations across BC that are leading emergency response work in your communities. We look forward to engaging further with you about our work, and we will be monitoring and reporting publicly on government's implementation of our recommendations. Thank you for your time today, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Zoe. And just before we go to the questions and the resolution, is the video ready? How big is it?
Really excited to host the first annual Finesse Boot Camp, 3 full days of training. Today we're doing Tiger Dam training. We're going to transition into some fuel mitigation trailer training, which is we have 4 fuel mitigation trailers, and EOC training and a little bit of structure protection and defense training. The finale will be a scenario where we'll be working with our EOC group, our emergency operations people, and the boots on the ground people, the response people, and we'll simulate a wildfire coming into the community, and we'll role play and really build the strength of Finesse by getting out and just doing it.
Awesome. This is only going to benefit the communities that we help.
Learning a lot, having some fun backing up some trailers and setting up sprinklers.
It's a good group building exercise, and it gets us ready for any deployment that any nation might need in BC.
So great to be able to get a call and be like, okay, we got the solution, load up a SPU trailer and haul it to a community in need, and we're going to have the expertise to be able to, really help out and potential to save homes and people's livelihoods. So amazing.
It's really important that all the Finesse staff, we work together. We want to be able to create an environment within Finesse that staff can go into communities, and it doesn't matter what department they work in, they have a good understanding of what the other departments do. It's been a really valuable 3 days for everybody, not only just to build the relationships within the staff, but just the hands-on ability and create that skills knowledge that's really critical for us in the field to be able to deploy and do really good work out there representing and supporting our First Nations.
So we're here in Siska First Nation right now doing fuel mitigation on the community. Currently there's an active wildfire within the area. So we've come in and found some crew members from the local community to come help us and assist in mitigating the hazard around all the houses. Quite a few of them are from Boothroyd First Nation, and then a few of them are from Siska as well. So the 2 communities came together to form a team of 15 total, and these crew members are out raking and weed eating and cleaning up all the vegetation and fuel from around the structures in Siska. So we got a fuel mitigation trailer, and inside of that trailer there's weed eaters, chainsaws, hand tools, so like rakes and shovels, that kind of stuff. And we use those tools to cut down any large vegetation as well as small stuff around a structure that can be ignited by traveling embers from the wildfire.
Finesse isn't a response organization, we're more about the support. So to come into the communities, get the community members, they already invested in the community, teach them, train them, keep them safe. We're going around, we're fire smarting, we're doing that immediate zone that's so critical. If the fire does pass through a community, it gives the structures a better chance of survival. So if we can lower the risk around the structures by mitigating, getting rid of the fuels, the fuel loading, the tall grass, the flashy fuels, the ornamental bushes, everything adds to structure ignition.
Doing some maintenance for the community, clearing out all the stuff away from the houses, weed whacking, making sure all the shrubs are all gone. There's nothing against the house, so we keep the house safe, tarp stuff up, clean up the carports, whatnot, tidy everything up, working hard. So coming from Bruce, I came to Siska to help out. Well, working really hard, doing our best. We've been going out for about a week now, so. It feels good. I got family here in Siska as well, so it's nice to help out.
Crew's working super fast together. They're an absolute great team. They've been doing more than 15 homes a day, which is absolute insane. So we're hoping to have the full community done within a day and a half. Yeah, so a lot of work, a lot of big hours being put in, but it's all going to pay off here.
It's been very exciting with Finesse, watching our trailers grow. We got 7 mitigation trailers now. We got 7 structure protection units. To actually see them come into community and being utilized to help protect the community, it's really cool to see. These trailers, we're building more and more all the time. We're outfitting them, we're learning more about what the needs are in the communities, through the Finesse emergency line. You get the duty manager. The duty manager can make decisions on if the trailer is needed based on what the community needs are, and then we work on getting the trailer into communities and getting the community members to support that need.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that. We do have a draft resolution on the endorsement of the action plan for disaster risk reduction by First Nations in BC 2023-2030. Just before we jump into that, I will see if there's any questions for the First Nations Emergency Management Society. Oh. Microphone 23 and then microphone 20.
You have your hand up too? Yeah, I did.
24?
I have mine up too.
You're just really doing that to throw me off, aren't you? 23, 24, 20. Thank you very much. And 11. Then we'll move on.
Cookby Roseanne Casmer Quest. I just wanted to provide a comment and just extend a huge appreciation for Finesse and all that you do and have done during this horrific and historical fire season that has been taking place. Knowing that you've been there with your resources, your people, and providing this for the communities that have been impacted means more than actually any words can possibly say. So I just want to hold my hands up to you guys, extend my appreciation, and extend an appreciation from all those that have been evacuated from their homes and have been displaced. And Kuksha.
Thank you very much. 24.
Chief Linda Price, Dahuja, thank you again. I just want to say thank you to the First Nations Emergency Service for helping us at El Gacho. We had a number of fires in our community this year. We had 5. And we had evacuation orders as well as evacuation alerts. Continuously, we were extending the alerts and the orders. And it was just from the very start of spring right up until now, we still have evacuation alerts in place. And so I know that, they provided, the sprinkler system for Gacho Village, which is one of our heritage villages, and I'm really thankful that they were able to come and set that up. And I recognize that, there were so many fires in BC that it was almost impossible for us to get a response to some of our fires. And I know Gacho Lake Fire was one of them that they basically let burn from start to finish, and it's still burning. So I think one of the important things, and that's why I'd like to move the resolution to support, is because we definitely need to be moving towards setting up our own framework agreement. I really believe that it's really important that we review the agreement and enter into a more formal agreement with the federal government, to manage our own emergency management funds, because I met with Minister Ma, Minister for Emergency Management, and I was asking her to please make it a priority to train our own responders to these fires, because we're getting a lot of people coming in from other countries, and quite frankly, I see that from our own experience that if we train our own local people to respond to the fires, we can put them out immediately, because it takes a long time for people to come in to the rural communities, especially the wilderness communities like ours. And so I'd really say that if anything, we should be building the capacity of our own local community members and working diligently to set up training programs for first responders for fires, and just get that in place for next year. I think one of the things that, I think one of the things that I want to point out is that, when people phone in due to a fire that's starting in their territory, they can see the smoke and it's just a little ball of smoke. But if we wait too long, that's when it's just a disaster. So I just really believe that we need to put all of our energy towards, getting these training programs up locally, even if they're done regionally, so that community members can come in. And even if we could be notified, what we can do to prepare our community members for the training programs, because even that in itself would be something that we could do at the local level to get them prepared, to come to these regional training sessions. Just want to say thank you, Chanalia, again. Amen.
Thank you.
Oh, I'll second the motion, sorry.
Thank you.
Chief Price.
And microphone 20.
Proxy holder Judy Wilson. I just wanted to also thank First Nations Emergency Services and the valuable and critical work they're doing in this area. There is a lot of communities that would have been under a lot of duress and without the support and also the training. One of the issues, like what Chief Linda Price raised, was the funding model. Right now, the province since 1995 was getting $30 million for emergency services, but it goes to the province from the federal government. And that is still the way it's structured. We've worked really hard on emergency management roundtables for recommendations. Wow. There was also the chief, or the Abbott and Chapman report. The recommendations are very difficult in implementing. A lot of them haven't. And the legislation was supposed to change. But the structure and even though we talked about the Sendai model that Tyrone mentioned, is supposed to be inclusive, but things are not happening on the ground. First Nations Emergency Services Society still needs funding. I know we lobbied really hard and were able to get, I think, $8 million to the table, but that still wasn't enough to do all the work that's needed. So I think there's several issues that need to be dealt with. And one of the other issue I was on a call, I was asked to be on a call for emergency management and in our area, and it was a communications issue. I did send my recommendations to Wayne Snitzer about the communication issues that were happening, and there's still a lot of issues where our First Nations are not getting their jurisdiction recognized, or the communications, or in real time, and or the funding, and it causes a lot of duress to our communities. So anyway, I think it's so important, and I wasn't able to go to the emergency conference, but I hope there's another one, at least the political discussion where we could make these recommendations, what the chiefs are talking about here today, so that we can get this moving, because the fires are happening almost multi-seasonal now. And also because of the climate crisis, it's going to get worse. And some communities have First Nations emergency coordinators, and some don't. And some don't even have an emergency management plan in their communities. So Indigenous Service Canada who's responsible for that part, they haven't even been able to even tell me how many of our First Nation communities have emergency plans in their community. So they don't know either. It's been actually 2 years since I asked them that question, and they haven't even followed up. Wayne said he would get on it, so I'm waiting to hear from Wayne about that. So anyway, thank you for all your hard work, and I really enjoyed the video too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll take microphone 11, Chief Spahan, and microphone 21, Chief Robbins. I feel terribly guilty for missing your hand earlier this morning. So we'll take those, and then we'll turn back to you for final comments. And I see Tyrone as well. Thank you, Tyrone. And I just still want to get to this resolution. Number 11.
Yeah, thank you. Lee Spahan, Chief Co-Auditor Band, but also proxy holder for Kanaka Bar Band as well too. Yeah, I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. With the training, I remember a while back ago when they first started the unit crews, those were meant for First Nations. And you look at it now, and our First Nations are getting weeded out of those unit crews. That was what that was meant for. And we keep bringing it up with the province of British Columbia, and they don't give us the right answers we want. And it's frustrating, because I know some firefighters who are still in there that have been in there between 25 and 30 years now. And it's you know, I went to the boot camp there in Merritt this year to give a speech to them. But I think, you know, we need training for our crews, and I'm glad that the Abbott-Chapman report was brought up. Because watching the news and listening to Premier Eby talk about a new risk assessment, you know, they got tools like the Abbott-Chapman report and the recommendations that were put forward, but it seems like they're not even using it. So don't waste all that time and money that was done already. And I just want to touch on what Cookby Judy said about jurisdiction. You know, in the province of British Columbia, when it comes to jurisdiction, they need to recognize First Nations jurisdictions within our respective lands in our territory. Because when it comes to fires, that doesn't happen. It didn't happen in 2017, it didn't happen in 2021, and again, it didn't happen in 2023, because I spoke with Chief Jordan Spinks of Kanaka, and he said that, you know, the regional district was being bullies. They were thinking that they had the utmost authority. And that's not right. Jurisdiction needs to be acknowledged and recognized. So those are my comments, and I do have some more questions in regards to the resolution as well too. Cookstown, thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 21.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. First of all, I want to honor and recognize the work that you've been doing for the First Nations communities that needed that support at that time, and the training that went along with it. What I want to say to the ombudsman that's on the line is just don't forget about the remote First Nations communities, because the remote First Nations communities are the ones that when a fire comes ripping over a mountain, they're the ones that are going to need the supports as soon as possible. And the remote First Nations communities usually have issues with communications. So there needs to be some kind of training and a process to help them put together their emergency plans and their EOC operations centers. When I think about what has to happen there, the training that is required for these remote First Nations communities means the Waynes of the world are going to have to leave their comfort and go out into the wilderness and support and show a lot of these remote First Nations communities how to run a pump, how to string out a hose, how to roll a hose. You know, these are some of the things that they don't usually do on a regular basis, and they need to be trained in that. So I think the success of this is going to be really dependent on the training and the operations of the First Nations communities themselves. You know, it should fall to us to protect our territory, regional district or not. It shouldn't matter. You know, in the past we'd burn, and the ministry kept telling us you can't do that. Well, we're doing it anyway. It's part of our history and our culture. Finally, the fire center came out, and they were watching what we were doing, and now the fire center calls us saying, when are you going to burn? We want to do some burn boss training. So now we have a relationship with the fire center. So they're coming out and they're utilizing our back burns for burn boss trainers. So I really think that there needs to be that collaboration with the regional districts, but that's all it should be, is just a collaboration. As First Nations, it is still our territory, and we know the history, we know the way the wind blows in the morning and the way it blows in the evening, because it is our territory. So I just wanted to, again, acknowledge the work that you've done. I also want to acknowledge the lives that have been lost in protecting a lot of the homes. We've had 3 firefighters die this year, fighting the fires in the north and here in the south. So I wanted to acknowledge their families and pay their respects. Goksha.
Thank you very much. Tyrone, online?
Thank you, Harold. Tyrone O'Neill, President of Stalo Tribal Council, proxy for Seabed Island, and for Zoe, Chair of the Emergency Planning Secretariat, bringing together communities from Yale to Semiahmoo to Squamish in a common climate resiliency strategy called Helix Kaka. Harold, my comments are specific to Zoe. I'm wondering if you can expedite the release of your report, Zoe, because in less than 2 weeks, the Minister Miles will be tabling the Emergency Program Act modernization legislation in the House. And certainly DFA and ESS are going to be a significant component of that. We have time to work on it later, but sooner the better. Directly related to that, the ministry is doing an engagement session on DFAs on October 20th. So this process is in place. The sooner we have your information, the better prepared we are. And for any of the chiefs that were part of the EPA modernization engagement calls over the summer, on the last call, you heard me say that when the province brought up the DFA and DFAs, I challenged the provinces, why are they even involved? Why don't we have a direct relation with ISK and the federal departments so that we're direct funded? We don't need a middleman called EMCR or the UBCM, so that when we're properly prepared, we have a direct funding relation with ISK and we get paid immediately, or at least sooner. Because through EMCR, at times it takes 2 years to get paid. And lastly, I think for now, just given time is short, Harold, on the ESS side, Zoe, in your review, is there any information we can take out of there that could actually create regulation to implement ESS? Because our biggest challenge with ESS is racism and difference in bias. And the province really can't do much about that because the big chunk of the ESS is made up of volunteers. You can't regulate the behavior of volunteers. So some regulatory framework look at ESS to better hold people accountable that are, whether they're volunteering or not, in support of regional districts, local governments, and the province itself. So I'll leave it there for now, Harold. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So just to wrap up then, I see Zoe is still there. If you're able to, there were a couple comments regarding remote communities, expediting the release of the report and dealing with some issues around direct funding for First Nations and the sort of the anti-racism work. Last comment to you.
Thanks very much, and I really appreciate all of the comments that were made. As far as the release of our report, we know that the legislation is coming very soon. We're working to get our report out as soon as we can, and we can certainly ensure that it is shared with you once it is once it's public. I think that the point about remote First Nations is something that I think is really important, and I hear that, as well as the concern about volunteers and ensuring that the delivery of ESS services is culturally safe, and that people are able to access the supports that they need. And we're hopeful that our recommendations will support that work and will help to move it forward. And we'd be certainly more than happy to have further conversations and to share our work with you moving forward on this. Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you very much, Zoe. And I'll note, direct you to the chat comments from Tyrone. Final remarks from the First Nations Emergency Services Society. I thought I should get that name right at least once.
It's long. It's a mouthful. I just wanted to thank you all again for the time on the agenda. And the privilege to serve. I have to say, we love our job, and we love working closely with community, and we hope to see improvements in this system with the implementation of this action plan. I quickly wanted to address something that Chief Casimir said, or pardon me, Chief Linda Price said regarding when you see the plume of smoke and the horizon. We have developed internally very quickly we came up with what we call the 2-5-10. And when we notice or are aware that a fire is within 10 kilometers of a nation, we will reach out and send a team out if requested to do anything necessary at that point in time. 10 kilometers, you have a little bit of time. 5 kilometers, we will reach out for evacuation process and how we can support that. So the other thing regarding, the regional districts and the relationship with them, there was an executive motion at the AFN to support the signing of mutual aid agreements between nations and all other levels of government to support and have pre-approved resourcing for services that get delivered during response. So we'll continue working on that, and I look forward to discussing the action plan at the EM forum in October. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and as is our custom, the regional chief will have some gifts for you there, so please join him behind me. We're just coming up on 10 after 4. It's been an afternoon. We're just coming up 10 after 4, so recognizing that we need to vacate this room this evening as the family prepares for tomorrow. We're going to put that resolution aside. We'll come back to it tomorrow. Excuse me. I just want to make a couple of reminders. Tomorrow is virtual, all virtual, so we will see you online. In terms of today, please remember that at 5:30, there is a celebration at Miller Titterley at 638 Smythe Street in their offices downtown, where it's a recognition of Regional Chief TG. They'll be doing a blanketing ceremony, which begins at 5:30. So you're invited to that. I do want to let you know, and I'll ask them to put the slide up. What's that? Yeah, reality is they'll start when needed, so probably around 6:30. So it'll give us time to get there. Let's put the slide up. Before we do the presentation, the slide up about the funds raised for the walkers. I'm going to let you know you raised $1,050 in the room today, and so, Chief, that goes to your walkers. And we'll also put up the email, if you could, for where you could donate further. I did want to read the Penticton comment that they sent on behalf of their delegate, Chief Greg Gabriel, Penticton Indian Band. On behalf of the Penticton Indian Band community and the band chief and council, we wish to congratulate our very own Kyle Lilac on his successful nomination as male youth representative for the BCAFN. You bring much pride and honor to your community for putting your name forward and being elected as the male youth representative. We also wish to congratulate the successful female youth representative and are confident that both representatives will carry the message from our youth to ensure our youth voices are heard. So congratulations to both of you. Final notice, final information item, because we're going to wrap up quickly after this presentation. We have moved Minister Sejan to tomorrow at 1:30, so that puts a little pressure on our agenda in the sense of we've dealt with 12 resolutions today. We have 12 on time remaining, and we have 3 in process, which should be distributed in the morning. So we'll need to work through that. And then with that, I see Harmony is with me, and so I think Harmony, well known to all of us from Tla'amin community for her work in the health field. One of the several incredible policy analysts, strategists, and implementers that we have working for us. So please help me welcome Harmony Johnson.
That was so kind. Thank you, Harold. Adjechepot, hi everyone. Grateful to be here on Musqueam territory today. I'll keep it really brief. So yeah, I'm Harmony. I'm from Tla'amin Nation. I'm here today in my capacity supporting a project for the First Nations Leadership Council as related to anti-racism legislation. So every time I'm here, I'm talking about racism. So I've become known as the racism person. But I'm here to give you a quick recap of how we are taking all of the work that you've done in the past on illuminating the problem of racism for our people here in BC and how we're trying to address that and advance that with respect to an opportunity that we have with provincial anti-racism legislation. And this came up a lot even this afternoon as I've been observing your proceedings. The last presentation spoke to the racism and colonialism that our people are experiencing, that are limiting our chances, that are interfering with our lives, that are ruining our days. And so we've done a lot of work to, as I said, illuminate this problem. So last year, I wrote a piece for the UBCIC on racism and the use of status cards. So through that project, we talked with a lot of people, we ran a big survey, and we illuminated the stereotypes and racism people experience when using their status cards for identification or for tax exemption purposes. Also been involved in the In Plain Sight review where we spoke to over 9,000 people and looked at the data of 185,000 Indigenous people in BC and how racism shows up in healthcare. So all of this to say that there has been a lot of engagement, a lot of work, including last year's anti-racism data legislation, which many nations in BC participated in. So now what the province is doing is pulling together an anti-racism act or a piece of legislation around anti-racism that they plan to introduce in the spring. Some of you may have met with the provincial officials when they were earlier in their process of legislative development. They're now hitting the stage where they are going forward to seek a mandate to develop the legislation, and then we'll start drafting that legislation. So we want to really be at the sharp edge of making sure that they understand First Nations perspectives, issues, requirements that should be embedded within that piece of legislation. So there's a paper in your package that tries to summarize all of that together. I'm not going to go through the slides. I just want to draw your attention to that paper, which essentially draws on all of the evidence that we have about how racism interferes with our lives and our Indigenous human rights, and describes how we think that this legislation can help reinforce our perspectives and our issues and our rights. So that includes things like recognizing the relationship between racism and colonialism, which is unique to our people, opportunities to reinforce the Declaration Act and the work that we've already done in studies, action plans, and reports to identify recommendations, commitments, and other interventions that our people have already validated. We don't need to start from a blank piece of paper. We need to advance and progress the work we've already mandated to occur. To do this on a distinctions-based approach, that our nations need resources to support healing and to support their own anti-racism activities, that we need to support independent reviews, such as those that have been committed to in education that is still seems to not be going anywhere yet, and to acknowledge our data sovereignty and our rights to set our own agenda for the indicators that matter to us and collect and share the data that matters to us, as opposed to other governments collecting data about us and then talking in a deficit way about us. So again, that's just a quick skim of what's in that discussion paper. We're really hoping that that reflects, is a good starting point to reflect your interests, needs, and concerns that you'd like to see addressed in that legislation. There will be further opportunities to provide input. I want to promote that we're running a kind of 2 to 3 hour virtual session on October 10th. And once the legislation is actually drafted, you'll all have an opportunity to review that if you'd like. And so I just want you to know my face and know my email, and you can feel free to contact me at any time if you want to share input to the discussion paper or meet with the province directly, in which case we can set that up for you. And my last point is just that we think that the legislation will create an obligation to create an anti-racism action plan. So once the legislation's in place, there'll be work to do to develop that action plan, and we'll be back to support your engagement and direction for what that action plan should contain. So that's my quick update, and just drawing your attention to the discussion paper, and happy to answer any questions or to meet on the side after this session. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much for that. Microphone 1, Chief Robbins, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, thank you, Harold. I'll be really brief. I know everybody wants to go mad dash, but I just want to say thank you. Thank you. On behalf of our elders, our children in Esquetum, the racism and discrimination in Williams Lake it's bad. And I also wanted to mention the fact that we are talking about racism. Discrimination is just as bad, because the discrimination that happens in the education system it's an embarrassment, I think, especially in School District 27. You know, we've had teachers come and go, basically bullied into a severance. There's the door, here's a severance, don't let it hit you on the way out. You know, and now they come back and they work for the community, either in language programs or traditional cultural areas, but they're never heard. They're not given that opportunity to be heard. And that racism and discrimination that happens is, I hate to say it, it's really embarrassing for that superintendent. But when I think about the overall impact, and I may get emotional here, I'll try not to, but I had my niece 2 weeks ago was murdered here in Chilliwack. And she was a smart girl. She had her 2 nephews with her, took them down to the Fraser River, let them play in the sand. And it was just 3 of them on the sand dune, and these 2 racist people walked by and said to her and my nephews, "All you fucking Indians should be thrown in that river with your throats cut." You know, and she took the picture of this couple, took a picture of every license plate in that parking lot, and was about to report it. And the next day, she was thrown off the Vedder Bridge. And they still can't find the taxi driver. They still can't find the taxi. So it's alive and well. And I want to thank you for doing this work, because this is more than just about racism. This is about murdered and missing women. This is about the discrimination of the Two-Spirit. This is, in general, it's been going on for 155 years. You know, and I support the work that you do. And I wish you well and safety, because you're probably going to meet some pretty nasty people out there. And if you need any support at all, please give me a call. I'll be there, because I want to see it end too. So thank you for that. Guksham.
Thank you very much, Chief Robbins, for sharing of that situation. And please know that you have our condolences, and your family has our condolences as well. And in these situations, we tend to apologize for our emotions, but I think, you know, if not at these times, then when would we ever express our emotions and, you know, get to feel those emotions? So please know that you are supported here. Thank you, Chief. Any final comment?
Just thank you for sharing that, and I'm so sorry to hear it. And I appreciate your support. And yeah, this is the root issue that is interfering with our well-being. It is the one factor that everything else tracks back to. And this is this kind of like ugly root that we need to dig up and get rid of. And so I appreciate your support in all the work that we've been doing on this front, and feel free to contact me anytime if there's a way I can support. Thank you.
All right, thank you. A couple of things on all your behalf. We present, on BCAFN's behalf, we present Harmony with a gift. Oh, yeah, it's always great to lift people up. Thank you. Couple quick notices. We are going to do some door prizes. So we're going to do a draw for the magic wheel for 6 door prizes. And while they're doing that, I will let you know that there are 2 shuttle buses outside. Nick, who was just standing at the door, a tall, handsome man in a suit with a red tie, I think. Well, that's the shuttle bus to Miller's Italy downtown for the reception and the honoring of the regional chief. And the Musqueam shuttle bus, which I think is also white, is out there for the trip back to the River Rock. Nick will help you make sure you get on the right one. Roseanne Kellerman. If the next one is Linda Price, this will be just perfect. Thank you. They're at the registration table. You pick the one you'd like. Can I just go again? John Michelle present. John Michelle present. There you go. Perfect. Let's go again. Steve Hobart. Yeah, there he is. Thank God it gets larger on the screen. I could read neither of those until it pops up. One, go again. Leon. Ralph, we're here on the Zoom. I don't see it. We'll need unanimous consent to give it to him or draw again. No what? Okay. The rule was be present. I feel guilty about this, but let's draw again. Let's not tell him. Andrew Bailey. There you go. Awesome. That was so close. I just went by your name one by one, Daryl. Is that it or one more? Dean Nelson. Not seeing him here. Dean Nelson? No, draw again. So he's not here, so let's draw again. I don't see you're online. Yeah, I saw her leave earlier. Okay. One more time. Your odds are getting better. Yeah. Spin again. Maureen was online. Maureen? Yep. Keep going. Really well said. I think that completes the draws. Correct? Awesome. All right, well, thank you, everybody. So the 2 shuttle buses are outside. Remember, we're online tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.